Tucker. Yeah. Ty Tucker in the court, yo, hands unbound against Monroe County, yo, didn't back down. Solo soldier in the fight, unseen battleground. Truth in his corner and justice drowned. Bruce, no lawyer, straight to the source. Legal assassin, riding his own horse. Evidence drop, brought the main force. Paper trail tight, no need to endorse. Ty Tucker took the stand, crushed the case. Monroe County folded, couldn't keep the pace. Brought the system to the knees, wanted space. Freedom rang loud, no longer displaced. Challenged the odds, stakes real high, no fear in his eyes. Touching the sky, proved a point that made all haters sigh. Victory sweet, watch the birds fly. Judgment came down, finally free. No shackles, no chains, broke the decree. Standing tall, now everyone see. Ty Tucker made history, let it be. Ty Tucker took the stand, crushed the case. Monroe County folded, couldn't keep the pace. Brought the system to the knees, wanted space. Freedom rang loud, no longer displaced. Ty Tucker took the stand, crushed the case. Monroe County folded, couldn't keep the pace. Brought the system to the knees, wanted space. Freedom rang loud, no longer displaced.
What are you doing, man? A sticky. Hello again.
Hello. So welcome everybody. We are here. We've got Ty Tucker in the house. We're going to be bringing him up here in just a moment. And it is, I think Ty might have us on there in the feedback there.
Oh, and that might be me.
Oh, is that you? Oh, yeah, you're right. Because, well, it might be him. I don't know. No.
Wait. Is that better?
Nah, it's him. Because I'm. It's okay. We're getting it worked out. So,
bottling up, all right.
At the scene. All right, so let's welcome Ty Tucker here, everybody.
Yay!
Ty.
It says I'm on stage.
You are on stage, yes, sir.
Hi, hold on.
You are on stage, yes, sir. Yeah, we got some feedback there. Is it
okay? Good. Hi.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, let me turn this one down.
I think that one's coming through.
Just mute it.
Hold on, I had it jacked up for your intro song. All right, there we go.
All right, so Ty, listen, welcome. I mean, it's awesome to see you out and free. And so tell everybody, update everybody on on what's been going on, how this came about.
I'll tell you, man. Just like every other part of this story, man, it's been a long road. But yeah, man. I mean, and today is the first day I feel like I actually won. Like I knew I won, man. When I went, okay, I knew I won as soon as he put that gavel down. Because okay, look, this deal's been in the works for a little while, and and the thing is up until Morgan actually approved the deal, then man, I mean, at any point in time, the prosecution could have yanked it, and man, it took me. They had to bend over backwards to give me what they gave me, and the thing is man, now. Oh no! And the thing is a lot of people, man, look at this as failure because, man, I did get a conviction out of this, right? I mean, I am a convicted felon because of this. However, I'm a convicted felon who never admitted guilt and never got proven guilty, which means now I can move over into civil court,
correct?
Right? Where now I can go prove my innocence, and instead of risking my behind and having them throw me in jail and hold a life sentence over my head and all that other crap, all that leverage they had on me is all gone now.
Yep.
Right. So now it's just instead of risking my butt, man, I'm going to go prove my innocence and take your money. How you like that?
Absolutely. That's right. So Ty, tell us, this came about, you said with, this has been in the works for for a couple of months now. So tell us about some of the things we didn't get to see, because there's a lot that we didn't get to see going on as far as inside the courtroom.
Well,
Judge
between
Morgan's
April
treatment of you. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that happened. That
Okay, there was one victory in there that really kind of nailed the coffin, and that was when I went ahead and disqualified Morgan. When I filed that motion, okay, I did that, man. Yes, man. Morgan needed to go. That's absolutely true. I filed that motion in good faith. However, it also put off that man September 6th court date because they were trying to push me into trial and make sure that I couldn't be prepared. That was the idea. That was the whole idea of putting me in jail in the first place. So now I got to handwrite motions. It takes me 2 weeks to file every motion. I mean, man, they've got all the advantages, right? They can just lose my paperwork, whatever. There's plenty disadvantages about being in jail.
absolutely.
And trying to fight pro se from jail.
Well, I was gonna say. So tell us, when you were in jail, right, fighting pro se, you first arrived down there. What supplies did they give you to fight your case? I mean, did they give you a computer? Did they give you pencils, paper? What did they give you?
And not only that, Sheriff Ramsey, man, would refuse to give me any of that stuff. When I first got there, it took me weeks before I could even get a pencil and some paper. I couldn't even get pro se supplies for at least it was almost a month, right? And I got Morgan telling me he wants it in writing.
Well, I was going to say, was Morgan going to let you file verbal motions or no? Or did he actually use that against you?
No, he literally told me, man, he was not going to allow me to do things or tennis.
So,
which would be talking.
What you're saying is that they literally took away pencils, pens, paper, computers, and then essentially when you arrive in court and say, I'm going to, I didn't have these supplies. He says the only way you can do it is write it down. But yet you didn't have the ability to write it down because they blocked you.
Well, and not only that, I also didn't have any of the documents. Like, again, to fight what they did as far as the revoking of my bond, I needed to see the warrant. I needed to see the affidavit. I needed to see all that. Well, it was sealed on the record, and that never got sent to me. So how the hell am I supposed to fight it if I can't see what's on the record?
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
So are you going to extend your civil action to include the due process? Because that's your right to confront. I mean, all of those things.
Well, yeah. And
they restrict you on.
Yeah. There are so many civil rights violations in this, and not even just civil rights violations, other libelous things that they did. But here's the point: is, man, okay, it all goes to a main underlying theme that we're going to convict you at all costs. We don't care. We're going to violate your rights over and over and over and over again in the process of violating your due process rights to make sure we convict you. Even though we know you didn't do it, we're still going to convict you. You know what I'm saying? That's not justice. That's not what their job is. You know what I'm saying? And anyway, so the point is, man, yes, and man, that became part of the thought in this deal too, right? Because you got to remember, I had to shift my way of thinking too, because I'm sitting in there, and yes, my ego. I'll tell you right now, my ego wanted to go in there and kick the living snot out of them again on court TV, and do it from jail, And the thing is, because I knew I could. Once I got that one motion, when I disqualified the judge, I knew he was going to deny it, right? That wasn't even a question. I knew he was going to deny it, right? That's why I had the writ. I had that application for a writ of prohibition ready to go right there for the judge, right? And I'm like, well, Your Honor, I had a feeling that might happen. I assumed that might happen. So I went ahead and, put together a application for a writ of prohibition. I suggest we take a continuance until we can get a ruling from the higher court. Since the question of, you being the judge, man, I don't think we can exactly go to trial when there's a question of you being the judge, right? State didn't argue. We got, months, while we were waiting on third DCA. But by that point, I had already won because that gave me time to get ready for trial. You know what I'm saying? So that I could actually get those pencils and pens and paper and, so I could, go ahead and, get with the JAC and, go ahead and figure out how I was going to pay for experts, line up experts, that kind of thing. So by the time, even if it all failed, right? Say we didn't make this plea, right? I was ready to go to trial, man. Look, could I have beaten them outright? Maybe not. You know what I'm saying? I've said this for a little while. I may never hear the not guilty I want to hear, right? But I guarantee they will never hear the guilty that they want to hear.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
And
you'll get to that.
So tell us, Ty. Tell us. There were some things. Tell us some of the things obviously we're not going to see the criminal trial, but were you planning to call people like Detective Pitcher to the stand? What were you
Oh yeah,
planning to
Pitcher.
do?
Yeah.
He was my star witness. Yeah,
Was he going
Pitcher
to be
was
your
my
star?
star witness this time.
Which I put up his deposition
Mm-hmm.
on here, and let me tell you, that was, in my opinion, he's a key witness. So you were going to call Pitcher then. So basically,
Oh
we
yeah,
were
all
going to
day.
hear all the stuff.
He was actually, the funny thing is they were thinking that Todd O'Quinn was going to be my star witness, right?
Right.
And Todd O'Quinn was not my star witness. No, by far Matthew Pitcher was my star witness. I mean, he could, he had access to know
Now,
everything.
as I said, I don't know if you've got the big screen, but I've got this made for you. So it says,
let me
and
take a look.
then he took off in a
Oh,
truck.
shit.
Free Franklin Tucker.
Love
So
it, man,
when
love
you get grounded, there's only one in the world made like this. So I'm going to send it to you, and for you to have.
Yeah, I'll definitely take one, man. I'll take one.
Yeah.
Man, look, and man, that's the thing is, this whole thing, man. I told you I have a new tag one. I want to, get with the shirt people and all that,
Absolutely.
man. Do that. And, the truth does not fear investigation.
No,
this whole time, I didn't. Look, they could investigate anything they wanted on me. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. Go into anything you want with me. But you notice when it comes down their turn to be investigated, and man, for them to do what's right and actually figure out what happened. Oh no. They don't want people looking at what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? And that's the cool thing is, again, by going civil like this, they can't put a gag order on me. I can run my mouth all day. So oh yeah. I'm a happy little camper now. I mean, granted, this is not the way I wanted to do it, but man, but at the same time, it was like, okay, I had to look at the reality because during the negotiations, okay, we're sitting there and there are threats flying back and forth across the table, all that kind of stuff. Because I'm sitting there telling them like, why don't you just do the right thing? Why don't you just drop the case, put freaking JoJo in jail for 30 years, put him in prison for 30 years, and man, have the two guys who did it in prison where they belong, and the guy who didn't do it, you drop it, man, freaking set him free, apologize, and man, yeah, try and figure out how you're going to make it right. You do that, man, and man, you could have actually came out of this looking good. But no, Ward wanted his 10 pounds of flesh. He wanted a conviction. So, man, he pushed it to this. And in this way, it's actually civilly, man, it's worse than, man, if I had been found innocent, So, oh, no.
100%, because, look, as you and I had talked about when we talked previously, there's no way, again, and we're going to hear the clip, how do they explain, and again, there's a couple sentencings that there was another few sentencings that went down this week that had to do with people getting killed, and they got 20 years, and they got, and in your case, 910 days.
10 days.
Given the facts and circumstances, there's no explanation other than innocence that goes with why they would give you that plea. I mean, it's the strongest statement of innocence you could possibly have.
Well, and think about how he has to, man. And think how he has to explain that to the taxpayers now.
I know.
Because
you know what? On that note,
money, you spent all this money coming after me. I mean, Lord, I can't tell you how many millions.
Let's take a listen, Ty. As you know, Dennis Ward spoke to a local radio station, so let's listen to this, and I want to get your feedback on it.
I'll be happy.
And that's true. And he pled no contest to a robbery charge, and he had credit time served with a number of days in there. I can't remember the exact number. But so that part of the saga is finished. I'm sure that once he gets to wherever he's going, he was on a bus, and we got him out of Monroe County, got him out of the state of Florida, I hope. And he'll start on his social media thing, and he'll claim how he was falsely arrested, and the investigation didn't reveal it was him. And we tried it. It was a hung jury, and we looked at the benefits of going forward and sat with all the interested parties and came to the conclusion that allowing him to plead no contest to that and be sentenced by the court and get this thing past us was the best approach to take. But I'm sure we'll hear something on the civil front. I'm sure he'll probably try to sue the sheriff's office and myself and anybody else he can think of. and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, well, certainly, it's good to see some kind of conclusion there, at least at this point, to that case. It's been a long-standing case, and certainly I know your office diligently and aggressively prosecuted that case as well. So speaking of that.
So, Ty, tell us your response. I like how he couldn't remember the amount of time you got either.
Well, I'll tell you what, man.
Convenient.
I can tell you right now, I sound a lot happier about it than he does. Oh, because, man, look, you can hear the defeat in his voice.
Yes,
he knows what's coming.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He knows, man. What he doesn't know is coming is, okay, yes, not only am I filing lawsuits, and, man, they're going to be heavy. I'm shopping around for lawyers right now, and I can't wait to sick the dogs on them. You know what I'm saying? Because the amount of different things they did that are libelous, and him personally that he did that were libelous, are a lot. You know, I mean, they're going to have a field day going after these guys. But the thing is, man, okay, so not only are we going to have that, but yes, you are going to get hammered in the press too. Ain't no doubt about that either.
Absolutely.
You know,
absolutely.
It's wrong. And to make matters worse is I've gotten in contact with civil rights groups like the ACLU and Southern Public Law Group and the Innocence Project and things like that, where now not only, man, should you be expecting lawsuits from me, but you should be expecting some class actions coming your way too. And I can't wait to see that.
Good.
You know,
so hopefully, hopefully the Innocence Project or some of those groups head down to the Monroe County Detention Center and get in touch with some of the people you were in touch with.
Exactly.
So tell us, Ty, I understand your nickname was the Jailhouse Jesus.
Yeah.
And now tell us a little bit about the Jailhouse Jesus. Tell us
that's gonna go
how that came about, what was going on with all that.
Well, okay, first off, they were stupid locking me back up, right? I've had 7 years of, man, learning how to fight and, man, you know, figuring out how to fight these guys. And, man, I've been pretty effective at it. So what do? Oh, you put me in your jail where you're doing the same thing to hundreds of other people. And, man, I'm not going to teach them how to fight? I was like a cancer for them in there. Anyway, so I started making motions. When I would make my motions, I'd make them fill in the blank. I'd start putting in lines so that other people could use them. You know, so that, man, they could go ahead and just make like generic motions that other people could use. So other guys could go pro se. And, man, you know, because I have figured out that, yes, pro se is the way to win, at least down there. And I have a lot of theories on that and a lot of things on that. But, yes, so they started seeing my motions and my handwriting and all that stuff coming up in all the courts. And apparently that quote came from one of the PDs, you know, talking about, oh, well, he thinks he's some kind of jailhouse Jesus because he's trying to save everybody. And so that became
that's great.
Yeah, I was like, can we change it to legal Jesus? Do I have to be jailhouse Jesus?
The jailhouse Jesus. So Ty, so Sheriff Ramsey also weighed in on this. I want to play that.
Oh yeah, let's see Slicky Rick. I love his.
So let's listen to what Slick Rick had to say here, and then I want to get your response as well.
Case has haunted us, has been just a thorn in our side for years and years and years. We know this was a drug deal gone bad. We took a lot of crap over a period of time. There were accusations of the case and his innocence and the investigation. But one person was found guilty in a trial for the murder. Another person in that case turned state's evidence and was cooperating, a co-defendant, and paid Mr. Tucker as a co-conspirator. That case was coming up for trial soon. And Mr. Tucker took a plea. He pled a no contest. He's a convicted felon for that robbery case and his involvement. He's got a 2.5-year prison sentence, most of his time served. So at this point in time, he's served his time because he's been sitting in jail. But it's some good closure for the sheriff's office that we were right. We did have the right person, you know, all along. We had the right person. We did solve this case. We did hold people accountable.
Oh, you mean,
but we're glad this is over because this is, again, has just been in the paper. It's been just nonstop.
Yeah.
It's not even on the Monroe County Sheriff's Office in the
so what do you think about that there, Ty, as far as what he had to say?
I think he's been borderline libelous for it. Absolutely. You know, this is the thing, and man, I don't think I didn't fully explain this to everybody, and I think I need to, right? Because a lot of people, like I said, a lot of people think I failed because, man, I actually took adjudication guilty, which means I took the punishment for the crime, right? That's what that means, right? but most people don't know what it means to go no contest. When, man, I got the no contest plea, what that means is, okay, I'm saying that it's not worth fighting. That's what I'm saying. I'm not pleading guilty. You haven't proven me guilty of anything, but I'm saying it's going to cost me too much to fight anymore. So, man, frickin', I'm willing to take the punishment and, man, just move on. That's what that's saying, right? So, man, yes, while they can adjudicate me guilty and give me the punishment in criminal court, in civil court, it's not admissible. That conviction is not admissible, right? You never proved me guilty, and I never admitted I was guilty. So, man, at that point, man, now I can go after you in civil court. That's why it's important. Because, man, yes, in the civil court, I can go ahead and prove my innocence there.
Absolutely, 100%. And I mean, that's the point. Is you're considered. I mean, I hope everyone understands this. You're adjudicated guilty as far as punishment's concerned, but you are still legally innocent when you put in a no contest. So that is something that really needs to. That is the difference between an Alfred plea and a no contest plea. You are legally innocent.
Plea is different.
Yeah.
Right.
You are legally innocent right now. You are not. So even though you've been
at that point, the state can't say, well, he pled guilty or we found him guilty. Or like the sheriff's trying to do right there, where he's trying to say, oh, we got the right man. You know, we proved you didn't prove shit.
That's
Brother,
right.
you ain't proved shit. Hopefully you can, because I'm going to tell you right now, those comments are going to come back to bite him later. Because, man,
he actually doesn't have a right to make those comments because you've
no, he doesn't. And
legally in a court of law. You're not.
Was good. Let's see if you can prove that investigation was good when we go to civil court. Yep. You know, the citizens of Monroe are going to be wondering, well, if it was such a good investigation, why did you, man, freaking just give him time served, let him go, and then he turns around and sues you for that investigation? You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't think Dennis let Ricky know, you know, exactly what's coming. Whereas Dennis knows what's coming. I don't think Ricky needs to go and talk to Patrick McCullough, you know, and talk to his lawyer and figure out how he better keep his mouth shut, because saying shit like that just gives me more firepower, man, to sue you with. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see. You know, I mean, I'll fire off a letter of intent and see what he has to say. You know, but
I mean, yes, he does have a criminal record, but he's legally innocent. In other words, if, like, for instance, if Matthew Bonnett's family decided they wanted to do a wrongful death suit, they would have to still go to civil court and prove that Ty did it. So he is not considered as a matter of law guilty. He simply took, as Ty said, he put it in a great way. He took the punishment. That's it. And he was able to maintain his innocence. Yep. And that's right. Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. But you explained it perfectly.
Yeah, well, and the thing is okay, what that means, and this was why it was a shift in strategy for me. I'm sitting here banging my head against the wall in jail trying to win in criminal court, where, man, okay, and this was the threat, and I got to give it to him, man, this is probably true. If we had gone back to trial again, you know, they were willing to take me back to trial, and if we go back to trial, yes, I'm going to kick their ass, but could they get one juror on the, you know, make it a hung jury? Probably. You know what I'm saying? You know, because they're the state. And, man, you're always going to have, man, at least one person who thinks, oh, well, the cops are always right, the state's always right, whatever. So they have a good chance of getting at least one, you know? And the threat was they were going to keep taking me back to trial, leaving me in jail. And, man, hell, I would have done another 4 or 5 years in jail, man, you know, before I'd ever be able to win this. And, man, by then, then the civil suits, they're going to drag them out too. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, wait a second. Instead of banging my head on the wall, I'm risking my behind to do it, where, man, it's the hardest way for me to win. Well, why don't I just go ahead and make this deal? And I told him, man, when we made this deal, I was like this. I was like, look, you find, man, a plea where I don't plead guilty to anything. I don't do a day's worth of punishment, not no probation, not another single day in jail, nothing. You know what I'm saying? You go in, man, you get me those two things, then we can talk. Right. And after that, I did talk him out of all the prosecution costs, which was like a couple $1 million. I don't know how much that is. It's got to be an ungodly sum, you know. So.
Now, Ty, I want to play this because I want to watch this with you, because we haven't got to watch it together yet. But I want you to react to Todd O'Quinn's statements here to Brady. All right. So this is the famous statement here. I want you to tell me what your reaction is as you hear this, because these are police. Again, another example. This police officer is clearly, and we're going to get back a little bit in the time, because I want you to see how this was missed. If you listen, Brady's not even paying attention. All right, so let's Let's listen to this.
Officer, I've been down there for the last 2 days now, and I have not heard anything as far as suspicious.
Okay. Well, if you guys hear anything,
The next day I wake up, I go, who's that creepy motherfucker? Oh, that's Detroit. First and last ever. Do you know what Detroit looks like?
yeah, he just told me it's 6'2", bald, ugly,
Big.
and very black.
Very black.
Both had
God damn. A little racist?
Okay,
Come on.
But that was tonight, not last week.
You pull the mask and everything? Dude, I'm the one that called. I was standing across the street. I seen him run out of the thing, and one was a white dude. One dude never took his mask off. One was a white dude. They split up when they came out. The white dude took his thing off, and I was yelling, "Help! Help! Somebody call the police!" While I was on the phone with 911. And then he took off his truck.
Which way did he head? The white dude.
On Laurel. He went that way. Come out of the gate and went that way.
Wait a minute, we're facing the guy's house. We're facing. If we're facing.
If you run out of his house, you're looking at CVS.
Right.
In between Keys, Yamaha, and the
Right,
other one.
right.
Right on Laurel, right there.
Okay,
You come out
so
of the
which
spot,
guy-
you go
which
right
way
there,
does the white-
He bangs a right and goes toward.
To the end of Laurel. Okay.
And that's when I lose him.
And what was
So
he
then I think
wearing?
everything-
Okay, but did he turn the corner and come down second?
Oh, I don't know.
Or did he keep on going straight?
I didn't keep looking.
What was he wearing?
So I go across the. I leave CVS. I go in there, up the fucking stairs. Matt's laying in a pool of blood on the second tier, all stabbed up. Paul's up there whimpering. I don't know. There's some other guy, random guy, doing something. I get to the top of the stairs, and here comes the second one. Only one had left, and I thought they were both going. And he tries to get me, and he hits me. I put up my hand in the pocket, and he hits me in the pinky.
The black guy did.
Yes.
That's tonight.
That's tonight.
Okay, I thought you said you were only there a week ago, not tonight.
I just witnessed it. So I told the lady at the end.
So you were there when the stabbing occurred.
Well, after.
What kind of game we're gonna play? You guys are gonna have to.
So,
Trivia question.
as you can see there, Ty, when he's listening to that originally, he doesn't even realize that he's talking about that night when he's talking about the part about the truck. And there's the whole thing. There's the whole problem right there. Why Brady never heard it, because he wasn't even thinking he was hearing about something that night. He said, "Oh, so you're here."
Man, my share on the thoughts on this is okay. When I hit Mansfield with this during the negotiations, I hit Mansfield with this. And I was like, man, JoJo, man, ran down the street and jumped into a truck and took off. You know this.
Right.
I'm sure, man, you guys have seen it by now. All right. And it was like, well, it doesn't say whether or not, man, he jumped into the passenger side or whether he jumped into the driver's side. He doesn't say whether he does that. And I was like, look, man, it doesn't matter, man. It blows JoJo's story. JoJo was not just sitting in the truck waiting, He says he left me in Detroit behind. You know what I'm saying? Which, man, again, Todd O'Quinn blows that out of the water. But here's the thing.
You did bring this to their attention. And what was their response to this?
Thing. What they brought to my attention is they had recordings of Todd while he was been in jail. Mm-hmm. And, man, yes, he said, man, not only, man, that, but he also said that, man, he identified he identified Travis from a photo lineup, right? Which we have a video of that.
Which we have video of that, right.
And he's now sure, man, he was saying to freaking David during this phone call they recorded that he's absolutely sure it was John Travis Johnson he saw that night.
Yes. And see, David thought that was part of, which I think it probably is. So they're aware of that. And then they have this, which again, like I said, Mansfield knew damn well that if you bring in Todd O'Quinn, who says he saw him, and you would be able to show, even if Todd said, I don't remember about the truck statement, you would be able to refresh his memory with that and say, now that you've read that, does that refresh your memory? And he can say,
even better. I mean, okay, you got to remember, Steve, it's even better than that. I don't even need Todd to testify.
That's right.
I can use that video because it's a spontaneous statement. That is self-authenticated. I didn't even need Todd to testify, and I could play that video.
Yep.
Right. Then on top of that, they never got to see the book that I showed you, man, from JoJo.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Awesome bringing that up, Ty. Do you mind if I show that, what you're talking about?
No, go ahead, man, because I was planning on showing it to the jury, and I bet you JoJo would have choked.
So there it is, guys. That's a book. Now, Ty, if you want to tell the backstory, how you acquired this. And then here is the cover of the book.
Get it. But okay.
There it is.
What it was is, Yeah, you can see what book it is.
Dark Psychology and Manipulation sounds like the readings of a very honest man. You know.
Well, then even read, man. Even read what it's got on there. It's got, man, manipulate people,
Yeah, the art
hypnosis
of persuasion,
techniques,
how to analyze and manipulate
gaslighting.
people, hypnosis techniques, body language, secrets, gaslighting. Wow, unlimited memory.
It goes into mind control. It goes into all kinds of stuff. This is a book on
Wow,
how to lie, and this is what
wow.
he was reading. Think about
In
this.
the
This is
book,
what he was reading when he cut the deal with them to get out of jail. You know what I'm
wow,
saying?
wow,
He
wow,
could have gone straight in bed.
Oh, I'm sure the
wow.
jury would have loved seeing this. And here's
Oh,
the thing: is,
absolutely.
man, I can't wait. I can't wait to see if they even try to bring JoJo to civil court, right? Because okay, they can't threaten him anymore, right? Now,
I was
man,
going to
it's
say
over
he
with.
won't come to civil court. They can't make him come because he's not. It's not.
No, and not only can they not make him come, they can't bribe him to come. They can't do
Nope.
any of that. And even if they do, that book is coming out because I also have a way to verify that that's John Travis Johnson's book.
Right. Probably. Yeah. Well, you know who probably acquired it, right? So all right. So another thing I wanted to see if you could shed some light on, because this is another thing we brought up during the different times here, that I think this is relevant. Let's watch this and see if you can shed some light on what you think this was. Give me a moment here, or add this. And
Oh,
all right, so let's start.
Oh, that's Gabby Torelli and her boyfriend.
Birth again. I have it written right here. I just need it for this.
Sam Weber Callahan, April 13th, 1999.
Appreciate it.
Gabrielle Taylor, February 10, 1997.
Appreciate it. And you've both confirmed that all the information
sounds very low.
to the best of your knowledge.
I'll see if I can turn it up.
I need to do
It's up to Max.
Usually I'd interview you separately, but for this we should be fine. Take me through.
I think you're actually. I think I know where you're going with this anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we pull into CVS and
I should have gave you the live 911 call from her, man. That one's beautiful.
Oh, I'd
Real
love to hear.
time.
I would love to hear that because I've only seen the transcript of it or in this.
man, I can't write his name, but
Does anyone ring 911 call anymore?
blonde hair, no shirt, tattoos.
That's who this is. This is 911 caller Gabby Torelli, Gabriella
Yep.
Torelli.
Yep.
And we have the 911 call from her where she's describing in real time, right? She's on the phone with 911 and she's describing how a black man in a hoodie comes out of the treehouse, jumps into a car that's right below her, a black sedan right below her, where there's a driver waiting inside, and then takes off the other direction down Laurel and goes down the other street. Was it First or Third Street? I don't remember what it is, but First or Third. And the thing is okay, but they never went and tried to investigate that at all. Now our thought is this. I mean, we have a lot of thoughts on the case, a lot of theories on why they did what they did, and what happened. But you got to remember, okay, something else that never came out about JoJo's story. They totally leave out the part where he goes into CVS. And he goes into CVS shortly before the crime, right? He leaves that out of his story too when he tells his story on the stand and all that shit, right? But we have a picture of him going into CVS shortly before the crime, right? So that's never part of their narrative, right? But we do have this picture. But we also have a picture of Jenna Mueller coming in about 15 minutes after him. Now, here's the thing. The crime goes down. There's 2 squad cars that were sitting in the parking lot of the CVS for hours, literally for hours sitting there, right? And then as soon as they leave, 15 minutes later, the crime goes down. Now, you're not telling me that JoJo wasn't looking out man to man, see if those squad cars were gone?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? The crime goes down 15 minutes after they leave. No, that's not coincidence. They were watching them. All that shit about going back to the house and changing clothes and all that other kind of crap, man, that's all just bullshit. You went to CVS and checked it out to see if they were leaving. You know what I'm saying? But that goes along with a lot of other theories we have in the case. And I'm sure a lot of them are going to come out as we move along. I also have, because like I was telling you earlier, I was like, I have a lot of evidence that hasn't been previously shown. Recordings that haven't been, previously, shown or aired. Because even the court TV and Law and Crime, that feed, right? You guys only got to see what was, actually presented to the jury, right? You didn't get to hear all the stuff that was set up in sidebar, right? Where I have the audios for that now, so you can actually hear what was said, when we would go up and talk to the judge. right? And hear that kind
That's going to be amazing because I want to hear what they had. I want to hear what was said during the closing argument portions when Jones was dealing with the portion about Paula and the knife and all of that garbage, and I want to hear how he was
that got
dealing with
heated
it.
between me and Jones. That one, and man, another one, man, was okay when I was on the stand, and man, we went up to sidebar because man, that's when Mansfield first tried to go into that whole bullshit about Lauren, man, paying off man Paula for her testimony, trying to make that accusation. And I objected to it when I was on the stand. We went over to sidebar. The judge said, "No, you can't do that. You have no proof of that. You can't bring it out." Right. So, man, it sustains my objection. But then they go ahead and do it in the close anyway.
Yep.
Even though I objected at that point, man, again, you can't unring a bell, first off. But, man, then the judge does nothing to try and fix it after I prove they lied on the other one. It's like, oh, man. So, anyway, but, one of the things we're looking at right now is Joseph Mansfield's statements in that close, are they libelous to Lauren? You know what I'm saying? It definitely hurt her reputation. You're trying to say she bribed a victim to testify for, to testify that, man, she didn't see me do it or whatever, right? And then that, man, again, they had no proof of that, nothing of that. And man, you're just going to put it out there and put this lie out there that's going to defame Lauren and man, ruin her reputation. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And you have no proof of it. Now, granted, they do get prosecutorial immunity for their job as prosecutor, but I don't think they're allowed to slander people, And I think they, because it wasn't just that they lied to the jury, they lied to the millions of people who are watching it. You see what I'm saying? And they defamed Lauren to those people, And not only Lauren, but Paula, I hope Paula's family decides to sue too. I'll probably be talking to them about it. We'll see.
Well, I hope so. I mean, I hope so because that's a strong point in terms of, they're not allowed to. They're not allowed to. I mean, lie on someone like they did her. And when they did it, it wasn't just inside that courtroom. It was on national television. So, they need to. They need to be held accountable for that. So,
they need to be held accountable for a lot of things.
Absolutely.
That's just what it is. I mean, look, they've been doing this to people for decades and getting away with it. And it's about time it got shoved right up their rear ends.
Absolutely.
Man, I have no problem trying to do it. I really have no problem with it. They put me through hell, and then it's like, and in the end, for what? Literally, man, you can't, how can they justify this in any kind of way? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Not to me and not to the citizens of Monroe and not to the millions of viewers out there who watch what happened. You're not justifying this to anybody. This is exactly, man, what our forefathers did not want when they wrote the Constitution. Because, man, no, they don't care whether or not you did it. They just want a man win. That's all they want. That's all they care about.
So, Ty, I have one more clip I want to play for you because I want you to hear this and I want you to respond and give some background on this because I think this is important to the potential theory of what really happened to the case. And this is Michael Alexander, in his statement to what he says he heard happen.
Blood on it. Doesn't that seem a little strange?
It sure does, sir.
Hey, how's it going? We talked before. How you doing, sir?
I'm seeing you.
Good. It's flu season. It's fist club time.
I got you.
But the car isn't here, right?
The car isn't here. This is the tag.
125.
125.
This subject is not valid. Status is clear. Last M&I entry is from the 2007.
Rugged.
Last M&I entry.
Because John, you need to.
She's my friend.
Hang on to this.
By the way, that's your favorite guy, Brady, right there.
What's your name again?
What is it?
Michael.
That's Brady right there, your favorite guy.
Brady. Oh, that's Brady. Oh, gotcha.
What is one of the victims?
Yeah.
Pamela, how is she? She's my friend. That's the reason why
Morel flagged as a sexual predator.
What did you happen over there? And I understand your reluctantness, all right? But you know what happened over there. I would appreciate it if you told us. Yes, I'm all.
But I can tell
They're your friends, so we want to know what you know.
Okay, all I know is what I heard. So
What did you hear?
From underneath an 18-wheeler where I was sleeping.
So you were sleeping right next door when this happened.
Very close, yes.
Okay.
I heard help, help, help 3 times.
Okay.
I stood up to see what was going on, to see if there's something I could do.
Who said help, help, help?
It was a male voice.
Male voice.
It sounded like Matt.
Sounded like Matt.
Proprietor of the property.
Okay.
Okay.
And then what happened?
And then I heard screaming. 2 girls, 2 separate voices.
Okay.
April and Paul.
Okay.
Screaming.
All right, Ty. So I want to bring you into this here, or into that. He says he heard Anthea Clay, correct, at the scene. Is that not right? So is it possible she was there?
When he says he heard April, that's who he's talking about. He's talking about April Anthea Clay.
So that would mean she might have been there at the scene, the person who set this all up. So just teeing this up.
I mean, not only might she have been at the scene, I mean, she admits that she was there earlier, but he's saying he heard her, man, during the crime. And she's only found, she's also only found like a couple doors down from where the crime happened. When they call her up and bring her over there to the crime scene, she only had to walk down a couple doors.
Now,
you know what I'm saying?
Is it true that she called Penny Phelps an hour before? Is there any truth to that?
Yes. Okay. We have records to prove that. So Penny Phelps, man, the big, hemorrhoid in my behind, man, as far as, man, how I ended up here. No, and her, she ended up, Anthea was accused by a CI, man, of setting up this crime, right? And there was a lot of evidence that said she did. The thing is she calls up Penny Phelps about an hour before the crime goes down. Now, we always, man, thought she was a CI. Matter of fact, I knew she was because I saw her name on paperwork when I was in jail. And when you see name on paperwork, you know they're a CI because they have to give them up, man, because you have the right to face your accuser, right? But it's on their paperwork. So I know she was a CI. But when we looked into county CI records, she was not a CI for the county. You know what I'm saying? So if she's not a CI for a county, who's she a CI for? Is what you got to ask, right? Well, there were 4 major drug dealers who showed up at the treehouse the day that robbery happened, right? All 4 of them ended up with Fed cases. All 4 of them, right? And the thing is, man, Anthea, you got to think, why did they protect her for years? And man, for years they told us they couldn't find her and all this other kind of crap when they knew exactly where she was. When they found her, or actually I should say when we found her, she was still in that same house, couple doors down, still had the same phone number, was posting up how she was doing a stray cat program with the county. This is 2 years later. And this is a woman who's wanted for murder, at least should have been, right? If she set it up, she should have been, man, wanted for murder. Matter of fact, she should have been busted the very first night, but that's beside the point. Anyway, even after they pull her in and talk to her, they still never arrest her, ever. Right. And then to make matters even more weird and mysterious, she dies, 2 years ago on Christmas Eve.
Is it overdose, wasn't it?
I don't know what killed her. I really don't. Crystal Dinklocker is the one you're thinking of, Jody. Now that's a whole nother story. Crystal Dinklocker, according to Paula, you guys remember my friend Paula, man, part of Paula's story was that she had talked to Crystal Dinklocker and that, man, Anthea had tried to set up this same exact crime with Crystal Dinklocker and her friend Melissa Damas, right? That was Paula's story. But they never go talk to either one of them, right? But Crystal ends up dead about a month after I went to jail, supposedly from an overdose. But then again, we went ahead and got the records for her investigation, and her cause of death was listed as doing drugs, which that's a little off. But then and then and then you look. Well, then you look at the report, right? And they say, they're accusing her of, man, having all this shit in her system, right? Heroin and this and that and the other, they said she has all this shit in her system, but they never ran a toxicology. So how the hell do you know what she had in her system? You didn't run a tox screen, which they always run a tox screen with an autopsy.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
But anyway, and these are things, man, I'm sure we're going to delve into further as we get into the whole civil thing, because it's not just, man, civil rights groups I've gone to. I did go to the FDLE about their failure to go ahead and investigate officers who committed crimes during this, right? So I'm going into other agencies and trying to go after them, not only civilly, but have them thrown in prison where they belong, so I'm working on that too.
So,
it's just more,
so Ty, update us on Judge. Is there any updates on Judge Jones' complaint? Or I know you filed a complaint. Is that correct? You filed a complaint against Judge Jones due to his behavior in the first trial, or I guess the only trial.
And,
so give us an update on that.
I filed a JQC complaint. The JQC, for those who don't know, is the Judicial Qualifications Commission. They're kind of like the bar for judges, right? Anyway, so I went ahead and made a complaint against them. I told them, man, a bunch of different things that happened during that trial that were totally inappropriate. And then I went ahead, man, I told them, go ahead and watch it. Millions of people saw what happened there. So denying it's going to be very hard. And man, there's video of everything that happened during that trial. Him allowing, like one of my favorites is after I showed proof that the prosecution lied to the jury about the blood on the knife and all that stuff. I love Judge Jones. I don't see anything wrong with this. Really?
I know, that's
unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure the Judicial Qualifications Commission is having fun with him and going through that tape right now.
So now, Judge Morgan, do you plan to file any complaints against him for his actions, behaviors in your case? Some of the things we talked about.
I plan on filing complaints against him. I do. Civil actions and criminal actions. He's a little safer on the criminal side than Jones is, right? Because man, Jones actually did commit crimes on the case too. That's a whole nother thing. When I said, man, he tampered with a witness, I have evidence of that too, right? And that is a crime. And man, here's the thing: tampering with a witness in a capital case is a punishable by life offense, and should be, in my opinion. But the thing is, Jones has more to worry about than Morgan does. But Morgan, man, still has quite a bit to worry about because he has to justify his actions too.
Now, Ty, if you can break down for us, because you brought up something very important, I think that people need to hear if they haven't heard already. The tampering. Tell us about that, because that deals with Rory or Crystal. Is it Crystal that was Rory's lady who he set an important witness out of state?
Well, let's put it this way. April and April, both Aprils.
That's it. April. Okay.
Yeah, both Aprils, man. You have April Anathea Clay, who Rory hooked up with for a little while at the treehouse, and that's when, man, she, put the whole idea of the robbery in his head, I guess. Mm-hmm. Somewhere in that time. But anyway, they were hooked up for like a couple of weeks while his baby's mama was at home. The other April, wondering where he was. The thing is, man, so that's how that part played out. But as far as liabilities and stuff like that go, there's a ton of different stuff in there. And there's a ton of different investigations that needs to be done. Morgan, the one thing I have to say is what might save Morgan, and you know this as well as I do. Judicial immunity is absolute, right? He gets immunity for anything he did in his judicial capacity, right? Same thing with Jones, right? Now, I might get him thrown off the bench, but I might not be able to sue him, right? But we're going to find out because, man, here's the thing, is while they do get immunity for what they do as a judge, if you commit a crime while doing your job as a judge, then you don't get immunity for that. You know what I'm saying? So, man, we're going to see, man, if I can still go after him.
So, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Sorry.
With Jones, correct that the Jones took through a witness, did he not, when he sentenced a witness? And he sentenced a witness and made it a condition of his sentencing that he had to leave the state and not come back. And that witness was a witness who exonerated you from the allegations that Penny Phelps used to arrest you originally. Because remember, you weren't arrested. You were arrested originally for allegedly threatening April Walker. And as a result, you had a guy that witnessed or saw the interactions and could say, hey, there was no threats. There was nothing going on. She was in okay spirits. And Jones actually interfered and made it a condition that gentleman could not come back to the state of Florida to prevent him from testifying for you. Correct?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I thought. Okay. That's what I thought.
And
So I
not only
mean,
did it with one witness, here's the thing, Steve. He didn't just do it with one witness. He did it with two of them that we know about, right? He
okay, who
did
was
it
the
to
other one?
Austin Odom. He
Austin
did it
Odom.
to
That's the
Austin
guy.
Odom. Austin Odom was the one he told, man, to go ahead and leave and go to Georgia and not come
Yep.
back. And he
Correct.
straight up told him he'd throw him in prison if he came back.
Right.
Now, that's just like putting a gun to somebody's head and telling him to, get out of town. Anyway,
Absolutely.
point being is the other one was Belinda Corrales. Now, he just told her to leave the county, and if she didn't leave the county,
Now,
then he was
now,
going to have her
Ty, I want
arrested.
you to explain who Belinda Corrales is because she's often forgotten, right? So let's just set a tone for a minute. I'll kind of tee it up a little bit and then let you take it from there. So before this was happening, in Matt Bonnett's trailer, Belinda Corrales, Roosevelt Washington, Todd, and Matt were all there. So
Yes.
she's there during this, correct? And she was a witness who could have spoken to. Well, you go ahead and just speak about what her role was, but she was present. Those four were present downstairs. If you listen to Todd's statement, having an orgy, and then they were looking to try to get more drugs from Paula upstairs. So she potentially is a witness to what exactly happened. Correct? Go ahead. I'll let you take it.
Well, not even potentially, Steve. She testified at Rory's trial.
Oh, did she? What did she say? What was the testimony that she said? If you want to enlighten us.
Not much. I mean, not much. She couldn't really identify anybody or anything like that, man. I mean, she knew Rory. She did know him, but the bottom line is, man, she couldn't testify and say that, man, he did anything. It was kind of like, all the fodder witnesses they had, or even Roger Rugged,
Right.
They
couldn't really
they
identify
didn't have anybody who could actually say anything,
So let's deal with this one issue right here, right? The neck gaiter. How do you think that came up? Is that, because obviously not one witness besides John Johnson. Did you ever confront Mansfield and say, dude, how are you floating this neck gaiter when everybody in the case?
I said that to him more than once. I was like,
what was his reaction?
He's the only jackass who says this, right? So you're gonna have to ask JoJo where he came up with it. But the bottom line is this: it's like, dude, you're the only person who says that. Every other witness says 2 skull masks. But he's like, oh, it's a Jägermeister, man, freaking neck gaiter or whatever. He's the only person who says that. And man, okay, so if you want to listen to JoJo, then man, it's a whole different story if you want to listen to JoJo, But I mean, there were plenty of other inconsistencies I caught, man, as far as even what he testified to at trial. When he testified at my trial, he's told the story, man, numerous times now. And there's been little deviations here and there, man, where he's messed up his lie. But man, when he did the one at trial for me, that's when he added in how I helped him, man, put his trunk in his truck. That's the only time he ever says that. He said it at my trial to try and make it seem like, man, I threw something, threw the backpack in his trunk or whatever.
Right. So one of the big things that I think sticks out for me in this case, and you can maybe hopefully touch on this and let everybody know what was known, what wasn't known, is the Keys Electric video shows John Johnson walk across and then Rory come back. But what it never shows is you come across. It never shows John Johnson returning in his truck. Correct me if I'm wrong. It should have shown that. Why was that not shown? Where was that video evidence?
That's something the police are going to have to answer to, right? Why do we only have 7 minutes of that video? You know what I'm saying? Yes, it would have been valuable to see John Johnson's truck move up, go up to the treehouse. You know what I'm saying? It would have been, man, valuable to see him drive back. You know what I'm saying? I mean, all that shit would have been valuable, but man, why do we only get 7 minutes?
So
probably the same reason. Well, probably the same reason my interview was cut up into 80 pieces.
Well, now let's touch on that because I aired it, so we can talk about things that we're not saying this. Pitcher is saying this. Pitcher said in his deposition that he gave Colleen Dunn the password to get into the system. What is the over? Were those videos ever present that you were aware of to your attorneys or to any process or point? Was it after she got that password that all of a sudden your interview's chopped up and everything is coming up missing?
That's hard to say because we don't know when he gave her the password, right? Not exactly. Well, actually, we know about what time, but here's the point. Is, man, look, man, he had been doing it before that. You know what I mean? Because the text message we have, she's asking for it again. She'd already had it before. But here's the point is, man, okay, how much exculpatory evidence disappeared from, man, the sheriff's office? You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, from
Absolutely.
the Tom, you know, everything from the Tom
Well, the
Thumb
Tom
video.
Thumb. Okay,
You
and that's
know,
that we didn't play that part of Michael Alexander's video. But touching on that, what Michael Alexander's video, if we play the rest of it, he talks about seeing a gentleman, which I thought was interesting because Gabby says she saw a guy come up, the black guy pull a hoodie up, boom, get in the car and sedan and drive off. And he's talking about a sweatshirt that this car pulls up in the Tom Thumb, and a sweatshirt is then thrown in that trash can. What happened?
Right.
Can you tell us the background on what happened with the sweatshirt? Was it ever collected? Was it not collected?
it
The
was
video,
collected, but
how did
somehow disappeared.
it disappeared?
It was collected from the trash, but somehow disappeared, to our knowledge. You
Okay.
know,
So it was
yeah.
collected, but it actually was literally, we could say destroyed or lost or whatever. That it was
Yeah.
never ever tested or
The
been
same
able
thing
to.
like JoJo's truck. I made this argument when I was making the argument about evidence tampering. I'm like, okay, JoJo's truck. I had never been in JoJo's truck. You know what I'm saying? So okay, if I've never been in there, if they had preserved the evidence, if they had actually impounded that truck, we could have went and checked for DNA. And if my DNA isn't in there, that's exculpatory to me. You know what I'm saying? Same thing if you had found victims' DNA in there. That would not have helped JoJo's story. But instead of impounding the truck, they leave it open in a lot where, man, it ends up disappearing and now it's gone forever.
Does the no
All right,
contest
add me to my
plea
switch.
exclude you from then double jeopardy as well?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, yes,
There you go.
because Jody, he was adjudicated.
I'm adjudicated now. I can never be tried to the end.
Good.
Yeah, he was adjudicated guilty and set in the sense of he was sentenced and punished. He was so the case has been the case is completely complete.
Yeah.
The 910 days is his penalty that he has to see. He agreed, I'm going to do the penalty.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take the penalty, but I don't have to say I'm guilty. I'm just going to serve the time.
But the sentence for that felony was like, wasn't it 10 years or something? And so to be
Well,
given
okay.
time served
To
is phenomenal.
clarify for you, Jody, when all this started, do you know how much time I was looking at? Approximately 370 years plus life. So 370 years plus life turned into 910 days.
Yeah. How do you get 4 felonies dropped? It's like just poof, gone.
Well,
And
you
not
do it by
innocent.
being
Being innocent.
tenacious and man being right. You
And
know?
being innocent. That's how you do it.
Yeah. Well, so on the front of the truck with JoJo, going back to that, you said that they actually left the truck unlocked in the impound lot. Is that what you said? Is that correct?
No, they never impounded it. Steve, they never impounded it.
No, it was never impounded. Oh,
no,
nope.
It was exposed.
So you're saying that they never collected JoJo's truck, which could have been potentially something that someone rode back in after the crime. They never looked for blood, nothing.
Look, any real police department, this is what happens. And man, everybody who's watched any real crime shows knows this. When there's a vehicle and it's suspected of being used in a homicide, you impound the vehicle, you let forensics go over it, and then you search it for an additional evidence afterwards, and then you impound it so the defense has a chance to inspect it too. Right, so that you can follow Brady. Right, we have every bit as much right to that evidence as the prosecution. You know what I'm saying? So we have the right to inspect it too. Well, they denied us that right by freaking not impounding the truck and letting it get destroyed.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So wait a minute. So his truck has been like destroyed. That he actually took it to the lot and had it just
gone.
It's gone.
No, it's gone.
Why did
they have no explanation as to what happened to it?
And was that done by John Travis Johnson? Like John Travis Johnson gave permission for that to happen while he was in jail and said, "Get rid of it, destroy it."
I have no idea how that works. You know, I really don't. All I know is they couldn't come up with an excuse as to what happened to it. Because I asked them, I was like, "Well, what happened to it after, man? You guys got done searching it?" Well, we don't know. We just left it there.
Yeah.
So the lack of video evidence that showing you're coming in. We have videos. Correct me if I'm wrong. There was cameras behind the CVS that should have done it. And was the issue with that, if I remember from the trial and from Malone's testimony, that she got the wrong date on those. Is that right?
No, that would be the Tom Thumb video. She got the wrong date.
Okay.
That's the gas station video. Because you got to remember, okay, all three suspects, man, and, including me, all three suspects were at the Tom Thumb that night.
Right.
So why don't you have the video from them? You know what I'm saying?
So speaking of that, so walk us through, Ty. You went to the Tom Thumb that night, correct? And you saw when you're walking with John Travis Johnson. Did you remember? Because obviously you woke up. You and John Travis Johnson, if I'm not mistaken, walked to Tom Thumb, and then you guys are seeing all the police activity, and that was after Phelps and everybody had come to the warehouse and were directed away. So what was John Travis Johnson's demeanor like when you were walking with him? What was the conversation like?
No, he seemed okay. I mean, he didn't, you got to remember, I was a little lit too, man. But man,
sure.
He seemed all right. But the thing is okay, but it was before the Phelps thing, right? Because, Phelps, man, came after Big Scott and him went out on the porch to watch the cops. Okay, that's when Phelps shows up. Okay. Right? So I went to go get cigarettes with him shortly before that.
Okay. And so you guys went and got cigarettes before we see him talk to Phelps on the body cam and everything. And you're back in there already, back up in the warehouse hanging out. Now, did you see or did you see Rory at all in the coming days after that, or have any contact with him as far as hearing anything he said, or did he just hole up with?
I mean, I've testified before to. Hold on, I'm going outside for a second. Sure. By the way, guys, man, I'm sorry I look like crap. I was in the hospital for a few days. After I get out, of course, man, after I get out, I get sick and have to go to the hospital. But it is what it is. The thing is okay. Now, as far as what Rory said to me, Rory, in the days following, there was the one time when the detective showed up. Remember, I told you guys. I don't know if I told you guys about it, but whatever. The thing is Rory, man, the cops come by, the detectives come by, right? Mm-hmm. And I know they're detectives because they're in plain clothes and they've got their badges on their belts, right?
Right.
Those are not uniformed officers. Those are detectives. Anyway, and when detectives come to your house and they want to ask questions, it's probably a good idea to contact them and answer them. At least that's my experience. Anyway, point being is they came, I opened the door, I talked to them for, a little while. They asked me if, Rory was selling drugs, that kind of stuff. I was like, not to my knowledge. But they left a card for him, right? And I gave him, was it Rory's number and told him to go ahead and give him a call. I'm sure he'll talk to you, whatever. Anyway, so the point is, though, right after they left, Rory goes ahead and texts me, and he's like, the cops are here, and I text him back like, yeah, I know, and then I went over and knocked on his door and gave him the card, right? And I told him, I was like, look, man, these are detectives, man, you might want to get in touch with them, So anyway, but man, that interaction happened. But other than that, no, I mean, other than, man, later that night, I remember Rory being there that night, but I don't really remember him saying anything to me, I mean, it was nothing more than, man, the same, April, man, was on his ass or whatever, that kind of crap. But no, I don't really remember anything other than that, but yeah, and then, because after that, then the whole raid goes down. And man, it's not like I talked to Rory during that either. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because then after that, he went to jail basically. Which now it's in Rory's trial, which I have not aired yet for everybody. So I'm going to let you kind of tell what the missing minutes. Remember, there was a missing, I think it's like 90 seconds or 2 minutes that was cut out of his interrogation. What was it that Rory was told by Detective Phelps that prompted him to then say, after he says, so all I need to do is say Tucker was involved. And then afterwards he's
right. Basically, man, what happened is, okay, she's grilling him saying, hey, tell me about Ty. I know you were with Ty. He's like, no, I was with Travis in the black truck, all that stuff. But eventually he, man, figures it out. And he's like, wait a second. If I tell you Ty done it, I can go home. and then it cuts off. The video cuts off, and it's approximately 3 minutes that we're missing. Now they came up with some kind of glitch, man, theory or whatever, man, to account for like about a minute of it. But there's like, whatever was remaining is still missing, right? Well, Rory's story is, man, that Phelps cut off the camera and went ahead and, man, threatened him and said, hell, if you don't give me something, then I'm going to go ahead and have April, his 8-month pregnant girlfriend, arrested and charge her with felony murder. Right. And then as soon as they click the camera back on, all of a sudden he's got this story about how me and this guy and Tony and, this guy Steve, and him are all hanging out. And then, that we were coming up with the plot at the table and all this other kind of crap.
So,
but the thing is,
so did he ever, now Mansfeld in the hearings, of course, I'm only reading the minutes of the hearings. He was claiming in court in August that he had provided that 3-minute body cam to your lawyers. He said he'd already given it to them first, and then now he wasn't going to do it again. And he was like, I'm not giving Mr. And he pretty much like had a moment where he just like, that blew him up completely, correct? But he never gave you guys that body cam. Because, I mean, your lawyers were raising that issue.
He's never given it to us. Look, he's never given it to us because it doesn't exist. You got to remember, we also went through a civil case with this, right? Where that same video came into question. You know what I'm saying? And they couldn't come up with it for the civil case. What made him think that, man, I was going to believe they had it for the criminal? That's why I filed a motion to compel to get it. I'm like, if you say you got it, then give it to me. You know what I'm saying? We can end this debate right now. I'm not going to give it to you.
Did he ever admit that they didn't have that to you when you were negotiating, or has he always tried to maintain like, well, we gave it to you, but we're not giving it to you again?
Actually, it came up once, and man, I told him, I admitted to him, I was like, well, just to let you know, I do have a handwritten note from Poise saying that, man, she doesn't, admitting she doesn't have 1 minute and 28 of it.
And what did he say about that? Did he just shoo it off?
He asked me if I could give it to him. If I could send that to him. I was like, sure, I'll send it over. I'm all about reciprocal discovery.
Absolutely. So Ty, you touched on before we got into this section here. If you want to tell everybody, you tell us about you've had some health scares since you got out. So you got out of Monroe County Detention, and then you ended up, unfortunately,
that was kind of a bitch too.
You weren't by a pool. You weren't drinking margaritas. You were. What was going on?
No. Actually, okay, man. It was, look, I had a pretty rough, man, like the last 2 weeks or whatever, man. It's been since I got out. Because I didn't think I was getting out till Monday. If you actually, I know you aired the video where, man, I go ahead and we do the plea deal and all that stuff. And I wasn't expecting to get out till Monday because they told me I was going to need DOC number. And there was, that you touched on this, there was a potential I was going to have to go up to state prison and go to the processing center for a day, just to get my prison number. Right. Anyway, but they were going to try and expedite it and all this other stuff, and make sure that it happened, right away. Right. Or at least as soon as they could. But they didn't think I was getting out till Monday anyway. Right. Turns out, man, they got a DOC number. The guards, they were like, we've never seen this happen. I got a DOC number in less than an hour. I was out, man. I was out of jail in less than an hour.
You heard, I think it was, I believe it was Ward. We got him on the bus and we got him heading out of Key West. I mean, Dennis Ward was trying to
put me on a bus.
Well, that's what he told the radio. And I thought, Dennis Ward is trying to.
Well, part of the deal I made with him is this, man. I told him too. I was like, okay, because I knew I didn't have my ID because when they extradited me, I didn't have my wallet, I didn't have my phone, I didn't have anything, right? I didn't even have a belt or shoelaces. I'm still wearing the same clothes I got busted in, by the way, right? Anyway, so the thing is man, I made a deal. When I made the deal with him, I was like, look, here's the other things I want. I want a state ID so I can get out of Florida immediately. You know what I mean? That way I could actually get on a flight if I needed to. You know what I'm saying? The other thing is I wanted all my possessions that, man, you took from me when I got arrested. The first time, back in 2017, because I knew I had a laptop in there and I had, man, some phones in there. I was hoping I'd be able to at least talk to people through Wi-Fi. But the bottom line is they didn't set up either of those things. What they did is they gave me 2 pieces of paper to go get my state ID from the DMV. So I had to go take care of that. But when they let me out, since I didn't have an ID, I couldn't even stay at the homeless shelter, right? Because I didn't have any ID.
Wow.
So I ended up walking around all night, you know. But
so
then,
did you? How did that go? Did anybody bother you when you were walking around, or was there any issues with that?
Actually, no. That was kind of interesting too, man. That was kind of messed up. I did run into one cop. He told me I needed to find a place to stay, you know. But the bottom line is, man, he didn't want to take me to jail. But the thing is okay. And then I also had, a couple of guys who, man, tried to start fights with me. One of them I actually knew, and man, he was throwing around some ugliness, but whatever. So I wasn't exactly welcomed with open arms. Anyway, but I made it. You got to remember, this is the holidays too, so they're releasing me right before the holidays.
Right.
So I made it to the DMV the next day, man. At what? I got there with 5 minutes to spare, right? Because they were closing early for the holidays. And but I got an ID, and after that, I went to a hotel. Right, because Lauren was nice enough to go ahead and, man, get me a hotel for a couple days, because I was not feeling good. That's when I started getting sick. And anyway, so I stayed there for Thanksgiving, and for the next, I went to the hospital on Friday. And when I went to the hospital, this is shortly after I talked to you. I was already bleeding, and I don't want to get nasty about it, but bleeding out the butt. And but after I got done talking to you, I started throwing up blood. And and so I ended up going to the hospital. I barely made it to the hospital. And then they took me by ambulance up to Miami, right? So I ended up in a hospital in Miami.
Wow.
And I lost enough blood in that couple of days that, man, they actually had to give me a transfusion.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, I was not doing too good. They were talking about having surgery. Huh?
Did they find out where the bleeding was coming from?
No, they never did find out what was bleeding. They did, which, man, I'm sure, man, everybody's going to love this one. But yeah, they did a colonoscopy and an endoscopy on me trying to look for it. Didn't find it. But the blood slowed up on, due to the medications, because they gave me coagulants and a bunch of other medications. And eventually the bleeding stopped. Now, doesn't mean I'm out of the woods. Excuse me?
Stress induced, do you think?
I don't know. Who knows? I don't know, but I do know this. And Steve and I were just talking about this, and actually, we were all talking about it right before we started this. But could you imagine if, man, I'd gotten sick like that while I was still in jail?
No, that would have been horrible. That would have been an absolute nightmare.
No, they would have let me bleed to death.
Oh, yeah.
Straight up.
Yep.
They won't transfer you out, regardless of how sick you are.
So now you obviously you have a phone now, I guess. Is that obviously that's what you're doing? You're live on. You were never able to get the computer or the phone out of lockup. Is that right?
No, because the room and the evidence room wasn't going to be open until Monday, until after that weekend and holidays.
You ended up to Miami.
And by that time, I'm already up in Miami. So, and the thing is I did not have a very good experience in Miami either.
Oh, wow.
I remembered why I don't like Miami very much.
Right.
Because after I got out of jail, not out of jail, after I got out of the hospital, after I got released from the hospital, well, I went hiking up, man, through Miami, right, to get up to North Miami. Because, man, I know that there are cheaper hotels up there, that kind of thing, right? So anyway, so I go hiking up US 1, and, man, I see a lady get killed right in front of me.
Holy cow. Wow.
Yeah, that one. No, this one, man. I mean, and there's no mystery here. She was trying to cross Biscayne Boulevard, trying to walk across the street, and a car hit her. And, man, no, the cops didn't even try and do CPR. I mean, it was that bad, you know?
That's horrible.
So anyway, so then I go from there, and as I'm hiking up, man, I go through another neighborhood, and some yahoo comes driving by, man, busting caps out the window, busting shots out the window. And I'm like, that's when I call my brother, and I'm like, look, man, I need to get the hell out of here right now. You know what I'm saying? I didn't go through all this. Man, just to get in. Yeah, exactly. So now I'm hanging out at my one brother's house, and then I'm going to be going up to South Carolina here come Monday.
Okay, good. Good. So you're safe now. You're away from the all of that nonsense. Then good. Well, glad to
Oh
hear that.
yeah, oh yeah. Well,
So,
and yeah,
so
I'm as safe as can be.
so are you going to be, you know, planning to get in contact with some lawyers at some point here? Is that, or like, what is your time frame that you're looking at in the civil nature as far as what everyone should expect? I know a lot of people are fired up. They want to try to be there to support everything. So what is the time frame? Are you thinking like first of the year is a realistic? Obviously, we're getting ready to get into the holidays and everything.
Well, we're gonna have to see because here's the thing: is I'm talking to obviously we're talking to the press and we're doing a lot with them. And by the way, I am working with I don't know about I don't know how much people know about this, but I have talked to Lauren, and Lauren and I are definitely working together on the civil suits.
Good. Awesome.
So the thing is but we'd agreed, and man, she's talked to Kara. I have not talked to Kara. But the thing is we'd have to get a larger firm involved, right? We need a larger firm involved. We need more resources. There's too many different lawsuits, too much litigation, and the case is crazy as it is. Everybody already knows that.
Absolutely.
So the thing is we need a larger firm and the resources they have, right? So the idea before I got sick was to go ahead and was to go ahead, and I was going to stop off in Fort Lauderdale or Miami and start interviewing some lawyers down there, while I was, on my way to South Carolina.
Sure.
But the thing is, and even Lauren, I even talked to her, and I talked to her, I was talking to her, man, seeing if she wanted to come down and interview them with me, because my feeling is that since we're going to be engaging in these lawsuits together, then man, she has to approve whatever lawyers we're going to decide to go with. This
absolutely.
is a team. So the thing is so she was thinking about coming down and interviewing some lawyers with me. But again, I got sick. That kind of ruined that plan.
Right.
But what we're going to, and it actually kind of works out better because, in a sense, I think we're going to need, man, to really let people know what happened here, right? And how bad this is to begin with. So yes, we're still going to need all you people who've been supporting me, man, supporting this whole thing. And, the fight's not over yet. We've just shifted battlefields, that's all it is. But the thing is man, this is actually a chance for us nobodies of the world to, show, man, you can't do this to people. You're not allowed to do this.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And there are, prices to be paid when you do this to people.
Absolutely.
So anyway, but the thing is what the plan is now is once I get up into South Carolina, I get myself settled, I'm going to go ahead and write up a proposal for a few, pass them off to some lawyers and pass them off to some firms and see who we think, is interested in taking the case, and see who, and see who we think is hungry enough to do it, and see, again.
Yeah, because you definitely want someone that's hungry. I mean, that's what you want. You want somebody who's willing to fight. You don't want anybody who's afraid of a fight. So it's got to be somebody who's an aggressive bulldog, who's like,
but I don't even know how aggressive they're going to have to be because Ward already feels like he's beat. So. But the thing is yes, I want aggressive attorneys. I want ones that are going to go in there, and I want them to pay for every single thing they did. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, really, that's why again you go with a larger firm because they can put more bodies on it. They have more paralegals, more investigators, more resources to go and actually tackle something of this size. The litigation we're talking about is a lot. Yep. They violated a lot of my rights. Lauren's too. You know what I'm saying? And then not only that, they did other libelous things. So I mean, there's so many potential lawsuits here that I mean, it's gonna we're gonna need the resources of a large firm.
Absolutely. Now, have you been in contact with anybody in the press, like Vinnie Politan or any?
No, I haven't been in contact with Vinnie.
What's that?
I plan on that, going and talking to Vinnie. I definitely.
No one's reached out to you yet, though.
Well, I don't know because I don't have my email yet.
Yeah, he doesn't have. Right.
I haven't got my account straight yet. So as soon as I do, then they may have reached out. I don't know.
I think the email box is full.
I want to talk to Vinnie.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes moving forward. Because as you know, man, you already know, Steve, that there's a big podcast series coming out on the whole thing, and
Yes.
that's supposedly going to be released very shortly.
Oh, is it
That's coming
good?
up.
Okay, nice, good.
Well, yeah, because I mean, you and I both talked to David,
Sure.
and man,
Yep.
David told me, he told me today that he's going to get with me next week and let me know, man, where it's at on the series, and man, where when it, approximately when it's going to be aired.
Good.
So it'll be coming out.
Well,
that one's going to be interesting.
That will be key to helping to, I think, really get some much needed attention to the case, because when it can be told in a narrative fashion that people can get involved with, that's going to bring people, because there's a lot of people, man, I know.
I personally can't wait to see it. Not see it, hear it, because he did the very last interview with Paula, right? I still haven't even heard.
Oh wow!
So I haven't even. Wow. And man, this is when she was in the hospital during the trial. Man, he went and interviewed her. So he's the last journalist to ever talk to Paula.
Ever talk to Paula? Nice.
Yeah.
So well, I mean, like I said, I think it's going to be an integral part of the press aspect that you're going to want to have to bring attention to this story, and hopefully get that public sentiment. As long as, like I said, because it's key. Like if you see all these cases that have gotten a good public following, it stems from a podcast or a Netflix, drama that draws people in.
We haven't even talked to those guys yet. Yep. Because I mean, I told you they shot a bunch of.
Have you reached back out? Now they've got their conclusion. It's time to,
Well, and like I said, man, we'll have to wait and see when I get my email account back on. Because man, they may have reached out too by now, and I just don't.
That's true. Because you're out of the pocket of all the different means of contact.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, I've already talked to Lauren, and we're gonna set it up, man, and we're gonna, because we have to do the whole code thing and all that other stuff. But I'm gonna get my Facebook back and my email and get everything that we need to, man, go ahead and start moving forward here.
Good. Well, I mean, like I said, I think that's going to be huge for you to get something like that, a podcast or the Netflix series moving and reporting, because I think that's going to do wonders to enlighten people on just how bad the situation
was. Well, and I also think going to groups like the ACLU and Project Innocence is going to help with that too.
Oh, absolutely.
Right, because they bring their own cameras and they bring their own followers and all that other stuff. So because you got to remember.
So
it's a bigger issue than just me.
Do you have in your long-term plans that you're looking at? Do you have any plans to, write a book? Do you have any plans to go to law school and for you've already tried a case, so
Yeah, but Steve, I'm a convicted felon. I can't pass the bar anymore.
You can't. You can't. Well, there might be exceptions. I thought there was an exception to that. Is there not?
I don't think so, but who knows? Bottom line is this: man, look, I'm not arrogant enough to want to be a lawyer in the first place.
You gotta remember
but here's the point. I do plan on putting out a couple books, and very shortly, actually, because even when I was in jail, the first 2 weeks the first 2 weeks after I finally got that pen and paper and all that, I wrote 400 pages in like 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? So I do have some books that are going to be coming out fairly quickly. One of them is a book on how to fight pro se, obviously. And then another one, man, is kind of my take on the legal system and how pro se, man, works within that legal system. And, man, how I do believe that, it is a way to make some severely needed changes in our legal system by encouraging people to go pro se. Because pro se, everybody knocks it. Right. And you got to realize, that old saying about, a guy who goes pro se only has a fool for a client. Well, you got to remember a lawyer's the one that said that. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, man, I worked with a lot of inmates when I was there who ended up going pro se. And every single one of them, except one, right? One of them, man, he was pro se before I got there and he made some mistakes or whatever before he, got adjudicated. But every single other one got exactly what they wanted, and they did it fast. There were inmates that had been sitting in there for 4 years with a PD, Oh well, let's see what the state has to say. Oh well, I haven't come back with anything. We're still waiting on the state and all. Man, is the state my defense attorney or are you my defense attorney? Why are we sitting here waiting on the state? If you're not attacking, you're losing.
That's exactly right. Yep.
So the thing is man, it gets to a point where there's a lot of things, and man, it's actually easier. Here's another thing, a little tidbit for people. It's easier to go pro se now than it ever was. With AI now, if I need standby counsel, hell, all I got to do is have my laptop right there with AI open, man. And man, if I need to know, man, what the law means, it'll tell me real quick.
Yep.
There was actually something I was working on for the trial that it never ended up panning out because I got arrested. But I was actually working on taking AI from it was Microsoft's AI, the Copilot, right? And what I was going to do is I was going to get a tech from Microsoft to come down here in front of the judge and certify it as an expert in things like the Reed technique and homicide investigation and very general areas where it doesn't have to actually look at evidence, right? But man, you want to know what the rules are, and how standard, what procedures are, those kind of things. And I would have the AI certified as an expert in that, and that way I could use it as an expert witness at trial. And actually be the first person to ever use AI as an expert witness. But by doing that, think about it, man. Think of, that AI is free, right? So that creates, man, for all the poor people out there, that creates free expert witnesses, man, for all their cases.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I do have some ideas about things, and man, it's like, and yes, man, it's weird because the advantages, there are some severe advantages to being pro se. And I was saying to them, because one of the books I'm writing about is, man, if we wanted to collapse this government, everybody wants to go throw rocks and light fires and riot and all that crap. No, you want to collapse it from the inside out.
Yep.
Right. And I'll tell you right now, if every inmate out there right now decided to go pro se, it would literally the system would come collapsing down.
Especially
right? They can't, man. There's no. Oh yeah, and man, the thing is, man, they look because they can't deal with the speed if nothing else. It takes, man, a PD a month to write a motion, right? I can write 20 in a week because look, when I'm locked up, all I do is work on my case. I have one case to work on. I actually care about my client, and I can work 24/7 on that one case.
Well, Todd, let me ask you this question. You've been in there, right? You've been into Monroe County Detention Center. You've been around people that are involved in the justice system. Do you think that the public defender's office, do you think there's collusion among the public defender's office and the state attorney's office? Do you think that some of these delays are actually, I mean, I've always believed that there is, because I mean, that there's almost an idea.
Well, let's put it this way.
But they're working together.
There is always a certain degree, right? And man, but in Monroe County, the PD's office is nothing more than a lapdog to the state. That's all it is. Right? Because it works like this, right? Okay. Even if you want to be a good PD, say you want to be a good lawyer for your client, right?
Right.
I believe Ty is innocent. I'm going to take this to trial, right? Because, man, no, you can't, there's no evidence. You can't prove he's guilty because he didn't do it, right? Anyway, I'm going to take it to trial. You know what the state's going to come back and say? The state's going to be like, fine, you go ahead and take that to trial. We'll go to trial with you, but you're going to take your next 20 clients too because I'm not going to give them a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's the PD do?
He's not going to take, right, I got you. He's going to.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep. It's almost.
Is he going to give up 20? Is he going to give up 20 to save one?
Well, that's what I mean. That's basically what I mean by the collusion aspect. I mean, that's almost it's almost extortion on the PD in the way they're doing that, because it's such that they're literally influencing the public defender's office to go against their own client's interest, because they're like, well, we're going to force this, or we're going to force on that, or we're going to
exactly
take you to trial and all that.
Exactly.
So
and
that's something that the system in Florida has. I mean, in all around. This is definitely not just like something exceptional going on in Florida, but
No,
You know,
no, unfortunately, it's not. And this goes back to what I was saying, with some of the other, people I interviewed with when I was doing the trial,
mhm,
right? Here's the bottom line, man. I keep on telling people there is no such thing as a fair trial in America. That is a myth. That is
right,
Santa Claus. It
right,
does not exist. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why is because as long as
Aww.
prosecutors can bribe witnesses and the defense goes to prison if they even try, then man, it's innately unfair. That means they
yep,
can manufacture evidence. You know what
absolutely.
I'm saying? You're allowing them to manufacture evidence. And man, the defense can't do that. You know what I'm saying? That
Well,
means it's not fair.
now let's
You
talk about
know?
one aspect, something that happened in your case, and it happens in all sorts of cases. And Jody and I had a podcast earlier today, and it was something that was central to the case, and that is informants, jailhouse
Oh
informants,
yeah.
snitches. Naheem Jackson was the guy in your case that they tried to move into your cell and do all these things. How big? I mean, like, how big of a problem do you think is that in jails
Well,
or
that's the other
that's
component. I
another tactic
mean,
they
here's the
use,
thing. It's like we just said.
right? Mm-hmm.
Look, okay, if they wanted to convict me, they could have done it really easily, right?
Mm-hmm.
All they had to do is go into that jail, go, hey, who wants to go home? Are you willing to testify? They would have had
Yep.
20 witnesses against me, man, the very next day.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And man, here's the problem with that. If you get 20 liars, right? They go get themselves 20 liars out of that jail by being able to bribe them, right? Well, here's the problem. All the evidence goes out the window
Yep.
because you know what the jury's thinking? You put
Yep.
up liar after liar after
Yep.
liar after liar up on the stand, right? Guess what the jury's thinking? Well, they can't all be lying.
That's right. Yep.
That's human
Yep.
nature. You can't
100%.
fight that. You know what I'm saying?
100%. 100%.
You know?
So,
You know?
so what would you, what would you like to see be provided if you were putting together, say a pro se defendant's bill of rights? What do you think out of the box that states should provide pro se defendants to make them successful? What that should be just
Well,
guaranteed.
first off, I mean, again, there's no
Pencils.
reason this is not the 1500s. There's no reason I should be handwriting motions.
Absolutely
You know
not.
what I'm
Right.
saying? With a golf pencil. And man, there's no reason why they can't provide you with a computer. They give tablets out that show, man, soft porn, but you can't give me a computer that, man, I can type up my freaking motions with or send them in, man, via, man, e-file like everybody else in the state.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Here's the thing is we have a constitutional right to go pro se. You have a constitutional right to self-represent, but they don't honor it. You know what I'm saying? They won't give you the same ability to adequately prepare for trial. You know what I'm saying? And that is a violation of your Sixth Amendment right. Because yes, you have a right to adequate, efficient counsel, right? Well, man, if a lawyer does not adequately prepare for trial, he's considered ineffective assistance of counsel. You get an appeal for that, right? But man, now you're taking a pro se defendant and you're automatically making him ineffective because you're not giving him the tools he needs to be adequately prepared.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely a huge issue because, man, this goes beyond it. It goes actually to the Supreme Court's decisions, as far as how they handle.
We lost him. I think we had a cell phone connection issue. Hopefully, he'll be able
Oh
to come back
no.
in.
Where'd he go?
Yeah. Well, I think he probably got outside walking around, probably
Yeah.
too far or whatever, into a dead zone. So hopefully he'll be back. But
The Wi-Fi dropout.
yeah, exactly. I know. So yeah, guys. I mean, Ty Tucker is free, as you guys heard. He's doing better than he was last week. So we're glad to hear that. And it sounds like we're gonna have a second chapter at some point here. Obviously, the civil trial will not be aired. So if anybody's wondering about that, we're going to have to rely on Ty if and when that were to go back to trial. He'll be hopefully keeping everyone informed on exactly what's happening and getting into those things. So hopefully he'll come back up. We'll see what happens. Let me see if
I was just wondering before, you know how when at the last hearing when Judge Morgan was reading out the plea, had he actually set eyes on that prior to that moment? Because he sounded surprised with the downward departure.
Well, let's ask Ty. We're sending him in. All right, Ty.
Sorry about that. Looks like, man, it messed me up, man. I got a phone call and it messed me up.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. Uh-oh.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you now. You're frozen, but I can hear you.
It's a bad pause. Bad pause. What you gonna do?
So, Ty, Jody had a question for you in regards to Judge Morgan in his.
I can't hear you guys.
You can't hear me? Okay, hold on.
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Hold on. Let's see here. All right, can you hear me now? You're offline, it says. I don't know if you're. Hold on.
You still got audio.
There he is. I think he's back.
I mean, I think that's still beneficial for you.
I think he's back here. Oh, I think he's going to try to come back in. Oh, my. Yeah, he seems, look, Ty, like I said, when I talked to him before, he's very upbeat. He seems to be in good spirits.
Yeah.
Seems to be optimistic about the opportunities that are in front of him. And I think he's got a lot of optimism because he is, listen, he, at the end of the day, guys, he is still legally in it. I know it's hard to understand it. He's legally an innocent man. So he's got a lot to be happy about. All right, Ty, we're back. We got it. All right, let's see here. So
it says I'm on stage again.
You're on stage.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear? Can
No,
you hear me?
no, we can't.
Yeah.
No, I'm not muted.
No, I was being silly.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you. Oh yeah. Can you hear us?
What?
I can't hear you guys at all.
You can't hear me at all. Okay.
Let's see. Hold on.
Let's see. Let me make sure we're. I know I'm not muted, but I want to make sure there's nothing going on.
Well, I probably should be.
Yeah.
Due to the lack of sleep.
He's going to come back in. So
The judges normally see plea deals before they're put on the bench, or?
Oh yeah, well, they're normally consulted with it in terms of I mean the deal is normally brought before them, not in the negotiation phase, but we'll find out from Ty. I believe probably Morgan was just seeing it, but I mean normally they're hoping that the judge will accept it. I think that
So the judge can deny it.
Well, he could have denied it, but I think, as you heard Dennis Ward and you heard Rick Ramsey, they were ready to get this thing taken care of. All right, so let's get Ty back on the stage here. There we go. So Ty, was Judge Morgan aware?
I can't hear you guys.
You can't? Oh no, I don't know. Huh. All right, let's see here. You can hear me, right, Jody?
Yeah.
I can't hear you guys at all.
All right, let's see here. Let me get.
There wasn't a mute button or something on the side of the phone or at the bottom of the screen.
All right, so let's do this. Let's make sure that. Let's try to switch a screen here. All right, we're going to show.
Yes. Sir, do you also understand that pursuant to Florida Statute 775.082, that because you are receiving a prison sentence, if you were to a qualifying offense in the state of Florida as listed under 775.082, within 3 years of your release from Florida State Prison, that you could be classified as a prison releasee reoffender? Yes, sir. All right. Are you being forced, threatened, coerced, intimidated, or made to enter into this agreement against your own free will? No, sir. You understand that you have the right, I assume you do, you already exercised these rights. You have the right to a jury trial with legal representation. You have the right to present defenses. You have the right to testify. But you are giving up those rights by entering this no contest plea to count one of the amended information. Yes, sir. All right. And Mr. Tucker, do you agree that the state could present evidence that if that evidence were to be believed, would establish a factual basis to count one of the amended information? Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Tucker, I find that you are alert and intelligent. freely and voluntarily waive your rights, a factual basis exists and the court will accept your plea. Does the state wish to make any statement at this time?
No, sir.
Mr. Tucker, do you wish to say anything?
No, sir.
All right. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and sentence you now in case number 2017 CF 841CK. Oh, yeah. You have a score sheet? Is that here?
Give to the court.
Mr. Tucker, your score sheet shows 93.5 points. So, first, do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that this is a downward departure.
Yes, sir.
This is a downward departure based on a legitimate uncoerced plea. And we make these notes on the score sheet. All right, Mr. Tucker, you get the of your bargain. Go ahead and sentence you in case number 2017 CFP or 1CK. State, what was your announcement related to all counts in the amended information and to the singular count of the indictment?
We're going to notify all the other counts in the information and request on the indictment. I think I had to request dismissal or eviction or something along those lines.
It's one of those two words, and I will grant your request. Mr. Tucker, to the singular remaining count, which is robbery with a deadly weapon while masked in violation of Florida Statute 812.13, you're hereby adjudicated guilty. You're sentenced to 910 days in Florida State Prison with credit for 910 days. There's $865 of court costs, $100 cost of prosecution, $40 cost of investigation to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. There's a $50 public defender application fee. There's $8,533 of prisoner transportation costs. All of those monetary amounts will be reduced to civil judgment means. Sir, you have 30 days to appeal. If you cannot appeal, 30 days, you have the right. So if you cannot afford an attorney to appeal, you will want to appeal.
There's one final thing. The defendant had asked us about returning this property. There's no objection to that property being released at this time.
So let's let the court minutes reflect that there's a stipulated motion for return of the property of the defendant. The case is now closed. I mean, pending 30 days for appeal. So I'm gonna grant that request. Just let the court minutes reflect that. So sometimes if you go to property, they either want a court order or court minutes that reflect that property can be returned. Again, the state stipulated the case is closed. Mr. Tucker's property can't.
Let me add Ty to the scene. Can you hear me, Ty? Can you hear me now?
I still can't hear you.
You still can't hear me? Oh. Can you hear me, Ty? No? Chat, put up, can you hear me, chat? Can you hear me? If anyone in chat can say whether you can hear me or not. And I think Jody stepped away. She was getting her tablet or something. So she should be back soon. Yes. Okay, good. So they can hear me. So Ty, can you hear me? No? Uh-oh. Can you hear Ty?
Can't hear you.
Can't hear me? Can't hear me. No. All right. Well, we're so let's see. Can you all right, can you hear me, Ty? Probably not. Let's see here. There it is. We'll have to talk through the chat, I guess. I can hear you. I think you can be heard. Can you hear Ty? No, you cannot hear Ty. Okay, so there's no Ty, but you can hear me. So what in the world have we done here? What in the world? Okay. Hold on one second. Okay. What is? All right, so I'm checking to see if I can be heard right now on this. Right now, we're having.
All right, so
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there it is. You can hear me.
I'm
Everybody
checking
can hear
to
the
see if I
feedback.
can be.
So you can hear me. Let me add you to the scene, Jody. So Jody, can you all hear Jody? Jody talk.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello.
So somehow Ty is muted. I don't know how because he's not showing muted on our end, is he, Jody?
No, not that I can
No, it's
see.
just so bizarre. Oh, you can hear Ty laughing. Okay, so then we can hear Ty. So they can hear Ty. All right, so Ty's might have to finish this out. Hey, what's up, man?
You put him on speaker.
Okay, yeah, let's do it. Yep, I'm gonna put you on speaker. All right, so here we go. All right, Ty. So I got Ty on the phone, everybody.
Yeah.
I can't see your comments, guys. I'm sorry, but thank you for everybody for showing up, man. Whoever did.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And now he's muted us, and we can't hear a thing. Nothing like having an IT.
So all right, so Ty, what were we talking about? We were talking about something I can't remember when we
were talking about jailhouse snitches, man.
Jailhouse snitches, yes, and Naheem Jackson, and then we got booted. They must have heard us.
Stitches.
So
yeah, I hear you. We gotta stop this. They're telling all our secrets.
That's right. That's right. So Ty, tell us about, if you can give us a little background on the Naheem Jackson. Obviously, in your case, do you think, obviously you were saying you thought there would be 20 people that would come, that you would have had 20 snitches in the jail, but Naheem Jackson played a role. Give us a little background of that, because that's going to play a part in your suit. Is that not correct?
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. Naheem Jackson is a 1983 lawsuit. It's a violation of my civil rights. Okay. Anytime there's a jailhouse snitch, it's a violation of your civil rights. Right. Unless, man, the guy actually comes as a legitimate witness. Right. Now, here's what I mean by a legitimate witness. If a guy, man, has no prompting by the state, is not given anything by the state, just like any other witness, right? Like they don't go around giving out, man, party favors to witnesses when they canvassing door to door. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, when they give them deals from the state, and man, okay, especially like they did with Naheem, right? Where they're sending him back into your cell, or they're sending, moving you so you can be near them, any of that kind of stuff. Okay. Okay. And man, most people know this, or at least they should. When you go to jail, right? Almost everybody in jail is represented by a lawyer, right? And man, okay, cops are not allowed to talk to you, without your lawyer being present once you're represented. That's the way it works, right? Well, okay. Well, they can't do it by proxy either. That's against the law too, right? That was, man, decided by the Supreme Court in the Messiah decision, right? And what that says is they can't use an agent of the state to try and, man, go work around, man, cops not being able to talk to you without your lawyer. Right. And that's what a jailhouse snitch is. You know what I'm saying? It's an agent of the state, because look, they don't even look. What they do with that is, man, all they do is put the guy in proximity to you. They're going to tell him what he has to say, and Naheem Jackson's a perfect example of that, because he keeps there's like 7 or 8 interviews they do with this guy, and he changes his story every time, man, to try and work around whatever the evidence is. But the bottom line is man, all of that's illegal. It violates 4 of your constitutional amendments, including your right to due process, which again is in Florida, that's enough to get the case tossed, man, just because, man, of the way the Constitution in Florida is. If the state engages in misconduct, trying to, on violating your due process rights, trying to convict you, then they have to throw the case out. They don't have a choice. That's what the Constitution says here, But that's just the state of Florida. I don't know about every place else, but man, I gotta imagine it's similar across the country, and should be. right? The state should not be violating your rights in order to try and get a conviction. You know, that's not what their job is. You know, this is, you know, and this goes back to prosecutors in general. Prosecutors have way too much power. So do circuit court judges. Both of them have way too much power. But prosecutors in specific, they decide who's going to get charged, what they're going to get charged with, and if they're going to seek punishment for these people, right? Anybody, right? Well, the thing is okay, when they do that, they forget that yes, their job is not just to convict the guilty. Their job is to protect the innocent, both. And they always forget that second half of that. If the guy didn't do it, if you have evidence saying the guy didn't do it, then you drop the case. Simple as that. Even if you think the guy did it, say you think he did it, but you know you don't have evidence to prove it, you still drop the case. Because, man, again, it's not worth it. You know, you're not going to go in and committing a bunch of misconduct and illegal, engaging in illegal activities to try and bust criminals is not what the good guy does. You know, that's not what, that's not justice. You know what I'm saying? You don't have criminals convicting criminals. You know, I mean, that's ridiculous. You know, the whole point of the system is you're supposed to be the good guys. You know, and unfortunately, too many prosecutors just don't get that. Colleen Dunn being one of them. You know, I mean that woman. I don't think she knows how to get a conviction without doing something that's shaped. You know,
isn't that the reason
I'd say that about most of them in Monroe County. You know, I think it comes from Ward on down, and Dennis Ward on down. Right? It's like this. We don't care. We don't have any evidence. No problem. We're going to hold you and hold you and hold you. We're going to hold you hostage until you take a plea deal. And if you don't take a plea deal, then guess what? We're going to convict you with a snitch. You know what I'm saying? Because many people down there get convicted with confidential informants and jailhouse snitches. You know, because if you don't have any evidence, you get one of them and you get your conviction. You know, and that unfortunately is a problem in the entire country, not just Monroe. You know, that's legal everywhere. You know, Monroe's just a startling example of how bad it can get. That's true. You know, but unfortunately, that happens all across the country. You know,
we
you get
just
these
went through a
prosecutors
trial
who
that
have
had
greater ambitions. Like I was telling Steve, Jody, you didn't get the benefit of hearing this one, but one of the things I realize is how stupid we are as citizens, right? We really are because I was reading a book called The Speed of Trust when I was in jail, right? And one of the things it says is the least trusted occupation in the United States is attorneys. 79% of people do not trust attorneys. You know, they don't trust lawyers, you know? So anyway, so we take the people that we trust the very least, right? And we let them decide who's going to go to jail, who's not, man, who's going to argue, man, what. But not only that, then we get even more retarded because we give them a dress, we give them a gavel, and then all of a sudden we call them honorable. And it's like, wait a second, that's still just a lawyer. And man, he's still just, we don't trust him as much as we don't trust any of the other ones. You know what I'm saying? But now he's honorable just because we say he is. And then the ones that don't become judges decide to become politicians who make the laws. And then we wonder why the system's so screwed up and so skewed towards the government. You know, that's a part, man, people don't realize how much we whittled away our rights. You know, the Bill of Rights. Okay, first off, even if, when I said, man, that there's no such thing as a fair trial and that it's a myth and it's Santa Claus because of what the prosecution can do. But in reality, guess what? And this goes to any country, Joe, this even goes for yours, right? You will never get a fair system where, man, it is absolutely fair. It can't happen because the individual can never have as much money, power, resources, influence as the government, no matter what we do. It's innate. You know what I'm saying? All the Bill of Rights did was, man, try and level the playing field, try and make it so that the individual at least had a chance, to win against the government. You know, you should look even the Trump trial. You know what I'm saying? This guy has how many billions? And man, he can't beat the government. You can't outmoney them. How are you going to outmoney the government? How are you going to outpower the government? I don't care if you are Donald Trump. It doesn't make a difference. You're not going to do it. So here's the point is, man, when we whittle away at that Bill of Rights, when we start ignoring those rights and letting them slide, all we're doing is, man, we're going exactly against what our forefathers, man, wanted in the first place. They wanted to try and make it more fair. But, man, by letting them cheat, by letting them go ahead and, man, bribe witnesses, we're crazy for doing that. You know what I mean? And that's us as a people. We allow this to happen. And then we go, we grant them immunity, too. They get immunity from man's suit for anything that they do.
Yep.
I mean, are we nuts? You know, what are we doing? Because it's up to us to decide, man, if we're going to allow it or not. You know, but unfortunately, man, you know, we sit there and, oh, well, you know, everybody gets their day in trial. Everybody's going to get the fair shake. You ain't getting a fair shake. You know, no, you're fighting an uphill battle. You know, and unfortunately, an uphill battle that way too many people lose. You know, I mean, Steve, it cost me a lot of fighting. It cost me a lot to, man, win this. You know what I'm saying? And, man, look, and even then, I still had to give 10 pounds of flesh to do it. You know? And that's the thing. Only the guilty have enough dollars to defend themselves.
Yeah. Yep, that's exactly right.
Well, actually, the guilty don't need money because they got their buddies there, man, to go ahead and take care of that.
Yep.
You know, because, man, I learned it's all about politics. It has nothing to do with justice. It's about politics. You know? And the thing is, man, no, you know, that, you know, when they whittle away those rights, man, when you get a rate, oh, well, you know, they took away your right to a speedy trial, you know, no big deal. You know, yes, it is a big deal. You know, that is a big deal. You're taking options away from the individual, ways to fight. Like one of the ones with the gag order. I couldn't, you know, because, man, they can't put a gag order on me anymore. That's another thing that I'm loving about life. They're saying they were doing it because, man, you know, the state had a right to a fair trial. The state doesn't have a right to a fair trial, never should, right? Mm-hmm. Because it's already innately in their favor. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's already fair because they're running the show. You know, no, it's the individual who we need to fight, man. Make sure that they have a right to a fair trial. You know what I'm saying? The state, no, you already have all the advantages. You know. And, man, we need to start taking a look at that, you know, and starting to really, man, look at how we can change that. Because until then, you're going to see a lot more innocent people going to prison, right? And, man, and doing it just the way they just did it to me, right? We're going to hold you hostage, right? We're going to make your life suck, you know, and we're going to, man, do everything we can to, man, make you take that plea deal, you know, even though we know you didn't do it. Everybody in the country knows I didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? Yet he still had to get this. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't willing to just say, okay, we messed up, you know, we're going to drop it. You know what I'm saying? How hard is that to do? You know? But instead, 7 years worth of, man, punishing me and, man, worth of beating on me. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, locking me up and, man, you know, ruining my life all over again. You know? All that stuff. And, man, what? Oh, so you can just say, oh, well, we got a conviction. You know? You didn't prove, man, I was guilty. You know, because you can't. Nope. You know, that's what it boils down to. You know, and if you can't prove I'm guilty, then why do I have a conviction? You know, oh, because it was the only way you were going to, you know, let me out of jail. Or what, you were going to keep me in jail for another 10, 15 years? You know, oh well, great, man. Thanks a lot, man. By that time, man, how old am I? You know, it's like no, you know, do the right thing for once. I was with a cop for 10 years. You'd be amazed at what he told me. Oh, don't get me wrong, Jamie, I would not be amazed. You know, I mean, it is crazy, man, some of the stuff that happens. And it's not just cops, though. That's the thing, is cops are on the low end, actually. Cops, man, they can, man, make all kinds of wrongful arrests, and they can, man, do all kinds of messed up shit. But, man, it's the prosecutors and the judges you really got to watch out for.
Absolutely.
Because, man, when they're doing dirty shit, oh, no. That's why 75% of all wrongful convictions are due to prosecutorial misconduct. You know what I mean? Prosecutors, man, okay, and out of our entire history, for all of the people who have done the thousands of years for wrongful convictions, right? Thousands of years. There's only been one prosecutor who's ever gone to jail, and they spent 2 weeks in jail for the misconduct that sent the people there. You know what I'm saying? It was one prosecutor in Texas who actually got charged for, man, you know, criminal misconduct, man, in a criminal case for sending somebody to prison for wrongfully. You know, where are all the other prosecutors, man, who've done this? You know, hell, the bar won't even take their license. It's like I was telling you, Steve, you know, my personal feeling nowadays is if there is an Illuminati, the American Bar Association is the recruiting station.
Yep.
You know, that's basically it, because they control everything. Think about it. Lawyers control everything. Everything we do. They write the laws, they judge the laws, they argue the laws, and, man, hell, we don't got nothing, you know? He liked to brag about people he would beat up. Yeah, no, I'd love to tase that guy in the nuts. Hey, I'm a free man. I can say that kind of shit again.
That's right. So Ty, tell us, like, because obviously one of the things I had talked about, you and I had talked about was, I mean, you, even though you were on home confinement, you were not free. I mean, you weren't able to walk around. You were basically inside your apartment or any place that you were confined to. So what's it been like for the last 10 days or so that since you've been able to get out? And I mean, how is that adjustment going that you're like, hey, you're free, you're outside?
You know, to be honest, I was sick and in the hospital for most of it, so I haven't had a chance to enjoy it too much yet. However, you know, yes, man, okay, people do make that mistake. They thought that I was free, man, just because I was out. And no, I was not. I was just in a cell that, man, you know, where it was a little bit nicer bed and, man, you know, better food, that kind of, you know, better company. But it was still a cell. You know, that never changed.
Right.
How did you go through the hurricane?
I had to email the court to just go out and take out my trash or go and, you know, pick up my mail. You know, so, I mean, you're still confined. More interesting with that, though, Steve, in case you didn't notice, when you look at it, they gave me 910 days, which is only the amount of time that I spent in the actual jail.
Right,
like
exactly.
They don't count, man, home confinement as, man, towards your time and with incarceration. That's why it was 910
Well,
days.
see, it's interesting because, Ty, there was a case in South Carolina, and it actually became an issue at the sentencing hearing where the South Carolina legislature actually mandated that if you were put in home confinement conditions such as what Florida put you in, that South Carolina has now started to recognize that as jail time, as jailable time that they're going to count as credits and say that, you know, if you were restricted, you couldn't leave but to go to your lawyer or maybe a doctor's office. And
you are confined.
Yep.
You're incarcerated.
The state was trying to argue in that case, oh, no, that shouldn't be the case. You know, judge, don't recognize it. And the judge was very quick in that case to say, listen. And she said just what you said. It's a different kind of cell. Like, I mean, you're just in a little bit of, you know, this defendant was in a nicer jail cell, but still was confined, was not allowed to live, was not allowed, did not have the freedom of movement or the freedom to experience life like everybody else.
Right. I'll tell you what. You know, you guys can take the challenge. Any of you out there want to take the challenge? Try living in your apartment or in your house and not leaving for a month and not being allowed to leave.
No.
You can't go out for cigarettes. You can't go out for groceries. Can't take your dog for a walk. None of that kind of crap.
Oh, I can't
You just
imagine.
have to stay in your house for a month.
I cannot imagine.
Normal life.
You know what I'm saying? Because, man, look, we all take these rights for granted.
Absolutely.
You know? And, you know, that's the thing is, man, freedom. Man, you have no idea. I mean, well, I'm sure you do, but man, you know, people just don't have any idea how valuable that is.
Yep.
You know, just to be able, man, the one thing I did like is when I walked out, I could walk in any direction I wanted.
Right. That's what I'm. Right. You know, that's what I was getting at. That
telling me where I could go, or what I could do, or man, what I could say. I mean, I've had all those restrictions. You know what I'm saying?
And then also, Ty, if you can touch on too, because like one of the things that I think a lot of people don't realize is like they think people go to jail and jail is designed, because you and I were talking about this. Jail is designed to be worse than prison because of the fact that there's a lot of people don't understand how jail works, where you're literally in a pod, correct? You're not seeing the outside.
Okay, jail is worse than prison.
Right.
And the reason they do that is, again, everything is geared, the entire system, whether it's the PD's office, state's office, or the jail, it's all geared to, man, make you take that plea deal.
Yes.
Well, if they make jail suck, it means you want to get out of there bad.
Yep.
Right? So you're willing to take that plea deal. That's the idea. Right? Prison, on the other hand, man, okay, when you're sitting in jail, you can't do shit. You sit around, man, in the day room. That's about it. You know, maybe play some poker or play some, man, you know, dominoes or whatever. You know, work on your case if you're me, you know. But the thing is, man, okay, that's all you can do. In prison, you can go to school, you can get a job, you can do all kinds of different stuff, you know, if you're in prison. You know, okay, so why are we taking people who are convicted and treating them better than people, man, who haven't been convicted of anything yet? That seems it should be reversed, right? You know, the people, man, could be innocent, man, the ones that are sitting in jail, right? Now, people don't think that way, but man, yes, and there are people in jail just like me who are innocent. You know what I'm saying? And you got to remember that, you know, but we're treating the people that we've already found guilty better than the people that could be innocent.
You're getting me
that doesn't make sense. But yeah, so I mean, yeah, man.
Which one is privatized?
Definitely, man, worse than prison.
Right.
I mean, it's designed to be that way. Everything's designed to beat you down mentally, beat you down physically, beat you down, man, and make you want to take that plea deal.
Now, let me ask you this: how quick after they got you back to Monroe County did they bring up a plea deal, or was it like who initiated the plea talks in your case?
Well, okay. They came to me and I told them, man, and that's funny because, okay, I sent a message to Mansfield after I got the continuance from Morgan. Right?
Okay.
After, man, the trial date for September 6th was moved off, because, okay, I thought that, man, Mansfield and Alvarez actually did a very smart move there. And I thought that, man, okay, because you remember I was working on a motion for a change of venue. Mm-hmm. And here's the point is, man, if I gotten that change of venue, and I thought, man, what was going to happen is that Mansfield and Alvarez were going to let me win that. You know what I'm saying? Because if I got the change of venue to Miami, then they would have been off the hook.
And they'd have been out of the case. Right.
You know what I'm saying? And Dennis Ward, man, he would have been out of the picture. You know what I'm saying? And they could just go to Dennis and be like, well, we tried, but he got to change a venue, so there's nothing we can do about it, That way they wouldn't have to go back on court TV and try this case again, But they would have been off the hook personally. I don't know, man, if that was their actual intention because they didn't, straight out confirm it. But, man, but yes, they did kind of smirk at the idea. You know what I mean? But the bottom line is, man, even that was problematic. I mean, look, I knew the judge was going to deny me on that too, after, man, he denied the disqualification. And, man, that was going to be a much harder fight in the third DCA. So we were looking at least another 7-8 months, man, for me to even try and get it moved to Miami.
Right.
And, man, there was a good chance I wouldn't have been able to, so.
Well, and then once you get it to Miami, then they got to take their time to get their hands around the case. You were probably looking at least another year of incarceration, at least. Before this thing.
I would agree with you on that. I agree with you all day on that.
And so, I mean, this was like I said, this was the smartest way to do this, I think, because it was just not, Now, when they gave you the public defenders, did you ever talk to those people, or how did that happen? How did that happen that you got a public defender?
That was just a clerical error, man. No, I cleared that up with, man, the court real quick. I was like, oh no, I have not, man, decided to take a lawyer. I don't want a lawyer, and, man,
now,
straight up, man.
My theory on that, Ty, when that happened, do you think they were trying to, I felt like Morgan's goal was to, at least when they first got you there, was to run you to trial, which at that time he was trying to get you to trial in September. And he was trying to just button you up, get you to waive every right, just take every angle of appeal out. And I felt like the clerical error of giving you a lawyer was really designed to make sure you had a waiver of that lawyer on record again, because by giving you the lawyer and then you go on record and say, I don't want a lawyer, it takes away from any ability for them to say, because of course, when they bring you down, and then you end up going through the situation where you're kind of in limbo, because when you first arrive, you're not divorced at that point. So you could you wouldn't necessarily technically qualify for a lawyer or for hired counsel. So you're down there. And then once the divorce goes through, it's like, well, we better give him another opportunity to get a lawyer before he says, well, his situation changed. So they just pushed that lawyer on you in hopes that you were going to waive it.
All right, two things here. Okay, first off, I saw somebody's comment come up where they were talking about an Alfred plea.
Uh-huh.
And, man, to be clear, with an Alfred plea, and the reason why her brother couldn't sue is because, okay, with an Alfred plea, it's a guilty plea. You're pleading guilty.
Right.
You're maintaining your innocence. You're saying, I'm innocent, but I'm going to plead guilty, right? Because, man, I want to end this, right? It's different. So you are actually pleading guilty in an Alfred plea. Whereas, man, when you plead no contest, like I said, you are not pleading guilty in no contest. All you're saying is it's not worth fighting.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that I'll take the punishment. That's the difference. But the other, okay, back to what you were saying. As far as that goes. Hold on, refresh my memory because
what I was saying was, do you think that was a legal maneuver? Because my theory on Morgan was he was trying to button you up, and was he trying to get you to? Do you think they were trying to get you to waive just so the record was clear?
No, I think it was like this. He was either going to make me take a lawyer who a lawyer was going to screw me, because this is the part people don't understand. When you take a lawyer, you're signing your rights away. That lawyer can now speak for you. That lawyer can now sign documents for you.
Right.
He can make decisions without ever talking to you and make those decisions. Right? That's what he wanted. right? Because that way they could guarantee that they would get their conviction, right? And here's the other option. If I wasn't willing to take a lawyer, then he was going to push me to trial and try and make sure I was unprepared going into trial, right? But here's the more interesting thing about that. He tried to assign me a lawyer when my divorce still hadn't gone through yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
But okay, so I'm indigent enough for you to assign me a lawyer, but I'm not indigent enough that a $3.1 million bond doesn't seem a little outrageous to you. You know what I'm saying? A $3.1 million bond violates the 8th Amendment, man, all day.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, there's no way. You're trying to say I'm indigent, but you're going to give me a $3.1 million bond and somehow, man, that's fair? You know? Oh, no. You know, Morgan was a piece of work. You know, he really was. He ended up being worse than Jones.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you on that. He was brought in a man, but I mean, he was a hatchet job man. I mean, to come in and he was brought in my opinion, he was brought in to rush you to trial and get you convicted and try to also at the same time just try to make sure that it was a clean enough record that you couldn't go reverse it on appeal once they got you locked up for life.
They control the record. I watched him change the record during one of the hearings.
Oh, you did? Wow.
The judge can go ahead and change the record any which way he wants. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, okay, now you're playing with the record, so even appeals become problematic at that point. Because if they're messing with the record, man, that's what the appellate court's going to go
off of. Right, exactly.
You know? So, I mean, that makes that a problem. You know, look, man, the entire system down there is jacked.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's not just down there because, again, you're talking about, and think about this, okay? Oh, and this is one of the reasons I think Ward took the deal and why, man, he made it is because, Ashley Moody apparently, and I'm not sure, I just want to make sure, I'm not exactly sure on this, but according to, if you listen longer into Dennis Ward's, interview there, he talks about how Ashley Moody is transitioning and there's a new attorney general. So they don't have Ashley Moody to, protect them anymore.
I got you.
Because you got to remember, man, if anybody looks at the third DCA case that I started, that appeal I, did for the disqualification, they brought the attorney general in to fight with me.
Right. No, yeah, I saw that. I saw she was the one that responded directly with that, which I thought was interesting.
The most powerful lawyer in the state of Florida to come fight a pro se defendant in the appellate court. What the hell?
Well, that was simply to send the message to the appellate court that she was involved and, deny this thing.
Yep, I think so too.
And that was just Dennis Ward showing his juice, that he could say, I'm going to have Ashley Moody get involved here at this point and help out.
But now that she's out of office, that had to be one of the last things she did, man, in her tenure.
Well, and then of course, on top of that, you've got this new attorney general comes in, and you don't want that's a fresh set of eyes that's going to be coming in and looking at this stuff. And I'm sure Ward wanted this cleared off his plate.
The problem is, man, it's not going anywhere.
Well, no, because civilly, I think, in his opinion, it's like he's probably hoping that now, he's going to try to spin, as you already heard him, he's trying to spin this thing with, well, he pled guilty or he's adjudicated guilty, which they're running a slippery language and a slippery.
But that's the thing that's why they all, if you listen to both of those interviews, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least the case is resolved.
Right.
Right. That's all they can say.
Yep.
They can say the case is resolved. We got a conviction. That's all they can say.
Yep.
They can't say that I've ever pled guilty or they ever found me guilty or the investigation was good. They never proved any of that.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
So, the bottom line is, man, they're going to have a lot of trouble explaining to their constituents why, man, after 7 years, man, I'm not sitting behind bars for life.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what's so crazy about this is it's like, how do these guys go on? Again, as I pointed out to you, you got the Pearson case where this gentleman stabbed 3 people. Nobody died, but but one lady was disfigured for the rest of her life. And as a result, and he gets life, and you're getting 910 days for a stabbing for a case that involved the stabbing of one woman who had her neck cut, killing of a man, another guy gets attacked, another guy gets his hand cut. How do they justify in their mind saying we sat down, and how does Morgan and all of them say with a straight face, well, we certainly, we proved the guy was guilty. You're telling me if you think this guy was involved in something like that, you're letting him walk free?
See, I told you, I was surprised as hell because when I looked at the score sheet, when they handed me the score sheet, they hit me with 93 points.
Yep.
Right for that charge. I had
93.5.
I said, just to let you know, 1.5 for misdemeanors. So I had 1.5 points on my score sheet, and they added 92 with the charge that they gave me.
With the charge they gave you.
So the thing, the charge they gave me was robbery with a mask robbery while masked with a weapon.
Right.
Is the charge that I pled no contest to. Right. But here's the thing: is that charge carries a maximum sentence of 30 years.
Right.
I know.
So I couldn't believe that Morgan signed off on the deal, looking at it going 910 days.
So he hadn't seen it then.
Years. Even besides the life sentence. Because you got to remember they had to vacate. They had to vacate the homicide.
Oh yeah. And they no problem. So the thing was, I saw that in Morgan's face, but they had to have prepped Morgan and said, "This is what we're doing, buddy. Like, don't get in our way."
He reviewed it in his office.
Oh, he did.
And before he even came out and we did any of it.
Oh, okay.
We already knew he agreed.
Oh, okay, good. Well, so it was funny because I saw they cut away in there, and you could see Mansfield and Alvarez laughing when Morgan says this was a downward departure, and it's like it was like Morgan was just like, wow, but if anybody understands what normally it takes to get a downward departure in the state of Florida, it's a rare thing. Number one, and number two, you normally have to have a full out evidentiary hearing. You don't just get a downward departure from it was this deal is such an insane deal in terms of just it's such a good deal that it's akin to it's akin to them just saying, and they knew that, I'm sure, when they were did they at all.
I feel bad for that kid, okay, because going back to the whole lawyer versus pro se thing, right?
Oh.
Okay, so I cut that deal myself. Right. And here's one of the things I was telling all the guys in jail. I was like, look, y'all are out there wheeling and dealing on the street all day, but all of a sudden you get scared of a guy, in a suit. Man, cut out the middleman. Go cut your own deal. Don't wait 3 years for your PD to do it. Anyway, point being is the guy that you're talking about, he had a lawyer. And his lawyer, he decided to do an open plea to the judge.
Yep.
Right? That's not the same as a negotiated plea.
Right.
An open plea to the judge is going to decide.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And the judge can go above the mandatory.
Oh yeah, yep, absolutely.
And they did the other day.
That kid, the charges that kid had.
Yep.
He was looking at about 30 years.
Yep.
Right. And I think he told me he scored out to 19.
Yep.
And they were trying to get it down to 12, for mitigating circumstances.
Yep. And the judge went life.
And instead of getting 12 years because he did an open plea that wasn't already negotiated.
Yep.
The judge just turns around and gives him life.
Oh, it was.
He went from looking at 12 years to getting a life sentence.
Yeah.
And you know what the lawyer probably said to him? Don't worry about it, man. We'll get him on appeal.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm sure he went home and kissed his wife that night, but that kid's hating life.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Especially, there's no way he's going to survive. And he's got a lot of mental stuff going on that probably he'll take it. He's at risk of taking his own life, I think, behind bars.
Well, and the thing is it sounds like before, he was just a disturbed kid.
Yeah, he was. Yes, that's correct.
And look, even if he wins on appeal, the average appeal takes 8 years.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
That kid's going to come out a professional criminal.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. The interesting thing is the probation department in his probation report. They said they did not make a recommendation for a sentence in that case. They just suggested that he get mental help. The probation department actually said that. Now the score sheet came out at 19. The probation department didn't recommend the sentence. But the defense attorney said that's unique because normally the probation department would chime in, but they said, here's the problem. There's nowhere for him to go get mental help in the Florida prison system. So what they just requested can't even be done. He's like, so I don't even know how to interpret what they did. He would have had to go to a state hospital, and the problem with the state hospital though is if you get a sentence to go to the mental hospital, right?
If you get a sentence like that, now it's up to the doctor how much
Right.
time you do.
Right.
You know, because man, he's going to decide when you're well enough to be back in society. You know, so that's a risk there too. You know, all I know is, man, that kid, you know, his lawyer should be man hanging his head in shame.
Oh, absolutely.
You know,
And let me tell you,
that
that kid's family, because of course the lawyer ended up getting him, which I'd never seen before done. The lawyer asked to approach, and the next thing you know, he comes out and he got the kid's parents. Basically, they were able to hug him and give him a kiss before he got taken off to prison. And that lawyer, you could tell, was shook. I mean, and the parents were not happy. I mean, it was like, are you kidding me, dude? Could this have gone any worse? Like, you convinced us to take an open plea, not fight the case, and he gets life. I mean, worse than what he might have even gotten if he went to trial. I mean,
right.
You know,
right. You know, and then you turn and look at my case where you have a pro se defendant who went in and make his own deal. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And man, again, no, is it what I wanted? Is it no? I mean, obviously, I didn't want to take any conviction.
Right.
You know?
But the idea that they were willing to give you that, given the circumstances and facts surrounding your case, is them admitting that that is a loud admission of your innocence. Okay.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, look, if they had any chance in hell of winning a trial, I would have never gotten that deal.
Never,
not in a million
never,
years.
never, not in a million, not in a million, trillion, kajillion years.
No, it
Absolutely
definitely showed,
not.
man, that they had absolutely nothing, and you know, we've known that forever. You know what I'm saying? That they had nothing. You know, I mean, that's kind of the whole point of the lawsuits. It's like, look, man, you know, if they had dropped this, like, you know, again, they should have dropped this, man, when they first figured out I had nothing to do with it. If they had done that, you know, even if they had done it a couple months after they arrested me, right, I probably would have never sued them. You know, oh, we're sorry, Mr. Tucker. After we investigated, we realized you had nothing to do with it and let me go. I probably would have never even sued them. You know? But instead, they want to play hardhead and be like, okay, well, we're going to, man, show you who's boss. And, man, you know, we say you did it, so you did it. You know? And, man, no, that's not how it works. You know? You don't arrest people and then go looking for evidence. That's not how things work. You know? But, man, you know, then you got Penny Phillips and everything else, man, with the entire thing. It's like, Jesus Christ.
So, let me ask you this. Are you going to be suing Penny Phelps and all? Is she going to be included in these lawsuits personally and also part of the? Okay. Gotcha.
Oh, yeah. Penny, man, I'm coming after you, too.
Okay.
I don't think I forgot about Penny. Gotcha. You know? I mean, you know, if you look at my civil case, man, I mean, you know, most of the defendants are already listed in my civil case.
That's what I figured.
When we started. Right. And yes, Penny Phelps is on there, you know, but there are some new ones. Again, man, we're talking about, you know, now this isn't a civil rights lawsuit, but man, yes, I do think Mansfield's statements about Lauren are libelous. You know?
I think I think it's a great point to be talking about with your attorney, whoever it is, because I think that I think it's an interesting. It would, like I said, it's going to take an attorney who's not going to be afraid to fight and maybe go out and set some new precedents. But
to be fair, I mean, you're adding that one thing on to a laundry list of things they can be sued for.
Absolutely.
You know, so the thing is man, you know, Mansfield and Alvarez, their liabilities, you know, they may skate by without getting sued, but you know what? I'm still going after the bar license. You know, they still lied to the jury. You know, I haven't forgotten about that. You know.
So Ty, for everybody out there that's wondering, are you planning to stay in South Carolina for a little while, or are you planning to get back out West Coast? What is the ultimate plan?
Stay in South Carolina, man, for a second, man, just so I can get my bearings and kind of get straight. Because again, I don't have anything out here.
Right.
I'm still wearing the same clothes I got busted in.
Right.
You know, I need to get a hold of a laptop, man, so I can get back to work.
Right.
You know, there's things I need to figure out. I need to figure out what my next moves are.
Gotcha.
You know, and, you know, luckily I said, you know, like I said, you know, Lauren and I are talking, you know, and man, you know, we're doing real good. You know, and both of us, today was the day.
Right.
Right. Because both of us, even though I won, you know, it didn't feel like I won.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But after today, I should say we won because, man, look, I still couldn't have done all this without Lauren's help.
Absolutely.
You know, let's be real about that.
For certain.
But the thing is but in the end, yeah, both of us were sitting there. We're like, it doesn't feel like we've won yet. You know what I'm saying? Then when we heard that, man, that radio broadcast from Ward, it was like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, you can hear, man, in his voice, we've won. You know, and he knows it. You know what I'm saying? And for us to hear that, man, you can't put a price tag on that. This is the man who's been persecuting me for 7 years.
Yep.
And he's finally admitting defeat. He knows what's coming. You know, and man, I'm glad he does.
Yep.
Because, man, straight up, oh no, your predictions are absolutely correct. You know exactly what I'm going to do. And here's the thing: is the difference between me and you, though, is I have evidence.
Right.
You know, every accusation I make, I don't make accusations unless I actually have the evidence to back it up and prove it.
Absolutely.
You know. So the bottom line is man, and man, look, and man, what's worse is now they're going to be fighting in an arena where, man, okay, now. Yeah, I still have to prove my innocence when we go to civil court, but man, I only have to do it by preponderance of the evidence. I don't have to do it by reasonable doubt anymore.
Yep.
You know, yes, man, you know, because, okay, it switches, right? Okay, in criminal court, they have to prove me guilty, right? Well, they weren't able to do that, right?
Yep.
But at the same time, we go to civil court, now I have to prove my innocence. Well, without JoJo, I think I'm going to have a real easy time of doing that.
So, speaking of JoJo, we had a question in chat. Where do you know where Travis is now? Is he in Florida? Is there any concerns you have about releasing him or anything like that?
No, he's in Texas.
Okay.
And man, he absconded to Texas.
Okay.
If you notice, man, on the docket, man, those files are sealed.
Right.
That's the same time they had me arrested, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, man, since then I've learned, and even though it's sealed, man, again, I've confirmed this, is, man, JoJo didn't complete a single part of his probation. None of it. He didn't pay none of the money he was supposed to. He failed, man, at least a few drug tests.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And then, man, he absconded to Texas. But, man, then they go ahead and violate me and bring me back for a supposed missed UA, which I didn't miss. You know,
$3.1 million bond.
this guy, man, he avoids all of this shit, doesn't do any of it. And, man, he's still wandering around out there. And all the evidence says, man, yes, he is a killer. You know, he is the one, he's actually the guy who did it. That's what the evidence says. You know what I'm saying? Now, the thing is, man, so they set a killer free so they could come after me, and they let him get away with all that shit.
Well, that's what I wonder. Like right now, they set him free. I mean, this is a guy that that was the guy that was involved in this. He's out. So that's why there's, somebody raised that issue. Is there a concern you have that he could, come after?
If I'm them, this is what I do to try and save face.
Right.
I turn around, I violate him I give him the probation violations, and I put him away for 30 years.
Right.
That's what his deal says.
Right.
I mean, that's another thing, man. When people are looking at this, realize that, man. Okay, Travis. They said they gave him such a sweet deal because he was less culpable because he was just a getaway driver. That was their story, right? Well, okay, I just got a better deal than Travis did. Travis pleaded guilty to 3 felonies. Right, so he pleads guilty to 3 felonies, and he has to take 5 years worth of probation, contingent upon his testimony, right? And if he messes up at all, he gets 30 years. You know what I'm saying? That was his deal. He did, and by the way, when he did it, his time served. You got to remember, he did 4 years straight, so he actually did more time incarcerated than I did.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So the bottom line is, man, they let this guy back out on the street, and, man, don't get me wrong, I had, man, a guy I was talking to in here, and, man, let's be clear, this is hearsay, that, man, JoJo was out there, man, hanging out on wisteria, getting high on meth, and, man, he actually tried to, man, kill a guy, man, one night.
Allegedly, yeah, wow.
Allegedly, that's what I'm saying. This is hearsay. But I was told, man, he was going to smash this guy's head in with a rock, man, while he was sleeping.
Wow.
Wow. And the thing is, man, this guy's wandering the streets now. All because they wanted to come after me to save.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. This is crazy that they're just so, I mean, man, wow. But I don't think you have to really worry that they're gonna be having Travis, or that they're gonna have Travis come testify against you at the civil trial.
Well, and then think about that, Steve. Think of the ramifications of that. You don't have Travis, and when I go in there to prove my innocence in civil court, what are you going to bring?
Right. No. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm not innocent.
Well, one of the things I was trying to get at too, we had all the cell phone connections, but one of the connections I was trying to make when bringing up the Naheem Jackson was that if you look at the chronology of your case, it was after Naheem Jackson fell apart, because essentially they realized when the DNA didn't come back and link you, and they didn't have anything else at that point, they had a problem. They had no evidence. So Naheem Jackson enters. Naheem Jackson falls apart. and then they run into a problem to where the only thing they had nothing. That if the motion to dismiss would have been filed then.
About that, okay, here's what happened with that.
Right.
Is okay, so they finally conceded, man, on the Naeem Jackson thing. They
Right.
conceded
Right.
as an agent for the state, even though they don't want to admit it. Right, they didn't want to admit it outright, but they conceded, man, to get rid of him as a witness and and get rid of all his statements, right? So they conceded to do that. We file a motion to dismiss because that means now you have no evidence, right? You're back to no evidence, right? Well, the day my case would have been dismissed, right? The very day, man, they would have ran out of time and my case would have been dismissed is the day they signed the deal with JoJo. So,
Wow.
and you know how I found out?
How'd you find out?
I find out because Paula calls me up. She's crying and getting hysterical,
right?
Because when he signed the deal, they let him go, and they didn't bother to get a protective order for him.
Oh, Jesus! Wow.
So you have the victim. You have the victim in the case calling the supposed killer. You know what I'm saying? Freaking out because they let him out on the street. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, it can't get any more insane. It really just can't.
Yeah, I mean I can't believe. I mean, well, it just shows you how. Listen, it was very clear. I think you point this out, which I have yet to air the Rory trial yet on.
Oh man, the Rory trial, man! You want to talk about ineffective assistance of counsel? Man, his lawyer showed up with nothing but an empty notebook and a pen.
Yep.
Didn't call one witness on his behalf, not one.
Oh, it's.
Then he puts himself on the stand, and she recuses herself, man. She doesn't ask him questions because, man, she has ethical concerns.
Yep.
Man, that guy, man, look, while all the evidence says Rory Wilson, man, is the guy who committed this crime. That's true, right? But here's the point. That guy deserved a fair trial, and he did not get one. He's guilty of sin. In my opinion, he's guilty of sin. You know what I'm saying? But he still deserves a fair trial. If we're not going to do it right, then why do we bother to do it?
Now, Ty, do you have a theory? We played the Gabriella trial and we talked about the 911 call, and you said you have that maybe we can play at some point, or you can play it, right? Do you have a theory as to, because I had always thought that maybe she saw the truck or she was mistaken. Do you have a theory as to why that car would have pulled up and somebody got in that car? And who was coming out of the treehouse?
We're going to have to go a little bit into the whole Anethea thing.
Right.
Because, our theory, man, one of our theories for a very long time has been this. Is, everybody knew Anethea was a snitch, right? Now, she wasn't a county snitch, so again, it goes to the whole Haida thing, right? And actually, Paula did kind of confirm this for me a little bit at one point. We know that, man, according to the evidence, man, Anethea is the one who set up the crime and set it up with Rory and set it up with Travis, right? Sets up the crime, right?
Right.
The PI actually says Anethea set this up with Rory Wilson and a white guy.
Right.
Right? Now, and there's an interesting point in that I figured out when I was in jail, and I can't believe it took me that long, but I figured out an interesting point with that too. But here's the point: so Anethea sets this up, right? Now, you saw even, man, on the night, man, when it happened, they brought her over the crime scene. They let her run around. They never treated her like a suspect. They take they take a statement from her and let her go. And she's 2 doors down from the crime, by the way, the night of the murder, right? And the cop calls her on speed dial, right? So why, she can't, not to talk ill of the dead,
right?
But, man, I mean, supposedly she's supposed to be a crack hoe,
right?
And, man, why is, man, a cop got a crack hoe's number?
That's right. Yep, absolutely.
Unless she's a snitch, Anyway, point being is, man, we do have the record showing the call that Anethea made to Captain Phelps, who was in control of Haida, which is a federal group, which, man, again, we believe she was a federal snitch, because there are 4 people who showed up at the treehouse that day who were, all, supposed major drug dealers, alleged major drug dealers. All 4 of them caught, Fed cases later. I actually ran into all of them in jail, and they were all there for Fed cases. Anyway, point being is, so we have Anethea calling Phelps, who's in charge of these federal investigations in Monroe County, right, at the time, right? So she calls Phelps about an hour before the crime goes down. Now, we also have those 2 squad cars that are sitting, man, in the CVS parking lot watching the treehouse for hours. You know what I'm saying? That tells me, man, they're just waiting for the robbery to go down. You know what I'm saying? They're just sitting there waiting for it to happen. Right? So they knew about it before it happened. That was, man, my guess. You know what I'm saying? and that they had been surveilling the treehouse out of the CVS. Is basically, man, and Paula actually, man, she actually kind of confirmed that a little. Paula, man, told me that there was one day they saw a bunch of guys go in the CVS with boxes. They never come out. Man, they thought they were going to get busted, man, fairly quick, whatever. But man, the bottom line is, so that's the idea. Now they decide instead of man trying to stop the crime before it happens, they decide to let it go down. That way they can go ahead and bust the two guys, but not burn their not burn their undercovers if they had it. You know what I'm saying? Because Gabriella's story would make sense then, because the guys in the black sedan, where did they go?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If they went the opposite way down Laurel, right? Well, who are they, and where did they go? Right. Well, and man, my theory, this is just my opinion, is that those were undercovers trying to get the hell out of there before the cops showed up.
So your thoughts are that they actually had undercovers staged in the treehouse that were there, and when this whole thing went sideways, they get the hell out of there, and that's why they had to get rid of all the cameras, because they couldn't.
That's also why they had to, do this investigation in 5 days.
That's in 5 days.
So fast.
Gotcha.
That's why they needed to pick a scapegoat.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? Because man, at that point,
but it all and that lines up with why all of a sudden they're getting rid of all the cameras, because again, this whole case should have been very easily solved with all the cameras and everything.
It's actually a very simple case on the surface. It's when you start getting into all the crap that that's a whole different thing.
There it is.
But the bottom line is man, so man, our theory is Anthea calls Phelps, let her know it's going down. Now, here's the problem. They probably thought it was just going to be a simple robbery, and they could pick them up outside, and man, their undercovers would be fine. They didn't know anybody was going to get killed, right? But that doesn't matter, because the felony murder rule is this. If you knew about that crime before it happened, and you didn't do anything to stop it, you're guilty of felony murder, and that would mean, man, Penny Phelps would have been guilty of felony murder at that point. You see what I'm saying? Because she knew about the crime before it happened and didn't do anything about it. You know what I mean? That would explain a lot of things. Now, is it true? Can't say.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's just a theory.
Right. But I mean, listen, it's a valid theory that I think is support that explains a lot of things. Because one of the things that's just mind-boggling in my mind is how could they? Why did they not get? We have Malone claiming she got the wrong dates. It's like this careless police work. And then remember, one of the things that they did in this case, which a lot of people don't know about, you tried to get it out in open court, is, the mishandling of evidence was the fact that Malone and I think Pitcher and all of them, they didn't book any of the clothes or any of the evidence. They actually kept it in their office. And that's why a lot of the physical evidence couldn't come in, and they were keeping that out because they were just choosing not to use it. But I mean, they did some really weird things. They didn't book it in the evidence room.
You're talking about 244 pieces of evidence that were mishandled, including DNA, including physical evidence, including videos. I mean, you name it. You know what I'm saying? And man, we actually had a guy on there who was he was from the forensic team, right? This guy named John Underwood. And when we depoted him, he was actually going to be one of my witnesses, by the way. But when we depoted him, he admitted it. He was like, my lawyer goes, he's like, well, if there were 30 pieces of evidence mishandled in the case, do you think that would, affect the outcome, towards the defense? It's like, well, that probably wouldn't help your client. He's like, well, what about 100? What if there was 100 pieces of mishandled evidence? How would that go? He's like, man, with that kind of evidence, that would just never happen. He's like, well, how about 244 pieces of evidence? He's like, well, in that case, man, they're just going to wrongfully convict that guy.
Right.
And man, sure enough, not knowing that, man, yes, man, that's exactly how he goes through. He's like, well, what if I told you that's how many pieces of evidence were mishandled in this case? And by the way, it's actually a higher number than that. That's just what, that's just what came out of that report. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if I told you about this part. Maybe I didn't tell you about this. There was a guy I was helping in jail. His name is Sean Chittiser. And, we all know about Malone's demotion down to dispatch from being a detective, She goes from detective to dispatch, which, by the way, I could prove that she lied, that no, it was not her decision because of all the bad things she had seen or anything like that. No, she was forced to go ahead and go down to dispatch. Anyway, even in dispatch, this lady's still messing up people's lives. Because Sean, he's been in jail now for about 2.5 years, right? And he's facing second-degree murder, if I remember correctly. I think it's second degree, not first degree. But anyways, and this is supposedly for killing a girl, man. Shooting a girl in the head that man he was dating. All right. Now he says it was a suicide. He actually called 911 right after she shot herself. I mean, the timeline, it's like right after she shot herself. He goes and calls 911. Guess who? And guess which dispatcher picks up the phone? Good old
Danielle Malone.
Good old Danielle Malone. You know what Danielle Malone tells him to do? The very first thing she tells him to do? Pick up the gun and secure it. Okay. So now you just put your hands on man. Now it's a murder charge instead of a suicide. You know what I'm saying? Because now he just picked up the gun. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, oh my fucking God. This woman, man, she should be, look, she shouldn't even be working the fire at Taco Bell.
That's right.
But she's still out there messing people's lives up, man, with that. Because now Sean has been sitting in jail for 2.5 years, and he's fighting a murder charge.
And because they say his fingerprints are on the gun, right?
Well, yep. And then, he had gunshot residue, man, done on him. No gunshot residue. She's got it all over her. I mean, there's, again, the evidence is just overwhelming. It was suicide.
Right.
But yet, what are they doing? Holding on to him, holding on to him, and man, they still haven't given him all his discovery, blah, blah, blah. Again, they changed, man. They don't, when they first give him the 911 tape, they don't give, that part of the tape, all that kind of crap. It's like, it's ridiculous, But I gave you that little tidbit to just let you know that Danielle's out there doing her good deeds, man, as far as, man, screwing over, man, innocent people. It's like, man, you can't make this up. Oh, and here's another one for you. I didn't tell you about this one either. When I was in there, man, there's a guy named Charles Britt who just, man, quit the prosecutor's office.
Right.
He just quit. But this guy was another ward hiree, right?
Mm-hmm.
This guy used to work for the FDLE, right? The Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Right.
He used to be an agent for them.
Right.
He got fired because, man, he was taking, man, and he was stacking, man, cocaine. Like, say you got busted with a gram of cocaine. Well, he was adding, man, freaking another 8-ball to it so he could, man, make it go up the trafficking. Stuff like that. So he gets busted for that, and he did it in a bunch of cases apparently.
Wow.
Right? There's actually news articles about this. So he gets busted for all this, gets fired from being an agent at the FDLE, goes and gets his law license and becomes a lawyer, and then gets hired by Dennis Ward.
Wow.
It's like, you can't make this shit up.
No.
Well, if you start looking at the higher ups, man, the Monroe County State Attorney's Office and the Monroe County Sheriff's Department, you're gonna find the who's of criminals. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And yet these guys are supposed to be running the law enforcement. It's just insane, Steve. I mean, I just can't fathom, man, sometimes, man, the depths of how insane it is.
Well, I mean, that's the thing that a lot of people don't appreciate is the depths of the corruption that's going on down there, and the fact that the people that everyone thinks are the good guys, so to speak, are really they're in bed with the criminals. They're
Yeah, but I mean, you got to understand, Steve. I mean, that's a hard pill for everybody to swallow.
Absolutely.
Because I mean, think about it. How scary is that dog?
Well, no, it is because that's they're supposed to be the protection against the criminals and what's feared. But the scary part is like many people believe when an accusation gets made or someone gets accused of a crime, they say, oh, well, the police are the ones making the accusation. So because the police accused them, they must be guilty. It must have happened. And the reality of the situation is these people are sometimes just as bad as the criminals they're prosecuting.
Well, I mean, you got to think about that, man. I mean, again, man, it's like, okay, who should we be afraid of as a society? Who should we be afraid of more? Should we be more afraid of the criminals or the criminals, man, that are putting us away? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the point. Who should we be more afraid of at this point? Because, look, man, we still have the highest incarceration rate in the world, in the entire world. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I mean, okay, again, I didn't do shit. And look at, man, what it cost me. You know what I'm saying? And man, same time, and man, I'm not unique. This is going on all over. I mean, I think we talked about this. I think exonerations are up to about 6,000 now. 6,000 people have been exonerated. After man, doing 20, 30 years in prison.
Yep.
They get found innocent, right? But that does not include all the people like me, because this is me right now, who get forced into taking a conviction, man, by plea deal. You know what I'm saying? I mean, how many people, man, take plea deals, man, and plead guilty or plead no contest or plead whatever, who actually didn't do it?
Yep. Yep.
They just want to get home, man, so that they don't lose everything they own.
100%. And that's part of what the whole purpose of either giving no bond or a very high bond now today is about, is getting people in jail or locking people in jail long enough that they decide, you know what, I'll just take a deal to get the hell out of here. I don't want to sit here and have to wait and go through this.
Oh, yeah.
And it's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, no, it is absolutely terrible.
Yep.
I mean, because, man, look, there's no way Morgan did not know that $3.1 million was an outrageous bond.
Oh,
that is not the reasonable bond that we are, man, guaranteed the right to.
Well, in my opinion, that's what really goes and to me shows the corruptness of Morgan, that he gave you that type of a bond.
And he wouldn't let me argue against it. I tried to argue against it, and he told me to shut up. It's like, dude, you're violating the 8th Amendment of the Constitution. It makes it even more offensive that you used to be military.
Yep.
You swore an oath to protect the Constitution of the United States, and yet here you are wiping your behind with it.
Yep. Absolutely.
It's offensive.
Yep.
And this is why, man, any of these people, when it comes to all these people, right, whether it be cops, prosecutors, judges, any of them, when you take an oath as a public servant, right, the public is putting their trust in you. A regular criminal, just say any regular criminal, right? They didn't take an oath, man, not to be a criminal, right? They never, man, swore that they would uphold the Constitution, uphold the laws. But you did. You know what I'm saying? You promised that you wouldn't do this. So, man, instead of getting a slap on the wrist, which is what happens most of the time, they should be getting punishments that are 10 times worse than normal criminals.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You violated our trust. We should be punishing you harder.
I agree. I agree 100% with you, because it's I mean, they're again, it's a scary thought when the people that are supposed to be protecting you and following the Constitution and following the following the law. It's like what I always said. I remember I've had some issues at times when I've had to go to my kids' schools because there was issues and discipline problems, and come to find out the school wasn't following their own discipline plan, or they weren't following their own rules. And I said, are we really sending the message here that you're going to handle my son not following the rules by not following the rules in the process in which to hold him accountable? And we kind of worked out some almost plea deals in those cases too when I went in, because I held them accountable, because like, we can't do this. And it goes
too.
Yep.
Is every lawyer out there, every lawyer, it doesn't matter who they are, right? Whether they're the judge or whether, man, they're any other lawyer. They are bound by the rules of the bar to report any other lawyer who's engaging in misconduct, right? They're supposed to report them. How often does that ever happen?
Yep. Nope.
And man, I actually even said that when I was having my correspondence with the bar over a Colleen Dunn's complaint and reopening that. One of the things I said to her, because she was trying to defer to Morgan, trying to, man, let Morgan decide, right? And I'm like, wow, straight up, man, you knew when Jones put that stuff in the order and you canceled the complaint because of it, you knew he was violating his judicial canons.
Yep, absolutely.
You knew that was against the rules. And another rule with the bar is if you know the judge is engaging in misconduct, you're supposed to report him too.
Yep.
Now, you knew that. You're a lawyer with the bar, and you're looking at this, and instead of, man, doing that, you go ahead and cancel the complaint.
Yep.
Well, you were supposed to report that judge. Did you do it? Because I know you didn't. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And the bottom line is they're not following the rules.
Yep.
What good are ethical rules if, man, nobody, man, follows them? I mean, lying is perfectly acceptable to most lawyers. It's like, man, again, they wonder why they're the most, man, distrusted, man, occupation in America.
Yep.
Yep. You know, and then again, you gotta question our logic for letting them rule everything, letting them run everything. Why are we letting the lawyers of the world run everything?
Yep.
You know, I mean, that's just insane. You know, the people we trust the least, the people we think lie the most. Hell, drug dealers are trusted more than lawyers. You know, but at the same time, we're letting them run the country.
Yep.
You know, I mean, I just gotta, I can't fathom our logic. But part of the problem is, man, people believe in the myth. They believe, and man, look, even me, up until this happened, I believed in the whole fair trial thing. You know, at least you get your fair day in court, right?
Yep.
No, you're not. You're never going to get a fair day in court. That's never going to happen.
Nope.
You know?
Nope.
I mean, you have to tell people that. No, you're not going to get a fair trial.
Yep.
That's not how it works here. You know, yes, that's what they tell everybody. That's the propaganda they shove down our throat. But that's not the reality of it. The reality of it, first off, is, man, most people will never ever see trial. They're going to be forced into a deal.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
Well, then you got the ones that argue, if we didn't have the plea deal system, the courts would be overrun and all this other kind of crap. Well, then stop arresting people.
That's right. Well, that's right. That's 100% right. But see, Ty, I think what's going on though is it's a money thing, right? If you follow the money of what's going on, because I took a corrections class in college, and I had a professor who was a fantastic professor. He's one of my favorites. We used to talk and talk and talk. And one of the things he was talking about, and this was, oh God, almost 20 years now, bro. It might have been, over 20 years when I took this course. But he was talking about at that time that they were that the prison industrial complex lobby was taking over down in Washington and in the different state legislatures, and they were the ones that were driving this, basically wanting to criminalize everything. Because once they get somebody into the system, once you get convicted of a crime or you become part of the system, the likelihood of recidivism and doing it again is like so high. And their goal was, that's why the 3-strike law, everybody thinks, well, that's about deterrence. It's not about deterrence. It's about creating a lifetime money, because what people don't realize is it's like when you incarcerate somebody, the average cost of incarceration runs about $45,000 a year per prisoner. But do you believe let me ask you this, when you were in Monroe County, were you living at a level of $45,000 a year being invested in your?
No, not even close.
That's what I mean, right?
Well, and here's the thing with that, man. I mean, okay, here's another common misconception besides the idea that we get a fair trial.
Right.
Everybody thinks that slavery ended, man, with the 13th Amendment.
Yep.
No, it did not.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Slavery did not end. You know what I'm saying? Slavery,
it's just in a different form.
Private sector, and man, give it to the state. The state's the only one allowed to engage in slavery anymore. The only difference is you have to be a convicted criminal.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
they changed the word slave to criminal. But the bottom line is man, okay, what do you think probation is? Probation, and man, is nothing more than debt slavery. Basically, instead of sitting you out to the field to pick cotton, right? What they're going to do is they're going to send you off to work. They'll let you out of jail. Yep. They're going to go to work. You're going to give them a percentage of your check every month. Now, and while you're on probation, and if you don't pay those fees, what do? Oh, well, we're going to throw you back in jail. We're going to throw you in the box for a little while. What you think about it? You know what I'm saying? And then, wait a second. In order to get out, we're going to have to tack on some more probation where you're going to have to pay us for longer. Right? Next thing you know, man, you're spending your entire life on probation, paying them a portion of your check.
Yep.
That's what? You're a slave, brother. You know what I'm saying? You may not know it, but you are. Because, man, yes, man, and then, of course, even if you do everything right, say you, man, don't violate. You do everything you're supposed to do, paying their money, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. When you start getting close to getting off probation, well, then they hit you with a technical. So have the cops come over and talk to you, man, and be like, oh, well, you had contact with law enforcement. We're going to violate your probation. Now we got to stick on another couple of years.
Yep.
But any which way you look at it, it's nothing more than a revolving door.
Yep. Well, they say 85% of people don't complete probation. That they end up having problems with it, and that's why they say it's never a good thing. It's a very difficult thing to complete because of how tough it is, just like what you just said. And there's all these problems and things.
I mean, you saw what happened to me. That's why, man, when they were trying to talk about giving me probation, I was like, hell no.
Yep.
Who's this? He's doing his own stream? Man, I don't know. Anyway, the thing is, man, look, man, as far as probation goes, that's why when they were talking about probation with me, I was like, oh, no. I'm not taking a single day's worth of probation because, man, we all just saw what just happened here. I wasn't even on probation, and you yanked my ass and put me back in jail.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? What do you think I would have done if I had taken a year's worth of probation?
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
well, that's why that's another factor of your plea deal that a lot of people don't quite probably appreciate is the fact you had no probation, you had no supervision, and that's a huge deal because, like you just said, that would have been a route to have said, okay, we resolve the case, and then we throw Ty back in jail.
And I mean, they could do the same thing that I'm suggesting they do to JoJo.
Yep.
Right? You know, okay, well, man, he violated his probation. Let's stick him in prison for 30 years.
Yep.
You know? Because, man, that's the maximum, man, on my sentence. They could give me the maximum at that point. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
But the bottom line, the bottom line is, man, no, if I had taken probation, no, I would have went to prison. They would have, man, found a reason to violate me. They would have put me back in jail, and then they would have violated my probation and put me in prison.
Absolutely. 100%. And that's why, like I said, that's why this was such a key part. That's a very big part of the deal. The fact that you did not have to take a day of probation or a day of supervision or have any of the BS that would have been associated with that. And they let you walk out. I mean, it's unheard of that they would let somebody accused of the magnitude of crimes just walk out, no supervision, no probation, and they let you walk up the road. That is the greatest endorsement by Dennis Ward, Mansfield, and Alvarez to say, and the judge to say, we think Ty Tucker's a good man because
I'll tell you what, you ask any lawyer out there, I just turned a life sentence plus 307 some odd years into 910 days.
Into 900. There's not paid lawyers that can say they did that type of a plea deal.
Tell any lawyer, man, I got that deal, man. See what they think.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
You know, and I retain my rights to sue.
Yes. I mean, you would have. I mean, yeah, absolutely. So you know, on that note, you said that Jerry and Kara will not be involved then in that suit.
I can't say that for sure.
Okay.
I know that they're trying to decide what they want to do. You know, I know they're heavily involved in the Brewer case. You know, they may not even have time to do it.
Right.
Like I said, this is way too much.
Right. Right.
But the bottom line is, it's way too much. I mean, you're talking about a lot of litigation here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, it's something that will consume them, absolutely, for certain. And I think, honestly, in a way, I think it's got to be an outside firm from the Key West.
No, I agree with you there too. It has to be somebody from the outside.
I just feel like, to me, for them, because what they're going to be doing is taking apart the legal system in Key West. I mean, and if you think that two lawyers that have to deal with these people at events and whatever, you know, they're still there. They have to try cases in front of everyone, and they're going to try to come down and take them out and basically defund the criminal justice system of Key West. I find it hard to believe that you're going to really be able to get bulldogs out of that. You're going to get excuses on why not to continue.
I would definitely agree with you, Steve.
Yeah.
It is unfortunate because, man, and here's the thing. Is if Kara and Jerry, man, do want to stay on, you know, because I love Kara and Jerry, I do.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, if they want to stay on, then, man, yes, I'm going to insist that we bring in an outside firm, and at least they get help.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because, man, I don't think they're capable of handling the whole thing themselves.
Right.
You know, I just don't. You know. And at this point, no, man, I do want bulldogs. I want straight up. I want straight up pit bulls.
Yep.
Like I told you, if I could hire Saul Goodman, man, I would have him all day.
Well, because you got to remember, Ty, that the fun part about civil, and this is one of the things that my dad had taught to me, you know, had instilled in me from what's the difference between civil and criminal. In civil cases, a lot of people, like, you file a civil suit before you really have the full case, because civil suit gives the purpose of a civil suit is it gives the average everyday Joe investigative powers, like whether we're talking about in a earlier case today, it was like, well, can't you get the DNA? Can't you demand this? The civil case, if you file a civil case, it allows you to have investigative powers, subpoena phone records, compel people to come in and have to testify and go on the record. And so this is just the beginning. Like, when you file this, that's why I was asking about, you know, obviously you guys this is an early stage. This is going to give you the power to really dig in to what's going on here and get some deeper answers than what you might have been able to do in the criminal case. So moving on to the civil forum, it was, to me, it made a tremendous amount of sense because of the fact that you were sitting in a detention center handcuffed. And now you're going to be able to fully go in and just dig into this thing and bring the people out and put them in depositions.
Well, and man, more importantly, Steve, it got rid of all the leverage they had
Yep,
on me.
absolutely.
They have no more leverage.
Yep.
You know, you can't throw me back in jail. You can't, man, try and charge me again for this. You know, you can't, man, threaten me with life sentences anymore.
Yep.
You can't threaten me at all anymore.
Yep.
You know, there's nothing you can threaten me with.
Yep.
You know, and at this point, and you can't even bring, man, the bullshit you brought in the criminal case because, man, you can't bribe JoJo anymore.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, man, oh yeah, this made all kinds of sense. It's like, okay, why am I banging my head against the wall in the criminal when I could be kicking their ass in the civil?
Absolutely. And why continue to sit in jail and you know, throw away years and years of your life? And clearly we already know you know somebody upstairs said this was the right move because you ended up being in a position to go get adequate medical care for something that could have killed you if you were still behind bars. So the serendipitous timing of all of that is just, it tells you that this was the right sequencing of events.
Well, and then, that part, I mean, I can't believe it, man. No, it was not fun getting sick as soon as I got out of jail.
No, but
at the same time, I mean, the horror of the thought of being in jail when I was that sick,
no,
I would have died. I would have died in jail.
Absolutely.
That's as real as it gets. Because, man, I was losing so much blood, you know, that, man, I mean, literally, they would have left me there until I died.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, yeah, you couldn't have counted on them to have cared for you or done what they needed to do in that instance. Yeah, definitely. Wow. So now were you in Marathon? You were in Key West, right, for court, or did they bring you all the way up to Marathon for that hearing?
Yeah, they brought me all the way up to Marathon. I had to go up to Marathon.
Oh my God! So how long of a drive was that for you? Like an hour?
It was only an hour, but they put me. You know, when they would bring me to court,
Mm-hmm.
they put me in the back of a squad car. It was almost like on the limo drivers, man. They roll down the windows.
Oh, okay.
You know, we just went right up the road, man, for an hour. You know.
So that was so.
You know, a lot of the guards were on my side.
Well, I was going to say that gentleman that you talked to in there who was telling you about the bus ticket, he seemed like he was a favorable person to you. Like he liked you. You know,
there was a lot of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of them, man, that were on my side.
Who thought you were getting a bad deal.
Watched that first trial.
Mm-hmm.
And, man, when I came back, I mean, I had guards come up to me being like, don't worry about it. Just let me know if you need anything. You know?
Oh, good.
You know, so, you know, but I had one guard who did try and take out some retaliation on me.
Yeah, I remember you said he tried to come into your jail cell or something and clear out your stuff and everything.
And, man, that was the thing is, okay, I had a lot of stuff in my, because I had boxes and boxes of paperwork. So I had to do, you know, Kara brought me down boxes of, you know, the paperwork or whatever. And I had that myself. So I at least had shit to fight with. Because you gotta remember, without all that information, man, it's hard for me to, man, even write a motion in response or, you know, do anything.
Right.
So anyway, but I had all the paperwork in there, and, man, you know, I had pictures, man, that were hanging out that, man, you know, this guy grabbed, man, a few pictures, man, you know, because he didn't like what was in the pictures, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of them was a meme of, man, Bill Cosby in a dress and had like a lion with a dildo in its mouth and, you know, a bunch of other kind of crap in it. But, man, you know, the whole tagline on the meme was, you know, let's just go ahead and offend everybody now.
Right.
Anyway, but the point is he didn't like it, you know, and then he decides to take it. Right. And he's like, oh, this is contraband. And I was like, no, sir, that was put in the state as an exhibit. That's evidence in this case. I'm just letting you know. He's like, well, you don't like it, you know, go in your cell, man. He makes me sit in my cell for a couple hours.
Right.
But then he goes and destroys the pictures. Right. And here's the thing. Okay, that is blatant tampering with evidence. You know what I'm saying? Now, I didn't care about that picture, you know, because, okay, yes, the state did put it in because they put 126 pages of my Facebook into evidence for the gag order. You know what I'm saying? And that was one of the pictures from that, you know? But the bottom line is, man, just because I didn't care about that piece of evidence, what happens when he grabs a piece that I do care about?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, so I did have to go after him for that. You know what I'm saying? You know, and what I did is I made a complaint, and, man, I was like, you know, I asked them to come down and talk to me. They didn't do it, but they said they would take care of it. And then, but, you know, and then when, you know, they didn't come down, I said, well, you know, could you please come down and talk to me? I appreciate you at least writing me back, but, you know, I need somebody to make sure that this doesn't happen again, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, instead of that, he intercepts the communication and writes back, man, this nasty message to me, right? And I'm like, okay, well, if you want to play that way, then, man, here's what I want. I want criminal charges pressed against that guard for tampering with evidence. right? Because tampering with evidence in a capital case is punishable by life. So let's see how that guard likes a PBL for taking that picture. Were you that offended?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Bottom line is it's evidence, man. I told you it was evidence, and man, you're not allowed to touch it. You know what I'm saying? But man, he did anyway, and whatever. And man, look, they never, man, pressed criminal charges, or else they would have came and got a statement from him.
So,
matter of fact, I saw that same guard, probably a couple of weeks before, man, I got out.
So Ty, there's a question on screen. I don't know if you can see it from one of our viewers.
Alan Seifert, now, unfortunately, here's the thing. Seifert, no, he was not ever given a photo lineup. They did not, man, spend much time talking to him. And unfortunately, Alan Seifert died, probably 2 or 3 years into the case. Man, they found him dead behind a dumpster.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of, man, witnesses that ended up dead on this
I was
case.
just saying, there's a lot of deaths surrounding this case. Of course.
Hey, you remember, man? Look, you remember how I felt about going back to jail?
Oh yeah. I remember you. Yeah, I remember you coming into the chat that night. We were talking, and you said, "I'm not going to make it out."
I didn't think so.
Yep.
I really didn't. You know. But I'll tell you what, man. 2 reasons why I did. Is, man, yes, man, for a king. I had a lot of inmates, man, who knew who I was, and man, were happy to see me. And man, people, man, I mean, yes. Look, here's a little factoid for everybody out there. Nobody else has ever won a murder case in Monroe County. No lawyer, nobody. There's never been a murder case won in Monroe County, not a trial.
Really?
Right?
Wow.
None of them has ever even gotten a mistrial other than me.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So the bottom line is, man, I even had guards in there, man, who were, like I said, even they knew I didn't do it. So finding the guards that were going to try and Epstein me was not going to be as easy as, man, all that, Plus, they had to worry about people like you and everybody else out there, man, who are keeping their eye on me, man, making sure that, man, nothing happened.
Oh, absolutely.
Because if something did happen to me, they were going to have some problems.
Oh, they were going to have some big problems. Yes, they were. Absolutely.
That didn't mean, look, hey, but Steve, I've seen them do a lot of stupid shit.
Oh, I can imagine.
They weren't going to.
Yep. No, listen, those things are not is crazy. They're not as beyond the scope as many people would think. Especially when you're somebody who they view as a troublemaker, as you could hear Ward saying. But I figured what they were really going to do, Ty, was they were trying to bring you in to eventually get to the point where you're at right now, which was to resolve this with a plea deal. Because I really don't believe Alvarez or Mansfield really wanted on their conscience that they were sending an innocent man to prison.
I don't think they really cared about that, to be honest.
You know
what Alvarez and Mansfield cared about is, A, their licenses, because they already knew I was going after them with the bargain.
Right.
The other thing that they cared about is this, because they fully admitted to me that they knew they couldn't beat me at trial.
Right.
But they were going to have to go back on court TV again. And this time I was coming to kick their ass.
Right.
I had a lot more this time than I did in the first trial. And I learned a lot of things. Right. I learned the difference between cross-examination and direct examination.
Yep.
And I learned, man, different things. And man, I was coming back, again, I'm not a lawyer, but I was coming back with a hell of a lot more, man, edge on my law knowledge, man, than I did the first time too.
Yep.
So the thing is, their chances of winning just kept on going down and down and down. And then you got, man, actually even one Alvarez complained about was he wasn't sure Roger Ruggett was going to be alive by the time he went to trial.
So then that would have really been a lean case then, because Roger Ruggett was somebody who at least could come in and talk about what.
Dude, he's the only victim they had.
Yeah.
Right? The other 2 victims are on my side.
Yep.
It's like, you had Roger Ruggett and JoJo.
Yep.
So the thing is that, man, Roger Ruggett, while he's a victim, he really didn't help them.
No.
Whereas JoJo, so basically you've got one criminal, a guy we know is a criminal because he already pled guilty, right? We know he's a criminal, right? You got him testifying, man, it was me, blah, 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 all this other shit, going up against 2 victims who say they're 100% sure it wasn't me.
Babe, you got to turn that off.
Oh, actually, I didn't even hear anything.
Yeah, no, I was just making sure. She was playing like an actual song. I'm like, that's going to come through and pop me.
I haven't seen Jody, man. She leave us?
Yeah, she had because she's in Australia. she had literally been up for almost over 24 hours. So she was literally falling asleep, and she had wrote in the chat and said, I think I'm gonna have to go to sleep.
Well, tell her so. Thank you for coming out, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good to see her, and it's just like I'm sure I'll talk to her again.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because, like I said, I mean, Ty, we look for. I know it won't probably be on Court TV, but we're gonna continue the coverage of the case, and hopefully, if you take this thing to trial civilly, we'll be right there covering it every minute. And of course, like I said, there's other things that's coming out. You've got things to put out. We gotta
look at it this way, Steve. Yeah. This is just the first of many discussions we're gonna end up having.
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. Yep.
And I'm sure there's going to be more that comes out as we move along here.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm still waiting for Jones, man. The decision on Jones.
Yep.
Are they going to throw him off the bench?
Yep.
That makes a big difference.
Oh, absolutely.
What we're going to do is the sheriff and the MCSO.
Yep.
Right, because they're going to be investigating the tampered with evidence. They're going to be investigating the posse they brought down to court. All that other crap.
Yep.
These outside agencies, man. I have a feeling, man. They're and then And the one I really can't wait, man, I want to camp the ACLU out in their butts so bad it's not even funny. Because, man, ACLU, they will, man, make sure they stay there with their high-dollar attorneys and their protesters and their media, and they'll stay there until they got all you bastards.
So do you have any meetings or anything yet lined up in the coming days, but while you're in the East Coast?
Not yet, because, man, I mean, I do have some people.
Well, I know you were in the hospital and everything, but I didn't know if there had been any. I know you're just getting a phone, but I didn't know if there was anything to report of anything for people to look forward to.
I mean, we did. Was it Lauren went ahead and talked to a few lawyers. She wanted to make sure that I was right, about the lawsuits and still being able to sue. And she went, man, consulted. I remember we talked about the one,
right?
Robert Hampton from New York. And Robert Hampton is very, he's a celebrity attorney. Like I told you, man, he's done Mike Tyson. He's done, Donald Trump. He's done cases for all kinds of people.
Right.
And he was amazed at the deal that, man, I just cut. And
I can imagine he was. Like I said, it's an incredible deal.
Normally, it's not optimum to go with a no contest plea, but at the same time, in this particular case, all it is more evidence of what they did wrong at this point.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So he thinks he's very interested in it. He just wanted to actually see the paperwork on the deal I signed.
Right.
Just to make sure that, man, somehow I didn't sign my rights away.
Right.
Now, don't think, man, I didn't go through that whole thing with a fine-tooth comb.
Oh, I'm sure.
And it's not a very complicated deal anyway. It's a very simple, standard deal.
Right.
But the bottom line is, man, I haven't had a chance to talk to him yet. Robert, man, and I have a good relationship. Matter of fact, when I got the mistrial, he called me up and he's like, "How you doing, counselor?" I started laughing. He's like, "I'm gonna have to call you that now. Now we're colleagues."
That's right.
I started laughing. I'm like,
that's awesome.
And all that. But the thing is, Robert is very good at suing people.
Right. So is he a candidate for the case? Is he someone you're seriously considering?
Definitely a candidate for the case.
Good.
Because he does.
Where is he based out of?
He's based out of New York, but he also has an office here in Florida.
Right. I was gonna say he's probably able to come in and do stuff in Florida, right?
Oh yeah. No. He's done some pretty impressive cases. And Robert ain't touching shit unless, man, there's millions of dollars.
Right. I was going to say, well, that's the thing with this type of a case. That's why I said you're going to be able to go to a lawyer, and in this case, if they believe you've got a case, you're not paying them any more money. They're going to be fighting this case and take it on contingency, and they're going to get their payment at the end when they get a big ass.
Oh hell yeah! Take your 33%. I'm happy.
Yep.
Go get it.
Yep. Well, that's what I mean. So it'll be a great win, and that's the good part. That's why I said once you get a lawyer, and I'm sure they're going to want to get to work on this pretty quickly because it's the type of case that I'm sure there's going to be interest in trying to settle this thing, and figuring out.
Man, personally, I think, man, they're going to want to settle it out as quickly.
Oh, absolutely. I think that, and that's what I heard Dennis Ward saying. It's like they're going to want to settle it out and get this thing settled. So I think that it's like I said, I think you're going to get hopefully get some good interest by some of these attorneys.
Like I said, and I hope they do want to settle fast. I really do.
Yes, Charlotte, he is free. He is free now. He was on the show earlier. We had some technical difficulties.
Let's make this clear. I'm as free as everybody else now.
Yes, you are.
I can go walk down the street. I can go buy cigarettes. I can go, man, anywhere I want. I can make my own decisions now. I don't have people telling me what I got to do.
That's right.
That kind of thing.
It's a good feeling, right?
And even better, here's the other better part. For the first time in 7 years, I realized this when I walked out of Morgan's courtroom. When I went back to the jail, I was like, I'm not an accused murderer anymore.
Yep, that's right.
I'm not trying to hear that bullshit anymore.
Yep, that's right.
You know what I'm saying? I've been the bad guy. I've been painted as the bad guy for 7 years.
Yep.
I don't have that anymore.
So
I can walk down the street and hold my head high.
So when you went back to the jail, Ty, I've always wondered this. So you go back to the jail after this, and you're kind of like back. Obviously, you're still a prisoner at that moment, right? Even though you've already pled out and you're supposed to be released, you're just back in your pod, just waiting. Is everybody congratulating you, or do they take you to a separate area?
I walked into the dormitory, right, man, because I'm in max security. Everybody's behind sealed doors.
Right.
And it was during lockdown when I got back from Marathon, right?
Right.
So I walk in, I throw my hands up in the air, and I'm yelling, Libertad! Which is liberty, man.
That's awesome.
And all the guys start banging on the cell doors and all that other stuff, and they're like,
amazing.
Go ahead, go home, man, go home. And I was like, they couldn't believe, man, I actually won.
That's awesome.
You know what I'm saying? Because look, man, down there, nobody beats the county. That's what the popular theory is.
Yep.
But the bottom line is yes, you can. But you have to be good. It's like any other fight, man.
You got to fight, right, Ty? That's the point. You can't just go take your public defender's advice and lay down and wait for the state. You got to actually go out and fight and push.
No, you got to fight. And man, if you want to beat the county, you're gonna have to fight.
You got to fight.
And they're gonna make it hurt. I'm gonna tell you right now, they're gonna make it hurt.
Yep.
They took everything from me more than once, man. They did a few times. And I mean, again, look, I'll be honest with you, Steve. There's so many times over the course of this fight, man, I just want to curl up in a little ball and die. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to do this anymore. But at the same time, I'm not going to let them win. I'm not going to let them take my life and, man, do this to me and not put up a fight.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? If you're going to look, if I'm going out with my, on my feet with my hands up. Yep. You know what I'm saying? I like my life. And if you're going to take it from me, I'm going to make you work for it. You know? Yep. But the bottom line is, man, it goes back to that whole, grow up in Philly thing, man. We think Rocky's real.
That's right. The underdog, the ultimate underdog.
Well, there's a famous quote from Rocky. It's not about how hard you get hit. It's about how many.
One of my favorite quotes of all time.
It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward.
Yep, that's exactly right.
And that's what we did, right? And and even better, I was saying this to the guys, and man, when I was in jail, I was like, y'all better remember this. Rocky didn't win in the first movie.
That's right.
Freaking, just made it the distance. The second movie is when he got the title.
Yep.
So round 2, I was coming back for the title. So here's what it is.
Yep.
But it's like, man, oh man, and man, now I'm thinking about that song you posted up, man, when you started the podcast. And I'm just like sitting here, I'm like, man, I don't know who you got to do that, but man, I'm all beaming about that.
I'll send it to you. I'm gonna send it to you.
Yeah, I like that one, man. But the thing is, man, look, it takes man, maybe it takes more balls than brains. I don't know.
Yep.
But the bottom line is it really doesn't take that much balls.
Yep.
I mean, look, every guy in there, it was like, they've been sitting in there, and they're waiting for PDs or whoever their lawyer is. And they had this one shitty lawyer, man. He was a conflict lawyer. This guy, man, was a personal injury lawyer. He never, man, worked a criminal case.
Wow.
He actually told his client, man, he was scared to ask for discovery from the state because it was scared that, man, that would make him want to take it to trial.
Wow.
So he wanted to plead out without ever looking at the discovery.
Oh, my God.
Are you kidding me? It's like,
well, I mean, listen, it's real, Ty. I mean, that's 100% real. They're like attorneys are some attorneys are.
Talked about that. I mean, okay, the maximum they're willing to pay any attorney for any case is $14,700.
Yep.
You can't even get a DUI lawyer for that.
Nope.
You wonder why Rory's lawyer was ineffective.
Yep.
She was in the red working for Rory, right?
Yep.
5 years, man, working on his case for $14,700. she was in the red within the first 2 years.
Yep.
She wasn't trying to do shit for him. She wasn't taking depots. She wasn't trying to do anything for him. Because look, we're still charging $300 an hour. And how many hours worth of service, man, are you going to get for $14,700?
Yep.
You know? You know, and man, again, you know, so and man, you know, their idea of effective assistance of counsel is just anybody that has a freaking bar license. You know, not somebody who's actually going to fight for the client.
Yep.
You know, and actually, man, try and defend somebody. You know, now your best chance of defense is, man, you know, take matters in your own hands.
Yep.
You know, and I talked quite a few, you know, inmates into going pro se. You know, and all of them ended up doing better. There was a guy, Blanton. I think we talked about him. He was another. Okay, one time, man, you talk about setting a record. In the jail, we had 3 guys who were all pro se, facing murder, right? In that same dorm, right? That same dorm that I was in.
Yep.
Right? Because I talked 2 of the other guys into doing it, right? But you know, Blanton, when he went pro se, he'd been sitting there on a murder case from 2012, right? And they arrested him in 2020. So he'd been sitting there for 4 years, and his PD's telling him he's going to go to prison. We're going to go to trial. You're going to lose a trial, and you're going to go to prison. That's what his PD's telling him. Right now, this guy. So, okay. And I looked at his case, and the very first thing, man, jumped out is, man, okay, wait a second. His judge used to be the prosecutor back in 2012. You know, okay. So this judge who's been working on his case for 4 years has a conflict of interest like you wouldn't believe. You know what I'm saying? Because, man, I mean, again, he used to be the prosecutor.
You're right.
Now you're the judge. You know, but anyway, so, man, he goes ahead and gets the judge disqualified off his case. But then, man, okay, eventually, you know, but then the judge, man, Judge Jones wouldn't give him a new lawyer. He wanted a new lawyer based on that because, yes, the guy should have read the offense report and, man, realized that, man, the judge shouldn't have been on his case 4 years ago, not now. Anyway, point being is he ends up going pro se. Right now, he decided, he was like, well, you know, I'm willing to take 5 years, right? You know, I'm willing to take 5 years because he already had 4 in. That means he would have done a year in prison. You know, that was the max he wanted to do, right? He was like, man, I'll do it just to get it over with, that kind of thing, you know? And so anyway, you know, he ends up going pro se. And what I told him was like, okay, if you want that deal, when you go do your Feretta hearing, lean over to the prosecutors and tell them, look, you know where I'm at, and I'd like to talk about a deal. Why don't you come talk to me? Well, 2 weeks later, Colleen Dunn, one of our favorites, she comes over, man, does this plea deal with him. And sure enough, he gets a plea deal for 5.5 years, right? And they downward departured him. So, man, he's only going to end up doing 5 years, which means, okay, with 4 in, he does his, you know, actually he's going to end up doing like 5 months in prison, and he's
going to be out.
So within 2 weeks of going pro se, he got exactly what he
wanted. But he had to go pro se. He had to show he was willing to fight. And boom.
He had to be willing to get over that fear.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
And then, you know, and the point is like, look, I would tell guys, I'd be like, look, if you don't like it, if you decide you're not doing very well and then you decide you're not getting what you want, just remember, you can always go back to getting a lawyer.
Yep.
You know what I'm
Absolutely.
saying? You can always go back and do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And if you feel like, man, they're not doing anything, you know, they're not talking to you, you haven't seen your discovery, you're not getting what you want, then, man, cut out the middleman. Go get what you want. And if, man, straight up, if it's not working out, you can still always go back to the lawyer if you want to.
Yep.
You know, but it ain't going to hurt you. You know, and, you know, it's not going to hurt you that way. I mean, there's nothing you're really going to mess up that bad. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, but man, you know, the thing is, man, yes, most of the people, and matter of fact, there were a lot of people, man, that I helped out there. And I told you, it got to the point where, man, I was actually even helping lawyers down there. Because yes, man, I am the only person who's ever won a murder case down there. You know what I'm saying? And man, other lawyers, man, want to know, well, not other lawyers since I'm not a lawyer, but man, lawyers did want to know, man, you know, how to do that. You
right.
know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
What's the secret recipe to winning? You know? You know, and it is what it is, man. You know, again, it's, you know.
Well, I mean, like the defense attorneys down there must just be scared people. I mean, it sounds.
You got to remember that same trick they pull with the PDs, they pull with private attorneys.
Right. Oh yeah, I'm sure, because they don't want to. I mean, that's just scary, man. I mean, Florida is an interesting place because, you know, they have so many people that it takes forever to go to trial, and they lock them up.
Well, not only that, man, it's the only place in America where there's a 6-man jury.
I know. Like, how many was on your jury, Ty?
Huh?
Did you have 12 or 6?
I had 12.
You did. Okay.
The only reason I had 12 is because it was a capital case.
Okay.
Anything other than a capital case, it's 6 people.
6 people. Okay. Yeah, I know. And that to me is such and you might think, well, what's the difference? Oh, it's a huge difference when you don't have those other 6 people in the room.
Yeah, and I mean, actually, I'm waiting for somebody to challenge it because, okay, the Supreme Court ruled it has to be a unanimous decision for every state. Every state that, it no longer, it can't be, any other number than unanimous, right?
Right.
Well, here's the point. There's a big difference between a unanimous 6 and a unanimous 12. You see what I'm saying? Your odds are so much better with a unanimous 12 than, a unanimous 6 any day of the week, right? So, they're going to have to decide what the standard jury size has to be for everybody, too. Right? It's the only way to make it fair,
Yep.
The states where they want to keep it 6, okay, I understand a 6-man jury maybe for misdemeanor cases. But when you're talking felonies, when you're talking about time, and things that are really going to mess up your life, charges that are going to mess up your life, no, 12 people sounds, reasonable to me.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you. 100%. 100%.
Well, and then not only that, there was a guy, one of the personal injury lawyer's clients. He just went to trial, right? And he got screwed because, okay, in his case, he beat, most of the charges, right? But what they did is they rewrote the jury instructions wrong. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't let the jury know that they could give him a lesser included charge. They made, the way they wrote the jury instructions, it made it seem to the jury like you had to give him the felony. You know what I'm saying? When that wasn't the reality. There were lesser included charges where they could have gave him a misdemeanor as opposed to a felony charge.
Yep.
But the judge wrote out, it was actually a half a sentence of the jury instructions that made it, to the jury, the jury made it so the jury didn't have a choice but to give him a felony. You know what I'm saying? Now, granted, he'll come back on appeal and he'll win that. But the bottom line is again, he's going to be waiting years, on that appeal.
Yep.
So I mean, dude, it's insane. And like I said, the circuit trial judges and the prosecutors have way too much power. Because even the higher court, they defer to the trial court way too much.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You're giving these judges, way too much power. That's why Morgan felt perfectly comfortable with wiping his butt with the Constitution, because I was going to have to go to the higher court, and the higher court will say, well, the trial judge is in a better position to judge all the facts, so we're going to have to defer to the trial judge, that kind of bullshit. But the bottom line is no, these judges, feel like they can do whatever the hell they want because of that.
Yep.
And in a lot of ways they can. And it's again, there's just not enough checks and balances here, and unfortunately, we're counting on the least trusted profession to go ahead and run everything and do it, honorably.
Yep.
Yep. And again, as citizens, I think we really need to take a look at that, recalibrate, our brains here, try and decide, what we're going to do.
Yep.
Because this is across the country, not just here,
So Ty, I hope. I mean, look. I hope that we can connect soon again here and talk and get in as you get things laid out. And maybe we can try to get some things that you think are relevant, especially from the sidebars. If you find anything that you want to get up, we can get it up and talk about it.
Well, not only that, I also have audios from a lot of the hearings.
Yep. Do you have the missing hearing? So, I mean, if there's things, that would be fantastic, because I've been wanting to know what was going on, what went on in silence.
Anything new, that'll be coming out. And then, of course, like I told you, awesome. I got a couple books coming out.
Good.
There's some other projects I've been talking to people with.
Well, keep us posted.
Yep. That's coming out.
Yep.
Netflix series is still a possibility. We'll have to wait and see. But the bottom line is there's a lot of things that are going to be going on. And of course, I'm always willing to come talk to you. Always willing to, do an interview.
Absolutely.
And talk about these issues because, I've said since, probably the very first time we met, and I said, this is not just about me.
That's right.
It's not just about what happened to me, because what happened to me can happen to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It really could. And most people are not going to get a laryngeal eye that comes out of nowhere.
That's right.
Most people are not going to have the angel sitting on their shoulder like I did.
That's right.
Right? Because look, I had the balls to do the damn thing, but I'm not going to say I didn't get help along the way. You know, because
if there's individuals who have situations going on that you know of, that I know there's a one fella, Chidester. I don't know. I'll have to look him up, Sean Chidester, and try to get. I mean, if there's ways to get his situation out and about, out in front, let me know. We'll work on it and get try to get.
I'm helping him work on his too, because
Get some attention.
He has Colleen Dunn as his prosecutor.
Yeah, well, that would there. You could be a little thorn in her side for a little while.
Well, not that his lawyer was one of the ones I was talking to, and man, it was amazing to me. When I was talking to some of these lawyers, right? And everybody thinks, man, no, they're a lawyer, they know the laws, all this other shit. No, they don't.
Mm-hmm.
Man, actually, even Alvarez and Mansfield, right? They didn't know how a change of venue actually works. I read the entire statute over and over again, while I was working on it. But the bottom line is they thought that, man, they were still going to be in charge of the case. And I was like, no, that's not how that works, buddy.
Yeah.
That goes up to the state attorney up in Miami-Dade.
Yep.
It switches everything.
Yep.
It switches the judge. It switches the jail. It switches everything.
Well, it's because I don't think, Ty, they have a lot of people challenging them, and it sounds like the defense attorneys aren't challenging things, and it sounds like everybody just kind of. It's like it's the Bubba system. Everybody just kind of just works with everybody, and there's no real adversarialness in the system. So they've never had to deal with a lot of these issues.
No adversarialness in the adversarial system, right?
That's right. I know, it's crazy. It really. Well, I mean, look, this is what like, my dad had told me the story. My town that I live in, that my dad came to, it was very much like that. And he came into town because he was from Washington, D.C., and he shook up the whole system down here. They had never seen anything like it. And it was like, and of course, what did he do? What was his special ingredient? He just came in with a willingness to fight. He came in with a willingness to make motions. He came in with a willingness to raise issues. And before you knew it, it was like everybody was up in arms. Like, what the heck's going on here? How are you doing this? It's like,
you're shaking up the boat, boy.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah. And that was why he was like, he fell in love with the practice of law because of that. And it was all about, the thing that catapulted him to want to stay with law, because he was actually wanting to go become a police officer out in San Francisco. So he ended up in West Virginia. It used to be you went to law school, you got a law degree, and he actually went to law school because he didn't want to be a doctor. He thought, I want to be a lawyer, and I think I'd love to be a cop, but I think having a law degree would be great. Well, in order to go become a cop out in San Francisco, you had to go to Colorado and do like an 18-month program, but it took a while to get in. Well, he goes and comes to his parents had come up here due to the racetrack, because my grandfather he owned racehorses, and he actually was the oldest jockey's agent in the country. But they came up here, and my dad came back from law school, and he said, well, I've got like a year before I can get into the program in Colorado I need to go to. So let me call around to some lawyers. And he got hired by a lawyer. But the case that broke it for him was he was sitting there in the law office on a Saturday doing his work, and a farmer came in, and they were coming in to sell his stuff. And this guy said, I'm Mr. Radosh. And he said, well, no, I'm his junior associate. What can I help you with? And he said, the bank's about to sell all my equipment, and I need some help. So my dad immediately grabs this guy's stuff. He gets the law book out. He starts looking, and I can't remember, my dad would have been able to say exactly the way, but he found a way to stop it. And he said, but in order for me to do this, I've got to go to the judge's I got to go to the judge's house. So he gets in his car with this guy, drives down to the judge's house, goes before the judge, and says, I found this issue. We need to stop the sale of this man's property. Now, nobody had ever done this, because it was normal. The bank would come in, and everybody was all incestuously involved. And the judge said, Mr. Eskin, it's Saturday. He said, I understand, but this man's going to lose his stuff. And he said, well, I'll sign it, but you better have everything in my chambers on Monday. And he said, thank you, Judge. And my dad got in the car with the farmer and drove down to the sale. And right before they're about to go to auction, stops the sale. And he said, after that, he said, my God, because he said he helped this guy. And he said, this guy was like, thank you so much, Mr. Askin. And he said, man, I really like this. Like, I love, because I was able to help this person. And he started helping people. And then within 6 months, he called the San Francisco Police Department and withdrew his application and said, I'm going to be a lawyer. And then never looked back.
One of the things, man, when I was in there, man, it's like I had all them inmates coming up to me wanting help. You know, and it's like, you know, look, I wasn't going to turn them away.
Yep.
You know, and the thing is, man, I for a second there, I thought, you know, because actually Morgan did say something. He did threaten me, man, to come after me for practicing law without a license.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah. And the thing was, he's like, because he goes over the Todd O'Quinn thing. He's like, Mr. Tucker, you're dangerously close to crossing that line, you know, of practicing law without a license, you know. And it's like, you know, but here's the thing is, man, no, because the law is clear there too. Because, man, as long as you don't have a legal professional hired in that jail to help other inmates, the inmates are allowed to help other inmates. That's the law. You know what I'm saying? So they couldn't come after me for that even if they wanted to. You know, but the bottom line was, man, yes, man, I helped a lot of people. I earned the whole jailhouse Jesus, man. Still can't believe that. I'm like, man, you know, look, you can compare me to a lot of people, but Jesus is not one of them. You know, it's just
you know, you got to wonder. I mean, look, the people you helped in the jail while this case was going on. I mean, it's a you know, in a way, it's like you were put in that position to help them. You know, even though you had to go through what you've gone through.
In all reality, though, man, I realized this is not why I was doing it, but understand it helped me too.
Oh, sure.
Because, man, I became a cancer to them.
Yep.
Sticking me in that jail.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. They want to get you the hell out of town. That's why Dennis Ward said he's on that bus and hopefully he's out of the state. He said, I want Ty Tucker gone as far away as possible. I mean,
Dennis, I hate to tell you this, buddy, but we're gonna be friends for a long time.
So.
Well, same thing with Slicky Ricky there, because, man, Slicky Ricky, it's like, man, you know, somebody needs to inform him that, man, he's getting sued.
Yep.
You know, I don't think he realizes that, man, no, it's not over. You know, no, you got a whole shitstorm coming to you, buddy.
Yep.
You know, and I can't wait to help, man, shove that up your rear end.
Absolutely.
You know? But, you know, the thing is, man, hey, look, man, we've been fighting these people for 7 years. And Lauren and I going over because, man, we've been discussing the damages today, potential damages.
Yep.
And, you know, just going back over the 7 years and all the different things they did to us. And it's like, and how much that hurt us, man, you know, not just financially. You know, I mean, Lauren and I have suffered damages that, man, I mean, again, can't wait to see what the law firm has, man, as far as, man, adding it all up and, man, what they think, man, the actual settlement amount should be. If it's going to settle, because, man, hell, if they want to take it to trial, I'm down for taking it to trial.
Right.
Civil court.
For certain.
You know, so the thing is, man, we'll have to wait and see how all that pans out. You know, I'm going to be writing up a proposal for them. So, we're working with a couple of law firms at least. I did, man. You know, even for shits and giggles, I'm going to have to send one to Jose Baez. I got to.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, listen. I mean, look, you should interview all of them and see what you can do.
Jose has balls.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. And you want somebody who's willing to fight the system down there, and you know he will be because he's willing to shake things up.
He's an excellent attorney, man.
Yep.
One of the things that impressed me about that guy is his preparation skills. You know, most lawyers just, man, you know, do not, man, have the preparation and, man, freaking the preciseness of, man, of Jose Baez. You know, I mean, he is an impressive lawyer. I got to give it to him.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why he's one of the top lawyers in the country.
Yep.
You know, I mean, it's not because of his lack of skill. And his biggest skill is, man, yes, he's like me. You know, you go out and you find out everything there is to know about the case. Everything you can figure out. You know, he knows all the details, you know, and before he even steps in the ring, he knows what's going on.
Indeed,
you know?
he does.
And, you know, even minor details, he doesn't miss. You know, so I got to give it to the guy.
Yeah.
And, man, you know, we'll see, man. I mean, you know, even if it's not Jose, man, like I said, there's other law firms, man, that, man, you know, that you can go to that, man, I think can handle this case, cases, I should say, but can handle, man, the civil suits, man, just fine.
Yep.
You know, and, man, take care of this, and, you know, again, we'll have to see how long that takes, but I don't think they're going to want to fight very long.
No, that's why I said I think that it's going to be very clear that they're going to want to settle this thing about as fast as possible.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, what are you even going to go into court with?
Yep.
How are you going to prove me guilty?
Yep.
You know? So,
yep.
you know, we'll have to wait and see.
So,
I don't know about you though. I mean, I don't know how long we've been on.
No, well, we're going on 4 hours, so I was going to say. But listen, man, I really appreciate you coming on and talking and updating everybody. And I mean, we got to do this again soon for certain. And get on, and there's going to be lots to talk about, I think. So.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. When I get up to South Carolina, so get me in, get a little bit more settled.
Yep.
Then, man, of course, man, we'll go ahead, man. We'll talk some more.
Sure.
I'll have a better idea for you about how things, timeline, what we're looking at. Other potential, man. Like again, is Vinny going to want to do an interview? I don't know, man. But I'm going to see what he wants to do. See what some of these other people want to do, and we'll again see. Our relationship ain't going anywhere.
Good.
You were one of my biggest supporters. Yep. You dug into the case, man. You realized very quickly there was something wrong here. You've helped us out. You've tried to get it out there to everybody. I mean, look, man, I'm never going to forget that.
Yep, I appreciate that.
I'm never going to forget what you've done.
Yep.
And the same thing with all the people out there who've been supporting. There's a lot of, you got Christine out there, you got Becca out there,
Yep.
you got, man, again, my boy Drip Drop out there. I
Yep.
noticed him in a few new videos, man. I don't know how he got the security camera, man.
I know. That was amazing. That was amazing. Yep.
And yes, I know you worried about me, Christine, and man, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And yes, I'm being fed.
I know she's very worried about you, Ty. So.
But the thing is there's been a lot of people, man, who've hung with me here.
Yep.
Even after I went to jail,
Yep.
because man, that was the most difficult time. That's when I needed everybody. It's like,
yep.
Look, man, when they locked me up, they thought this was going to be an easy win again.
Yep.
They thought, man, okay, we got him behind bars. We're going to tie his hands behind his back. Shove him into trial real quick,
yep.
and convict him, and everybody will forget about him.
Yep.
And luckily people like you were out there making sure that people don't forget about it.
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
So yes, I never felt, like I was alone.
Good.
So I do appreciate it to all you guys out there. I know I'm forgetting a lot of people on the list. I'm sorry if I forget anybody, but it's just been, good God. Just, man, be happy, guys, because, man, we won this round. Okay, this is the end of one thing. But, man, we're going to need all that support going into the second round.
That's what I'm saying. This seems like an end, but it's not an end. It's a beginning. The real fight's starting now. Yep. Yep.
Yep. Man, it's been good to talk to you, though, man, because I wanted to do it sooner.
Yep.
But going to the hospital kind of.
Well, no, hey, listen, I understand, and I'm glad that everything is at least. I know you're not 100%, but at least you're out, and hopefully on the mend.
I'm alive, I'm kicking, and I'm ready to man kick some ass. So, man,
good. Good.
All right, well, I'll tell you what. Let's do this again real soon. Like
Absolutely.
I'm going to be going up to South Carolina on Monday.
Okay. You're still in Florida right now, though, correct? You don't need to know where you're in Florida, but you're in Florida currently, correct?
Yep, I am currently still in Florida.
All right.
My other brother's going to come down and pick me up on Monday.
Good.
In South Carolina.
Awesome.
And once I'm in South Carolina, the farther I get away from Florida, the better
that's what I was going to say, because, you just don't want to you just want to get the hell out of there and leave that in a rear view.
I don't want nothing to do with Florida.
And hopefully, now, do you still have aspirations to eventually at some point get a boat and be able to?
I don't know. We'll see.
Good.
I really don't know what that part of my life is going to look like. I really don't. I did learn from the little hike I did, man, through Miami. I'm like, I'm too old for this shit.
Yeah. There comes a time when you got to just kind of take it easy and relax, especially after what you've been through for the last 7 years.
Well, yeah, and it's like, man, and again, I'm not in very good health right now.
Right.
Like I told you, I do got to go back for more tests, and I got to get some surgeries done, and I'm not in real good health right now. But at the same time, it's nothing that can't be fixed.
Good.
It's just, man, it might take me a little time. But other than that, but yes, man, I think when I travel from now on, it's not going to be hiking. I'm going to fly to, man, places like everybody else, man, go get hotel rooms like everybody else.
Yep.
do all that kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
No, I'm not forgetting about you either, Christine. We got an interview scheduled in there somewhere. So
That's right.
don't
That's
you
right.
worry. I'll be on your channel doing an interview too. And man, no, because I mean, look, it's funny. I've done interviews with a lot of big, media, people, man. As far as everybody from the New York Post, New York Times. I mean, Inside Edition, all this other crap. But the bottom line is, the people who really probably helped me the most are the little channels, man, and the people, man, who are not as well known as Vinny Politan.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You guys are the ones who spread the word to the most amount of people.
Yep.
And actually got people.
We tried.
And got people who wanted to help. You know what I'm saying? People who could see, man, how wrong it was, and look, and wanted to actually help. And I am going to be needing your help, because you know what? When I just asked people on my Facebook to go and, man, file complaints with the Florida bar.
Yep.
Right, because, man, they weren't going to take a complaint from me on Alvarez and Mansfield.
Yep.
Right, because it was an ongoing case, and they're not going to take complaints from a litigant in an ongoing case. They're not going to do that.
Yep.
Right. But the question is they may not take the one complaint. But are they going to ignore the 1,000 complaints, man?
That's right.
Supporters out there putting in?
That's right.
I don't think so. It gets hard to, man, start ignoring, man, the masses out there.
That's right. That's right. That's how you get their attention, and that's how they know something's wrong, and they go.
We all win. You know what I'm saying? This is how people, man, who are watching this. This is people, man, who've been supporting this. This is how we all win. This is how we all make sure this kind of shit doesn't happen to other people.
Well, this is why, Ty, you've got to get on. I mean, your experience is such that you need to be sharing it with people. You've got to go around to, talk to people, and get involved in, trying to make sure that, people that understand that, listen, I mean, your story, like you said, you're the Rocky story. I mean,
well, and not only that, I mean, here's one
of the criminal justice system.
I was talking about earlier. One of our goals, man, very early on, man, is we wanted to show people how you beat a wrongful conviction.
Yep.
How you make it so it doesn't happen.
Yep.
Now, granted, I still ended up being wrongfully convicted. That's true. But I think, man, this wrongful conviction is going to be a glaring, man, freaking, emblem of, man, why, man, this is a problem.
Well, I had said this to David. I said one person you should connect up with, because remember, Young Thug did a no contest plea, and he's fighting. He did it for the same reasons you did. He didn't want to sit in jail any longer, and he did the no contest, got released right away. Of course, he's doing probation. He didn't even get as sweet a deal as what you got. But you guys need to link up.
I beat out Young Thug.
You did. You beat out Young Thug. So, I mean, you guys need to, because it's like you guys are similar stories. He's in Georgia, you're in Florida, neighboring states, fighting the corruption in the justice system that lands you there. Of course, now, his two co-defendants are acquitted of everything except for the one got like a gun charge. But I mean, it just shows the complete corruption and utter corruption that's going on down there in those states of Georgia and Florida. That, look, these are tactics and ways you can show that winning is not always in the form of a not guilty, and winning is not going to be in the form of getting a dismissal. But there's ways you guys can show, hey, you won this.
Well, I mean, it goes right back to the whole reason I even went pro se to begin with.
Yep.
Well, people thought I did that, man, because of my ego, or I'm some kind of narcissist, or all that other bullshit that, man, people run.
Right.
Now, the reason I went pro se was because it was the only way I could see to win.
Right.
It wasn't because I wanted to. I didn't want to go pro se. I wanted my lawyers do it.
Yep.
Right. But, man, once I realized they weren't going to win. Man,
well, and I think that the idea too is like down there with the way the justice system is designed down there, it was almost impossible to get lawyers that were going to be able to give you the defense and do the things that you needed.
Any lawyer can, because I was criticized, and I'm still criticized by a lot of lawyers, right?
Yep.
And then every single one, I'll be like, okay, I'll tell you what, I'll hire you right now to be my lawyer, represent me. You tell me one answer you answer me one question. How do you beat a dirty judge?
Yeah, right.
Right? All of them crickets, because.
Oh no, my phone died, guys. Oh no. That was unexpected. I wasn't paying attention to my thing, so I apologize here. Let me get my phone plugged in. I hope I can get it back up. But we may be dead here on this because my phone died, unless Ty tries to come in. Maybe he'll try to come back in. But I'm gonna have to get my phone charged. Shoot. Well, that's an unfortunate ending. If that is how it ends, but my phone looks like it's coming back on, so hopefully it'll come back on and we can get him back on the line. So I apologize. Hold on, Paul. So, yeah, we've had some technical difficulties here with things, but hopefully when Ty gets a computer, and I think that we can maybe all help with that. I don't know. I wanted to get into that with him, but perhaps we will in a moment. All right, here we go. Let me see if I can get him back on the line here. Unexpectedly had a. Let me get on here. We're just so we can properly end this thing. We don't want to leave it like that. Let me see. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's not up yet. So thank you, Marjorie Smith. I appreciate you all coming in here. Like I said, hopefully maybe Ty, if you're listening, try to come back in through the stream link. I'm waiting for my phone to get charged enough to be able to receive a call. So we'll see here. We were concluding the stream, but I don't want it to necessarily conclude this way. Let me see here. Hold on here. I might have a way. Well, I don't know if it might let me do it. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, I'm a man of many phones here. Let me see here. Give me a moment. Is that my iPad ringing? Sorry, guys. We're here. Just answer it, dude. There we go. That's what we're setting up right here. All right. Hold on. What's up, babe? There it is, Ty Tucker. All right, here we go. We're calling him back. Sorry, guys. All right, we got him now.
Hey, you're back.
Hey, man, sorry about that. My phone died, and now, so I'm calling you back on my iPad because my phone is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, man, sorry about that. My phone died.
Oh, hold on. Holy cow! I guess I got feedback going.
No, that was me, man.
Oh, that was you. I got you.
Okay. So, man, we're good. Yeah, man. I'm happy you called back, man.
Yep.
Because but obviously, man, like we've been going for a long time on on this whole subject, and it's like we talk 3 hours a day that one day. We're talking another 4 hours today. There's a lot of discussion that needs to go on, man, with everything that happened in this case, everything that's happened across the country, and other cases, and how we can stop, man, this from happening.
Yep.
Because, man, it is horrible what happened. And, man, it doesn't just happen to me. And it happens to a lot of people. And, man, I've said to a lot of people, man, look, I'm a nobody, but there's a lot of us nobodies out there.
Yes.
A lot more than there are of them. And, we need to take control of our system again. And, man, look, if you want to know how, man, fed up people are, man, of our system, I mean, look, George Floyd riots weren't that long ago. The storming of the Capitol wasn't that long ago. People are getting upset about the way our system is being run. Even Donald Trump himself, man, has got his issues with the system.
Yep.
You know, so it's like, I mean, you know, we have some huge problems in our legal system. And if we want, man, this country to ever be great again, then, man, we got to get the foundation straight again. We got to remember the ideals, man, the ideas behind it. Because the Constitution was written for the individual, not for the state to gain power.
Right.
Matter of fact, it was supposed to limit the power of the state. You know, and you know, we're forgetting those ideas. And man, again, we're letting the least trusted group of people, man, run everything. You know, I mean, you know, and look, we outnumber them. You know, I mean, that's one of the things. I mean, you know, even in this little case, man, if you want, you know, my little situation, right? Okay, one of the things I'm sure they had to consider is, man, look, the entire population of Monroe County is about 80,000 people, right? At this point, there's more people in this country, man, who know I didn't do it than those 80,000.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So yes, their voices, man, are gonna, you know, their voices are gonna carry some weight too. You know, and it's got to be a point where, man, look, you know, you know, the masses, the people, you know, again, it's supposed to be we the people, right? And we're supposed to be the ones in charge. Well, it's time for us to start acting like it and take charge, you know, and man, stop, man, allowing them to do the things they're doing. You know, we're allowing them to whittle away our rights and, man, make it so that this country, man, I mean, we might as well be Soviet Russia or Nazi Germany as far as it goes. You know, you can just grab anybody off the street and stick them in prison. So stick them up in the gulag. You know, and man, no, that's not the way it was designed to be. And man, it's not the way it's supposed to be, and it's not the way we should accept it to be. You know, but the thing is, you know, people need knowledge. They look, unless you've actually gone through it, and I'll tell you this, you know, straight up, if I hadn't gone through this whole thing, I wouldn't know all this crap. You know what I'm saying? I probably wouldn't have cared about it, you know? But the bottom line is once you know how bad it is, and you know exactly how dirty it is, and how no, it's nothing like, man, it's not Law and Order. The shit you see on TV, it is not like that. You know what I'm saying? That is just, man, myth and propaganda, and man, you know, it's like, no, you know, we need to take control again as a people of our own system if we want this country to survive. You know, and man, we'll see what Donald Trump does. I don't know what he's going to do. You know, I mean, I'm not trying to get political with anybody as far as who they wanted for president. Doesn't really matter. The one thing that's going to be interesting about Trump, though, is, man, he just went through something like this. And he proved that, man, even a powerful individual like Donald Trump is not going to fight the government.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You're not going to outmoney the government. You can't, you know, everybody's like, oh, well, if you got money, you're going to get off. That's not true. The government's got more money than you do. And I don't care who you are.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You know, they've got deep pockets. They've got huge influence. They've got tons of manpower. You know, they are always going to have an advantage over you.
Yep.
You know, and it doesn't even matter if you're Donald Trump, you know? So I don't know. We'll have to see what he does, man. I know he put in some really good prison reforms last time he was president. That's one of the things I actually did agree with that he did. Is, man, he did some prison reforms. He believed in, man, prisoners being able to work, which is something I believe in. He also, man, wanted to take it down to 65%, man, in all prisons, where, man, you know, if somebody, you know, was there for a nonviolent, you know, crime, you know, they're willing to, you know, do, man, you know, different things to earn some game time, man, you know, but everybody can get up to 65%.
Right.
You know, that way, man, you know, because I don't believe in life sentences anymore.
Yeah.
People up for life, you know, then what the hell's the point? Why are we keeping them alive?
Yep.
You know?
Well, see,
I mean, life is not life.
But see, Ty, that's why I'm saying that's something that you can speak on now, and you can actually go and make positive, get people's attention and discuss.
Well, I'm damn sure gonna try, Steve. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna damn sure try.
Because you got a story where you're a man who was brought into the system. You were almost wrongfully sent away for life, and there's a system that has absolutely been broken in half, and it doesn't work the way it's supposed to, and the presumption of innocence is truly been eroded. And you know, it's something that I think that people need to be made aware of. That listen, this is not, like you just said, it's not Law and Order, it's not TV. Just like I've said, I mean, you did real, you know, why everybody here, even us, when we were all covering this, and some of us, all the people who've covered it on YouTube, and Vinny Politan covers it, and everybody's covering it like it's this big drama. But behind that, you're sitting in a jail cell, and nobody knows what it's like to be sitting there. And I've said to people go, "Oh, it's got to be bad." One of the worst things about doing time is the time. That's what people will say. It's a time where you're sitting there and you're sitting in one spot with nothing to do, possibly for the rest of your life. Besides fight your case when you're in jail. But I mean, that is something that is it's like I've tried to explain to people.
Need to lose hope. That's for sure.
Well, that's the well. Listen, I got a story for you, Ty, before we get off here, right? Because this was said at my dad's funeral, and one of an attorney who's older now, but he was he was mentored by my dad, and he said, I remember. He said, I'm gonna tell you a story. This is the type of person Steve Askin was. He said there was a case. It was one of my dad's first big cases that he won. He said, but this guy was sitting in the jail. He said, he was going on vacation. My dad was. And he said, listen, because you're the young attorney, he said, I'm going to teach you about a few things we do around here. So he said, meet me at the jail at 6:00 tonight. And he said, oh, okay, well, what are we doing? So he goes in there, and my dad goes in the jail, and he says, they walk in. He's like, well, what are we doing? He said, well, we're coming in here to play cards with Mr. Johnson. And he said, what? He said, what I do every night, 5 days a week, I come in for 2 hours and I will pick a couple clients and I will spend 30 minutes with them. He said, because these guys here are in jail. They have nobody else that cares about them but us. And we've got to give them hope. We've got to let them know we care. So that's why I spend time with each of my people. And I come down, even if I'll play cards with them, just talk with them. Something that's not about their case, because I just want them to know I care about them as a human being, because I know, and he said, and if you want to be the best attorney you can be, you've got to understand these clients are humans. And these are people that are at their lowest point when nobody cares. And it's not just our job to defend them. It's our job to make sure they know we care and there's hope and we're going to be there for them. Of course, he helped this guy beat his charges. What the individual had to come into. But he told that story at my dad's funeral, and he said that was the problem. And he said, I used to say to Steve, you could be charging somebody $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 for the services you're providing. And he said, well, I know I could do that. He said, but I can't tell them no. These are people that need my help. He said, how many shoes do I need? How many cars do I drive? How many houses do I need? He said, these are people that need our help. I'll never do that. And that was, but that's something that, as you talked about and described, that is not the normal thought process of lawyers in the criminal justice system.
Unfortunately not. I mean,
and you're left behind at the jail, sitting there waiting.
For the money of the power.
Yep.
That's what most of them are going for.
Yep, that's exactly right. Yep.
Now, don't get me wrong, you have a few idealists out there, which, man, God bless them.
Yep.
Because without them, the entire system would have collapsed a long time ago.
Yep.
But there are, man, lawyers out there that got nuts. I think you told me a story about a lawyer who actually took a contempt charge for his client.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay,
that was Young Thug's attorney. That was Young Thug's attorney. He did it. He took it. He went to jail, and then he had to have the head of the Georgia criminal defense group. That's like the head of all the criminal defense attorneys in Georgia. She came down and argued. Her name's Ashley. I can't remember her, Merchant, I think. And she came down and had to argue before the judge to get him out of jail, and came down and told the judge, you're wrong in what you're doing here. But this attorney, he said, listen, I'll send me to jail, judge. I'll go to jail before I will agree to what you want me to agree to. But you're right. Like you said, there are lawyers that are worried they might have to work, or put in a little bit of work, or God forbid, take a trial to take a case to trial, and they would sell out their client, sell out potentially an innocent client, and convince them to take a plea against their self-interest just simply because they don't want to disrupt the system.
Because they don't want, exactly, because they don't want to rock the boat.
They don't want to rock the boat. They don't want to disrupt the system, and that's really wrong.
And they're thinking about their own personal interests most of the time.
That's exactly right.
If you got a lawyer that's willing to take a charge for you, you got a good one.
Yep,
absolutely. Because, man, that's a rarity. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you better stick with that lawyer.
Yep.
But I mean, because, man, he's the kind of guy that, yes, if I had a lawyer like that, I probably wouldn't have went pro se.
Yep.
I don't know, but man, the bottom line is one thing that I'd like to do too is when we get set up again, I'd like to do another interview soon.
Yes.
But one, man, where I can actually see the comments so
Yes.
people can ask me their questions.
Yep.
I mean, we've been doing a lot of talking,
Yep.
but we haven't been able to answer people's questions. I
Yep.
know people have a lot of questions.
They do. They do.
And the thing is I'm more than happy. You guys all know, man, I'm more than happy to answer any questions. Yep. I just can't see them right now. So I think Steve and I should probably do another interview somewhere.
But in this one, it'll be a question and answer.
It'll just literally be a Q&A session, man.
Where it'll be the viewership can ask the questions, and we will
ask me whatever you want.
And you can sit there and answer it for a couple hours. Hang out.
Man, look, I do want people to understand what I did here. Understand, I never pled guilty to anything. I wasn't ever going to plead guilty to anything. I made that very clear to them.
Yep.
And no, you didn't prove me guilty. So no, now I get to go prove my innocence. And at that point, man, I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that.
Yep.
No, I did not give up. And man, this was not a failure. This was just a lateral move, man, to try and end this portion of the fight.
Yep.
But the bottom line is, man, look, I'll answer those questions and any other ones anybody has. I don't care if it's about my personal life. I don't care if it's about the case, if it's about law in general. Hell, if you want to ask me what my favorite color is, I don't really care. My thing is, look, you guys deserve answers. You've hung with me. You're watching this now. I mean, look, I want to answer all your questions. We just haven't had a chance to do it, and I can't see your questions. So, let's get together, and we'll go ahead, man. We'll just do a Q&A and let everybody go ahead and have at me, guys. Ask me anything you want. I'm not down to tell you everything. I got a big mouth. Everybody knows that part. So I think we will be loud and proud about everything. And man, look, let's let these guys keep on knowing that, man. No, we haven't forgotten.
Yep.
No, we're not going anywhere.
That's right.
And yes, we're about to crawl up your butts, man. Worse than it was during the criminal case.
That's
you
right.
guys thought that was bad. Wait till we get in the civil case.
The fight has just begun. The fight has just begun.
This is the fun part, though, Steve.
Yeah. No, it is.
Man, you know the old saying, "Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun."
That's right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
But anyway, so man, I'll tell you what, we'll go ahead and end on that good note.
Absolutely, man.
And we'll go ahead and plan on doing that Q&A, man. So everybody can get their chances to ask questions. And
sounds good.
Because again, it's what just happened here, man. Most people don't even understand the significance of, man, how big this is.
No, they don't.
What just
it's massive.
And how it all came about. We didn't go through all the negotiations and everything, and man, how the threats we were throwing at each other, and Alvarez admitting he was like, this one I gotta say this one, because he goes to me, he's like, I gotta admit, man, you had a hell of a courtroom presence. He was like, I hate it when you would go up and grab the microphone and walk around like a game show host. He was like, I get mad because, man, we can't do that.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, the benefits of being the dancing monkey.
That's right.
So, it is what it is. Those two guys are assholes, but man, at least, man, I mean, we were joking at the end of it, man.
Well, that's good. That's good. That's good.
And then don't get me wrong. I mean, we did, say there is a big difference between us.
Yeah.
Alvarez and Mansfield. I mean, look, we don't take it personally. I mean, Alvarez is like, oh, I love the competition for it. That's why I do what I do. But man, look, but I have no choice but to take it personally, guys. I hate to tell you this.
Well, yeah, because it was like that's what I think is funny. Like he's talking about like a competition. Like this was just like you guys went out to run a marathon. Right, exactly. I mean, but in your case, it was like these guys. That's what I always get. That's what got me about it.
I'm locked up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I thought was. That's what was incredible to me was like when I was watching your trial in January, and I'm thinking to myself like, Ty's in here doing all these things, right? He's acting like a lawyer. He's trying the case, but at the end of the day, when this case ends, when Judge Jones tells the jury, let's move this thing to the jury, and the jury is tired and everybody's tired. If Ty gets convicted. Now he's back he's in a jail cell, resting off a stressful trial. Everyone else goes home, and it's been a great competition. But it's like for Ty, this is like the consequences are very real.
Here's one other thing I will give. I'll give Alvarez. And this one I'll actually give to Alvarez. He actually apologized to me for the divorce. He was like, any chance of reconciliation? I was like, I don't know, but he actually did, because it was the one
nice.
part of the negotiation where, man, they actually stalled me, where, man, it actually hit me, and because, man, my divorce came up, and and it was like, and that was the one punch they threw that, man, actually shut me up for a second. But afterwards he apologized, and he was like, and he was, he's like wishing me well, wishing, hopefully someday that, we can fix things.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the bottom line is I'll at least give him credit for that, for at least apologizing.
No, absolutely. Well, I mean, absolutely, because they played a big part in making it difficult to make a marriage work when you're on home confinement. You're unable to leave. I mean, the amount of stress that you've got going on is
in all honesty,
unbelievable.
They thought we were playing a game. They thought that, man, this was just a strategy between me and Lauren.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That wasn't the case. And man, freaking, they thought, man, I was just doing it so I could get the state, man, to pay for everything. You know what I'm saying? And no, that's not what happened.
Yeah, no kidding.
And no, and man, and the thing is, man, yes, that was a huge blow to me. That did not make my life easier.
Oh, I can imagine.
And I mean, don't get me wrong, Lauren and I have talked about it, and we'll probably talk about it again as things go on. But we're in a good place right now.
Good.
So I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to fight with her about what happened.
Right.
It's like, did it make me happy at the time? Hell no. I'm not going to say that. But we are in a good place now, and man, we're going to discuss things. And man, look, we're discussing a lot of things. So, as we're going through the damages, it's like, you got to question how much of the failure of our marriage, man, was due to, man, the circumstances. We were put under incredible pressure.
Yes.
And we were swimming in a whole big freaking toilet bowl full of shit,
Yep.
and it sucks when your partner starts looking like a piece of corn.
Yep.
So, and that goes both ways. I mean, it's like, they tried for years to break us apart.
Yep.
And man, eventually it worked.
Yep.
It's like, but at the same time, man, we're going back and we're looking at things, and man, yes, man. I mean, the amount of damage is not just that they did to me, but the amount of damage they did to her.
Oh yeah.
That's on an outrageous scale too.
Well, remember, in a civil case, there is payment made for the emotional damage. And for you, for being locked up the way you were, and having to go through that and lose the last 7 years of your life, and the emotional scarring that creates. I mean, that's all got to be factored in to all of this at some point.
Yeah, I mean, the damages, man, are tons of them, man.
Yep.
I mean, there was a point there where we were, man, under, like we literally thought, man, they might come kill us.
Yep.
I mean, those kind of, man, that kind of, PTSD, trauma, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Yep.
I mean, look, the fact that, I mean, I can't say that Lauren and I haven't gone crazy. Maybe we have, because, man, the whole point, man, you're not supposed to know. But at the same time, man, if we're not crazy, it's a miracle.
Right.
Right. Because, man, living in this insanity and dealing with this insanity for the last 7 years, if we make it out of this and we're not crazy, then that's a straight miracle.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't know what's going to happen with Lauren, other than I do know that we are teamed up right now and we are united on how we're going to move forward here.
Mm-hmm.
So that part, we're doing pretty good. And she's happy. She's so like I said, today was the first day both of us, man, feel like we actually won. We've been waiting for this day. We thought that, and both admitted, we weren't sure this day was ever going to come.
Yep.
But it did, and we're here, and man, I'm smiling and happy, and I'm probably going to go back and listen to Ward again, man. Just because I want to hear his voice, man.
Well, listen, man. I mean, hey, it was a job well done. It's been a long fight, but the fight, like I said, the fight's just beginning. It's just about to get to the fun part now. So, But I can appreciate where you're coming from, Ty, because I mean, one of the things, again, I haven't gotten too deep into this in the channel, but I have been on this side of the fight. I mean, when I was 12 years old, my whole life upended because my dad got indicted, and I literally lived through all of that, and he resolved his case with a plea bargain. So, but it is an enormous amount of stress, and having lived through that, having watched through it through my childhood and through the lens of watching my parents and the stress it brings to your house and inside your life and the uncertainty and going to court dates. And of course, my dad was out on bond when with everything that was going on.
And also, not to mention $30,000 a month in legal fees.
Oh yeah, well, and for him, they took. Let me tell you, when he got in there, he had a whole legal team. He had a very high powered legal team that drained. I mean, my you know, I mean, again, I'm not worried about it because I went to college and it was all fine. But he drained college funds. He drained. I mean, they were charging large amounts of money for him, and he still had a bill at the end of it. And that was even with a plea that got him a 7-month prison sentence. And it was like, and they didn't do what they were supposed to do, even though he was, you know, there were some aspects of his.
He still owe him that money.
Oh yeah, he still absolutely, yeah. I mean, he did. But it was like, you know, so it's an immense amount of stress and an immense amount. So it's hard for people. That's why I say I have the ability to see this from both ends, because I watched my dad defend people, and then I got to go through the experience multiple times, because then my dad had another case, although I was older then, and I helped him with the case as kind of like his paralegal. And it's you know, this when you've got people and it just breaks apart everything, and it's hard to have. I remember watching my parents fight, and just everything broke apart. I mean, it was because you don't know. And my dad was facing life for his charges, so it was like the amount of worry you have, and it's crazy. And then you got the government, and in his case, the government was coming at him, and that's why I said that's why it's like, obviously, you know, I understand the stress, at least that's present. I certainly don't understand what it's like to be in your situation.
I never have to worry about dying in prison again.
Well, that's
you know how much weight that is.
I can't imagine. I cannot imagine. I mean, but I'm glad. I'm glad you're getting that, and I'm sad that you ended up having to go to the hospital for your first few days of freedom. But at the same time, I'm glad you did go to the hospital and you got the opportunity to, instead of dealing with that in jail. So it just validates everything happening the way it should happen. So yeah.
All right, well, man, let's sign off and
absolutely,
what, man. Like I said, let's get that Q&A together.
Yep, we will. Absolutely.
And say hi to everybody in the comments. Like I said, I can't see the comments.
Yep, I will.
See them pop up here and there. You know, I know a few people who are there, and just tell them all, man, give them all my love, and man, you know, we'll go ahead and get those questions answered real soon.
Yep. I will. I'll let everyone know, and we will do that. So, all right, man. Well, then we'll talk soon, and I guess, you know, it's late. You're in the same time zone. No, I will. I will send that to you as soon as I get off here. And I'll get my phone back up, and we'll get it sent over to you.
I don't know who you got to do that, but man, you did good.
Yeah, I'll send it. Yep. All right, man. Talk to you later. All right, bye. All right, everybody. So we're going to conclude it. Connor Ball. There you get to see young Connor. He just snuck in here. He's supposed to be in bed, but he's up running around. So anyways, guys, with that said, Connor waved to everybody. You can wave. There it is. Say bye. So we're going to call this. As I said, it's almost 11:15. I'm keeping everybody up, and but we're going to call it. Ty, thank you so much for talking. Guys, leave your Connor Hall. They know that's my logo. Let everybody know. Send, you know, Ty will be reading these comments and looking, and put it in there. We're going to go ahead and end this thing, guys. I appreciate everybody coming in, everybody participating. Like Ty said, we will be doing a question and answer soon. That will be less us talking. It'll be you guys talking to Ty and asking questions. So stay tuned for that. Anyways, I'll talk to you guys soon. I'll see you soon. And until then, let justice prevail.
Yeah. Tucker. Yeah. Ty Tucker in the court, yo, hands unbound against Monroe County, yo, didn't back down. Solo soldier in the fight, unseen battleground. Truth in his corner and justice drowned. Bruce and no lawyer, straight to the source. Legal assassin, riding his own horse. Evidence drop, brought the main force. Paper trail tight, no need to endorse. Ty Tucker took the stand, crushed the case. Monroe County foreman couldn't keep the pace. Broke the system to the knees, wanted space. Freedom rang loud, no longer displaced. Challenge the odds, stakes real high, no fear in his eyes. Touching the sky, proved a point that made all haters sigh. Victory sweet, watch the birds fly. Judgment came down, finally free. No shackles, no chains, broke the decree. Standing tall, now everyone see. Ty Tucker made history, let it be. Ty Tucker took the stand, crushed the case. Monroe County Florida couldn't keep pace. Brought the system to the knees, won his space. Freedom rang loud, no longer displaced. Ty Tucker took the stand, crushed the case. Monroe County Florida couldn't keep pace. Brought the system to the knees, won his space.